in negative territory as we're down 0.7 on the NQ and 0.6 on the ES. We're awaiting the U.S. initial jobless claims. Here it is, guys, 248,000 above the 245,000 that analysts were expecting. So more, the slack in the job market starting to secede a little bit. The U.S. continuing jobless claims coming in 1.72, below 1.73 expected, guys. The market digesting the information now, still headed to the downside, though. Let's see what is on deck for today. We had Meta running up big on the Threads article, Threads release yesterday. The Twitter competitor out gaining over 10 million users in a matter of 7 hours or so. We'll keep Meta on watch. It's the lone red name in big tech world. Also on watch, microchips, as China looks to ban major exports for the production of semiconductors and microchips. We'll keep an eye on that. And then JetBlue also in the news as it ends its partnership with American Airlines. So maybe the deal with Spirit Airline goes through. It is July 6th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Okay. Yeah, guys, there is a look at the ES as it continues to head down. 44.50 coming into view here now. 0.75% to the downside. The NQ not faring much better. 0.83 looking to hold that 15.2 level, guys. Some weakness coming in here as a result of these numbers I got just released. What's the look?
Yeah, definitely a little bit of weakness. There was already weakness in the market overnight and coming in this morning. So it's on the bull, but we're down 0.8% on the NASDAQ, and it's not like it's screaming anywhere, but continue to head lower. All that said, well, Mullen's got a little bit of attention today. Just crossed the 160 million-ish mark in the pre-market. Did over 1 billion shares yesterday. Just ran to 30 cents. They got a buyback, and of course yesterday with that shareholder lawsuit going to be in play again today. The other story, of course, is, as you already mentioned, with Threads already out. 300 did break on Meta. I can tell you it was not with a lot of fanfare. There was no liquidity. There was no real volume, no excitement. When it happened, the spread was actually 20-something cents at the time that it made that break. So that level is intact. When it goes in the real market, if it goes, shouldn't speak in certainty, if it goes in the real market, I think in the open market, I think that's going to be a great break. Got to look at that 300 breakout for Meta. If you were wondering which one was going to get there first between Tesla and Meta, the answer ended up being Meta, although given that Meta was closing at 294, I don't think that was too much of a stretch. So much to be able to get to in what I think is going to be an action-packed day. We just like movement in the market, but right now, things are looking awfully weak. Apple is well under that 190 level. Yeah, too many things are breaking down here. I mean, we'll see what happens at the open. Nvidia's hanging on to 420, but even that big level is about to get tested here.
Yeah, no, I'm on Threads. So you can find it here on Threads. 225 followers. The sticky note. Hi, I'm back. What's up? I'm on Threads, and now I'm on live as well. 225 followers right here, the first ever sticky note. Let's see what happens. I don't think I mean, is it going to replace Twitter? No, it's just another thing to go on, try to get, gain some attention, things like that. So we're on Threads right now. Go follow me. I think it's pretty cool so far, but yeah, look, I'm excited. I thought that 300 break would be a little bit bigger, bless you, than it possibly was. But we're going to wait to see what happens there once the market opens up. A fur moving around as well. We're already short Intel. Oh, you can't see, but we're short Intel breaking through 32. The sticky note is now out as well. Thank you for that. Yesterday, over 13,000 views on the sticky note. It means a lot. Thank you so much. We're already a dime in the money here on Intel. Let's see if we can go a little bit lower on this one. But yeah, we're super excited, man. Come join us on Threads. It's where all the party's at right now. We have Rahim in the building right now. We're excited for that. Sharif's at the big desk. He's wearing his mauve shirt. That's really exciting today as well, as we are all jacked up about Threads. Oh yeah, by the way, I just retweeted something as well. If you invested, and I said this to Neil and Sharif, if you invested $10,000 in Nvidia just 10 years ago, when I was 20, you would have shut up, Rahim. You would have $1.3 million, $10,000 10 years ago in a name that we all knew about, Nvidia. Let's hope it can happen again. I know I've got $10,000 in there now.
Or
$1.3 million, or you could invest in Canopy.
Or you could invest everything in Mullen a year ago.
Yeah, I don't think that would have existed. You had to have private equity, I think, at that point.
Whenever it opened up, you could have invested that same $10,000 and had pennies.
Yeah. Or like me, you could invest $10,000 in the marijuana stocks, and now you could have $4. So that's been pretty cool as well. So it's kind of going both ways. Yeah. I mean, why, I want to make money the hard way, day trading.
Oh, the easy way is overrated.
I don't want to invest in anything.
Don't buy and hold good companies. Why would you do that?
No. Well, I'm looking for the tax write-offs. That's the whole point. So that's
tax. You got to harvest.
Man, damn it.
Harvesting.
Man, this stupid. Yeah, but it's lucky. I remember people were giving me, for investing in some of these because why would you buy Nvidia at $100? Why would you buy Google at whatever, 600 or whatever it was, Now you can see where these stocks are. Meta right now breaking down through 297 as well.
So much for that 300.
I don't know how long this is going to be lasting for, but I really love this $300 level. I don't know. I hope I don't do something silly when we get up there, but we're going to wait to see. I'm excited for that. There's Meta right now, another big day. Look at the stock off that bottom, $90. Couldn't, and again, this was a good trade. So, hard to say that we haven't had some good luck investing in the last 20 years myself, but still a nice move up there for Meta. We'll see if it can continue there. We talked about this yesterday. Neil looked it up. I think it's all-time high split adjust and everything was 383 or something like that. You mentioned yesterday you called up the weekly chart, so we're not too far away from that. Despite that huge dump that we had on Meta when they changed over their name and everything like that, you're right back up to 300 again and looking to take out the, really the highs. I still feel like there's going to be time for that. And then Apple today again. I wrote down on this sticky note 190, but I wrote long and short. So, the thing is if this market's going to continue to bleed down, I'm just going to play the short off 190. I don't know where we're going to open up in an hour, right, when the market opens. So I just do know that I want to keep my eyes on Apple today, breaking back down below that 190. I really like the stock and I really like the name. So I feel like it's going to be a long, but if the market can't hold, shout out to Dan. I know he's short from yesterday. I mean, I always get slack on this show. It seems like oh, this guy's always short. But, for the last couple of weeks, it feels like it's been as short, although the long has really been right. Let's see if today some of the bears can finally get paid off. Or are we just going to do what we normally do and rally right back to the high side? Let's give it a shot here today. We're short Intel, like we said. Let's see what else can happen here as we continue to go. But Sharif's ready to rock and roll over at the big desk. Thanks for your patience while my mic was off.
Yes, guys, we have very special guest, Rahim Alani, friend of the show, ready to talk some Canadian stocks. Rahim, good to see you. Good to have you back. First time you and I alone at the big desk. We usually have Brendo here. So, yeah, hopefully we won't mess this up too much. First of all, how was your week so far? The long weekend?
Yeah, everything's great.
It's good? Yeah. Well, we'll get to Rahim's mic in a second, but we're going to ask him about his long weekend. How was the long weekend, my friend?
The long weekend was great.
Yeah.
The smog was there. That was okay. Saw some fireworks, did some fun stuff.
Yep.
And, can't complain.
That's good. That's good. So you stayed in the city?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No better city in the summer. I want to promote Toronto. So no better city in the summer.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, especially with the weather. What do we got on board today?
Today we are talking about the summertime and stocks that come into play in the summer. What people are doing, people travel, people shop, and people barbecue. Okay. And so those are a couple things that we thought might be interesting. We did the same sort of premise last summer, going into the summer. Things to watch that you go into the summer on. Some people buy and go away for the summer. But names that will continue to percolate interest simply because we are in such a, I don't say precarious summer, but an interesting looking summer with, we don't know what's going to happen with rates. We don't know what's happening with inflation, recession, not a recession. How is that going to impact consumers? And how is that going to affect where they buy, what they spend their money on? And then in our world, how does that affect the stocks that are affected by consumer spending?
And we've heard a lot about how consumer spending has shifted from goods to services. Same amount of money being spent just on different things. So what's the look there?
Well, no, for sure. And the idea is because things have just gotten more expensive. I mean, we had joked around a few months back, a bag of avocados used to cost $3 or $2, and now it's $6 or $7, right? And how that, again, just how that all percolates through the economy and where people are spending money. They are looking at certain goods and saying, well, if I can save $1 or $2 on this widget, I will buy it from the widget shop, and maybe I'll spend my money on those services that'll help me, either amplify my revenues, my household income, or bring down my expenses.
Okay. All right. What's the first thing we're looking at, Rahim?
First thing you do in summer is you travel. And if you live in Canada, there's only one place that we can fly, fly comfortably, and that's Air Canada. And that's going to be interesting to see what does Air Canada do in the summer. They are adding routes back on, of course, because people are starting to travel more. So you need those route options available. They are sitting at near their 52-week high. And numbers have been, again, amazing, because when you are the sole carrier that does affect, a 35 million person country, you got yourself in WestJet. WestJet's private, so Air Canada's a play to look at. And where will people be spending their flight dollars? And
we've heard a lot about how the margins have been getting a little bit better with them. The business consumer is back. They're spending on upgrades like business class, some frilly stuff. That's where they make the majority of their money. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, no, for sure. And as we are in business, flights that we're looking at, we're still seeing, we're trying to look for deals, of course, but flights are moving, tough to get seats. It's very interesting how all of that's moving. Flights are full. On business flights, you're seeing a lot of that now.
Love it. What's next on the hopper, Rahim?
Next up, again, grocery shopping, we're looking at two here, Loblaws and Metro.
Okay.
So Loblaws, interesting thing with them, they are announcing their Q2 results coming up in a couple of weeks, so you may want to keep an eye out on that. Trading around $120, about 270,000 shares a day. With them, though, the big play is they've got 1,400 shops with Shoppers Drug Mart, like we were just talking about off camera, 500 Loblaws shops, another 1,000 grocery stores, and they are trying to go net zero on the carbon front, so they just purchased 5 hydrogen fuel electric vehicles. And a part that I found kind of interesting is Galen Weston, who's the guy in all the commercials that we see here for Loblaws, is stepping down as CEO. He'll stay on as executive chairman. And there's a Danish gentleman named Mr. Per Bank, which is a really cool name, I thought. Per Bank is coming in as the CEO. So let's see if he can continue the trend that Loblaws has had. Now, the issue, again, people are having with both of these grocery names that we're talking about is just the insane amounts of money that these companies are making. And they are doing very little to stem the tide of food inflation. And that's where people are getting, the biggest sort of dent in the wallet is these grocery stores are making obscene amounts of money. What are we doing? And again, being in Canada, we are typically not regulated. We have almost a monopoly on grocery stores, on banks, on airlines. And so people are saying we need more competition in the grocery front. So.
Yeah, I was just going to build on that point. Thank you for a perfect segue. We saw that there were hearings early in the year with some of the CEOs with respect to some of these grocery companies about price inflation. We saw a conviction, I believe, for one of the bread makers for price fixing.
Yeah.
So, so a little bit of a headwind kind of there. Or what's the look there on that?
Yeah, no, exactly. There's going to have to be places where people, again, they look at their grocery bill because that's the place they spend their most amount of money on a given daily, weekly, monthly basis. So price fixing is a perfect example. And just again, for our friends in the States, you guys have a lot more competitive options. So your pricing is a lot more favorable to what we get here. So I'm optimistic as a Canadian. We're optimistic that prices will start to get adjusted and things like this, like price fixing or just getting into that inflation number, bringing that inflation number down for us. All
right, we got Metro next.
Metro, same thing, $74, traded between $67 and $79. Their CAGR on the revenue side, up 7% since 2018, 12% on the net income side, and 19% on the dividend side. So continue to make a lot of money. Over the last 3 years, their stock's up about 30% versus Loblaws being at about 80%. Loblaws has done a lot more than Metro's because they are more focused just on Ontario and province of Quebec, like we were just chatting about as well. And so they will continue to make their penetration into the two provinces. Now, the really interesting thing is the union for Metro, pre-negotiation on their collective bargaining agreement, already said 100% we are ready to strike. So negotiations have started with the union and with Metro, I believe it was last week, but the union does have a bargaining chip that our guys are ready to go 100%. So it'll be interesting to see how that negotiation plays out.
Yeah, it seems to be a dynamic in a lot of situations lately, the union issue. Dollar Tree is next, which is an interesting inflation play as we continue to deal with inflation nonetheless.
Dollarama.
Dollarama, sorry.
You got your U.S. hat on.
I know,
That's okay.
right? Dollarama. And these are all places that I shop at, by the way. Everything he's talking about here hits home.
Yeah, so Dollarama, and again, to our friends in the States, like a Dollar Tree, Dollar General. And interestingly enough, Savers Value Village just went public last week with a $3.7 billion IPO. Stock went from $18 at the IPO, has traded between 21 and 25 on the Savers side. So Dollarama, same thing. It's an inflation play. The stock has traded between 74 and $90. It's sitting at about $89. With them as well, like all of these other players, a normal course issuer bid. Their normal course issuer bid starts tomorrow. It'll last a year. Last year, they bought 6.8 million shares at $82, so they do like themselves, and they are continuing to buy their own stock back and investing in themselves. So again, if you want to save a couple of dollars on toothpaste, or you want to save it on chips or plastic cups, Dollarama is the place that people have been shopping, and the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah, and I feel like they've kind of given up on the $1 is the theme. You know, they're like, okay, look, we're a discount store. It's dollar-ish.
Yeah.
Right?
Dollar-ish.
Fantastic chart, though, Rahim.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Up and to the right since January 2022. What do we got next?
Yeah, and they should actually make that their new motto, dollar-ish. Sharif quoted it, the Dollarama. If you pick it up, pay the royalties to this man over here. Couche-Tard. Okay. Again, just another name we were just chatting about off camera as you're telling me your family's background. Yep. So sitting, again, close to their 52-week highs at $67. These guys have been acquisition fiends. They have been acquiring left, right, center, up, and down, literally and figuratively. They are now into 14 countries, I believe, with their acquisitions. They just made an acquisition a couple of weeks ago that just got confirmed, picking up a 100% interest in Germany and Netherlands, as well as a 60% interest in Belgium and Luxembourg for 3.1 billion euros. They picked up another 112 stores in Kentucky, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee. And so they've just been acquiring, like I said, like fiends, 14,000 stores in 24 countries. So continuing to grow through acquisitions. Again, people are shopping, and those, the retail is actually where they are getting a large boost is through the retail sales in the Couche-Tard, Circle K, however you want to, whatever stores you go to.
Okay. Anything else, Rahim?
That's it for today.
That is it. A Canadian theme today, guys. What do you think about that one?
I love the Canadian theme, little O Canada action there. Savers, it's interesting you mentioned Savers because it's actually a decently successful IPO when you consider like the issue price. It didn't really do a 100% move up like you've seen other IPOs do. I'm talking to you, Kava, and then try to hold up from there. Like you said, 18, holding the 25 area at least early on, and it's managed to make a decent bottom above 20. So every now and then they price these things pretty effectively. It's not doing a ton of volume, but it should be one to watch. Like the longer you hold on to that IPO price, if the market can get some feet under it there. It's always difficult in the retail when people start talking about recession or whatnot, but whether it's Value Village or Savers in the US, this is definitely a brand that at least caught some people's interest. The second day was a pretty good buying day. I want to get to a couple things in the market just to be a little bit clear about it. I didn't actually say anything with regards to Mullen. I think I mentioned in the chat a couple of times this 30 level gets spicy, and 32 has some resistance on it. 40 is a big level as well. I'm looking for this 30 break. The way to trade this yesterday was every single even cent on the way up was worthy of a break and then a retest. And if you just give yourself reasonable risk underneath it, just imagine it's a $3 stock and you get long at $3.01 or 2 cents, and maybe you stop out at 95 and just shift the decimal places. That's the way you want to be able to look at it. But a couple of things are already breaking down. One I'm in, one I'm not. A firm here. There's not a lot of liquidity on the firm, but it's not that bad actually. So I am on the offer trying to grab some shares short underneath $14.50 on a firm. They caught a downgrade today, and quite frankly, if you look at this sucker on the daily chart, there's some room. If we break the moving averages today, you got $1 worth of room to $13.50. And then this $14.50 break has happened, relatively tight stops and all. And Sean already mentioned Intel. That 32 line in the sand has been here since last week. It's been a great long. Flat bottom break has happened. I think there's room to $31. However, the 50 period, simple 50 on the daily, is going to be at $31.30. So that's kind of a little bit of a target there instead of just 31.50 and 31 even. And if this market wants 2% to the downside, the chips are not going to do well in that kind of an environment, quite frankly. Micron, not at any key levels, but that's probably just as interesting of a short. And yes, I will acknowledge there's a lot of people in the chat saying things like Mullen is going to eventually rug pull. I don't disagree with that notion. I'm not endorsing the stock or anything by saying take breakouts and look for some longs, but it is in the midst of shorts covering because how much further can it go to the downside? And the buyback is not a bad thing. 25 million buyback is, again, just another reason why shorts might be starting to cover. So there's lots of room. 32, big level, 40 to 50 is going to be one. Maybe it does something ridiculous and you get above that 50-cent mark, but I wouldn't be looking fade just yet. It has to show that it cannot hold higher lows, which, given way it traded yesterday, it's been higher lows all the way through and a strong trend up. Like that was a very strong move. You're getting another press in. The 30 level does set up for a pretty interesting break. I'm going to have it. It'll be a tight stop. But it's not that I think it's an investable company or anything.
So we've already turned, when we came on the air, we turned this guy around from a bull to a bear, obviously. And here, what's up to Ponzi Fonzie? Anybody looking for the sticky note? It's already out, 32 Intel. You know, we took this against ourselves. Now we're in it, and it is 17 cents in the money. And we've only taken out a very small piece. We're taking out 10%. So right there, nice out at 85. Next out 75, and then dripping all the way down until it gets to zero. No, I don't know. We're going to wait to see what happens here with Intel, but price target's lower than where we are now. Let's see what this market wants to do right here. Have some bids at 75, then again at 50, and then we'll see how low can she go, because right now, I do like what Rahim was talking about in the grocer. I think the grocer area is a good one there with Metro and Loblaws. Pick your poison there. I do like management change and everything. I think that's a positive there. We've seen that work for a lot of different companies. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a fill at 75, which we probably will right now. And then here we go to the downside. Palantir, Ford, not much else happening on the imbalance locator for right now, but more to come on that one as it just bounces. I was sitting there at 75. Let's see if it does take it down. But for right now, it's a nice one to start the day. It's a winner. It's getting flushed down, and there goes Intel. Let's see if it can hold this move down. I mean, the NASDAQ is puking all over itself right now, down to 15.17. Like, pretty low right there for the NASDAQ. All of you that are waiting for those dip buy opportunities, you might be early if you start today, but the market is moving to the downside as expected. We've been trimming some positions and talking about the short for a minute now. I guess Apple's probably breaking even lower.
189.
Yeah,
40.
so even lower now. Yeah, like that's that 190 level. I just didn't want to short it. Felt way more comfortable, obviously, shorting Intel here. We have Surge Trader up. That'll come off in a minute. You'll be able to see our positions. But for right now, we're short the market here with Intel and looking at this continuous move to the downside. Of course, we want to give a big thanks to Rahim Alani for coming through as well with some of those names. So, but all right, let's go back over to the big desk now with Sharif.
Some upgrades and downgrades today on the day. Meta, obviously the big name, up 1.5%, catching that price target upgrade from Key Corp, but it doesn't really need it. It's got its own catalyst with threads there. Microsoft, Tesla, Bank of America, all on the left side of the list. Affirm, American Express, PayPal, and AT&T on the right side. Affirm and PayPal catching the ire of Piper Sandler, who sees higher interest rates for longer as detrimental to the business model of these two players in the buy now, pay later space, guys. Both down on the day.
We were just talking about some of those retail plays there. Dollarama, Savers, Loblaws.
Yeah.
I know the dollar.
I was trying to pick the best one, but we're maybe talking
Dollarama makes sense, man.
Like
it's
just up so much.
It is up a lot.
Put that board back on.
Well, I mean,
upgrades and downgrades.
we already talked about Affirm on the downside.
Yeah,
it's the upside that gets. I mean, Meta's obvious, right?
Look what's on the upgrade side.
Tesla makes sense. Microsoft. It's GE that continues. Like that's the one that might surprise some people how strong that stock is.
Well, it's like the market is down 1.2%. What got upgraded today? Meta, Microsoft, Tesla, GE. Like these are all major market names there. And on the downgrade side, of course, we'll talk about Affirm. It's on our watch list as well. American Express, as the consumer, I thought was pretty strong, but consumer debt is at all-time highs right now. Credit card debt as well.
Yuck.
And then PayPal. I mean, AT&T and Verizon have been an absolute nightmare for a while. So if you want to pick those up. You do that at your own peril, I guess. But PayPal finally downgraded. PayPal's been on a nice run to $68, so I think that could be a name that we look at here today as well. As Intel's bouncing a little bit back upside now.
The market's trying.
Maybe the market wants to bounce a little bit here.
A little bit. But yeah, I was just mentioning GE's daily chart actually probably much better than most people would realize on the year. And it's not, look, it's not Nvidia. It's not going to do a Meta because quite frankly, it's GE. But no one is going to be upset with the clean move this has had up. And there hasn't even been, it's been healthy. There's been dips, there's been consolidations, dips. It's just a steady stream. Every single time it goes down for a couple of days, it finds another consolidation and goes up. And if you continue that pattern, it's been holding above the 50 period, you get down to the 5s and 6s and you'd think there'd be a buy down in there. Maybe a red day today gets us to this being a tradable name, but it's the name on the other side of the board that I was interested in, that flat bottom break on a firm. I know upgrades and downgrades aren't necessarily a catalyst to get in. They could just be the reason why a setup happens. And in this case, underneath that 14, it's 14.55 technically, but we like round numbers, so I'm going with that. I'm just going to double check because you should always get the updated information on what the short float is. So it's an 18% short float, so all the normal caveats. If we break back above 55 at the open and we do not screen through this low, do not want to get trapped at the bottom, tight stops underneath a level like that. You don't want something like this to go squeezing on you when it holds a big support level, especially because that's trapping a lot of people that want that short underneath 14.50, thinking it's going to continue to flush after rejecting $20. If it ends up bouncing from here, it's also a dangerous spot to bounce. So that's how it works. If you want one of these names that can go 10% down on the day or 12, 15% down on the day, generally speaking, that comes with the risk of it catching a bid and ending the day positive. That's just how it plays.
All right, we can, I don't have anything else to say, which is kind of strange. But no, I was just looking at PayPal here at $68 and that $70 mark rate there, $71.50. Just looking to see if that can hold today, but it gets downgraded, so you're down 1.25%. I still feel like this is going to be a good short, but I'd like to get it a little bit higher, maybe 68, 68.50, something like that near yesterday's close, 68, $69, something like that. So let's just continue with our watch list and go back to the big guys.
Going to look at a small capper quickly here, Sean. CRBU catching a 30% move here on the fact that Pfizer is investing $25 million equity investment into the company. 31% pop here. This name, let's see what the float is. 54 million share float for CRBU. Closing yesterday at $4.10. What's the 15 here look like real quick? Yeah, this news just coming in, guys. 575 high.
Yes, sir. CRBU. I saw some people in the chat just mentioning that one. That's why it piqued my interest. Just always want to be curious. Some of these small cap runners have been fantastic the last couple of days, and quite frankly, if this can hold on to 5 on the way back in. It's just showing you on the daily chart there. There's a 15. If it can hold on to 5 at the open, it definitely has a bit of a chance for a runner. There's a lot that is in that category today. Obviously, Mullen is going to, from a volume perspective, is going to stand out just given what it did yesterday. But I wouldn't sleep on CRBU either. It just needs to hold on to 5. It's in the midst of that little pullback, right? It gets your attention on the way up on good volume, but usually this is a time going into the open where you see some profit taking, you see the consolidation. Can it hold on as there's some profit taking at the open, generally speaking, is the question. You look around that $5 level. It's kind of an obvious one. Even if it were to break, if it's not underneath 480, it's still got a chance, I would say. But Mullen, I haven't ordered a break long in Mullen in 30, so I just keep looking over. It's just hanging out like 29.2. Again, tight stop there. But that's the first one I think I'm going to have. But CRBU looks interesting as well.
I see Renata, was it Renata or someone else talking there? So I retweeted this guy's thing yesterday. So these are the top 10 S&P 500 companies, right? Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Nvidia, all this kind of stuff. And then he went on and said, okay, how much would these stocks be worth if you invested $10,000 just 10 years ago? So this is why, the long tooth of investing is there rather than what we're doing here as day trading, right? it's interesting because at the end of all this, you're going to see what the Qs are, and I'm not going to go through them all. But Apple, 10 years ago, 10,000, 131. Microsoft, 109. This is 10 years ago, right? So annual return, 27% on Microsoft, 30% on Apple. Google with the slow runner there, 19% every year, now only worth $55,000. Amazon's nice, right? 24% worth $90,000. This is the one that I was absolutely shocked by because I know I've been investing in Nvidia. I just wish I probably did put in 10,000, but just by getting in and out of it all the time, you know, I wish I still had that. Obviously, $10,000 in Nvidia 10 years ago, 1.1 million with an annual return rate of 60,000. So you're going to go Berkshire, 30,000, only 11%, only. Still a good number, but not really that great. Tesla there, 10,000 gets you 350 with 42% return, and then forget about it. And Pepsi was like $10,000, gives you 30,000. Exxon's the worst by far, 18,000, only annual return. I don't know if this does include dividends, probably not. But anyways, what I wanted to get at was, where's the Qs? The Qs are on here somewhere anyways. The Qs was about 12% return. I don't see it on here right now. Meta, Tesla. Anyways, he did have it on here, but I just want to go over that. This one, Nvidia, was pretty fun. $1.14 million. So there is something to be said about stock picking in good environments, right? And so that's pretty interesting there. For those of you talking about that, I retweeted it, so you can go find that on @TraderTV, Sean. But interesting there, 10,000 to 1.1 million dollars. And the thing about it is, people saying, "Oh, what if you did Bitcoin?" Yeah, I mean, just Bitcoin was just one of those things where it's like you had to have that sort of that blind faith, and then as it was moving, did you get out of it? Things like that. Nvidia, just as an investment, we all knew about GPUs. I mean, quite frankly, I was buying GPUs, and at that point. So it's like we could have all had it.
It's hard, yeah. It's one of those things. It's hard to be all in relative to the rest of your portfolio with being of those things. So if you just make sure you have a decent, strong portfolio, you catch enough of those waves. That's how it happens. But everyone that says, "Oh yeah, but Bitcoin's king," I get it if you had that at pennies, but that kind of money has that's sailed possibly for crypto. I don't know.
Now,
I get like that type of movement is pretty much sailed. But there's always actual companies that can still do, you know, from here in the next 10 years what Nvidia has done. I just think like if you're looking at Bitcoin, like if Bitcoin already did this, so if you're looking for the next thing, it's the equity market.
I think Nvidia could do
still
it again.
has opportunities.
The thing about Bitcoin,
well, it has a catalyst that allows it to.
There's only Bitcoin has a catalyst. There's only 29 million coins, man.
It's true. I'm comparing it to the ridiculousness of the original money. Like, this is the argument I have with my barber all the time. I'm not saying, look, I own Bitcoin. I'm not saying it can't go parabolic again.
Right.
I'm just saying the money that got made from the beginning, that type of the gain, that's not happening again. Right. It's too big now for that type of a move.
Unless you invest in Pepe coin.
Well, that's why people like those.
You know, what was that coin?
What?
Dogecoin?
Oh, yeah, now he's saying Dogecoin in our ear.
Fabian's trying to moon Dogecoin over there. Okay. So, yeah, well, take your shots. Shots fired.
Shots fired.
I got Cardano. All right, what's up, Sharif?
All right, guys, the pre-market show brought to you by Search Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Let's have a look at the ES. The future is here. We have been moving down. Yes, decidedly. We're at 4447. Where do we find support, though, on the way down? There's really no discernible area here. I'm going to have to say 4,400 is the area that I'm looking at as a possible area of support. Otherwise, I don't see any possible support areas that are very discernible at the moment. Let's start the rundown. Meta, the first big name on deck. This one popping up, or was a lot higher than it is now on the launch of its new service, Threads. It falls under the Instagram umbrella, reporting that within the first 7 hours, they attracted about 10 million users. However, revenue for this one, do not expect it soon, as they say it's going to be immaterial as they focus on building the platform, guys.
Well, there was at least one. I don't remember the analyst because, quite frankly, you read enough of these articles and like the names of the analysts don't really stick out too much. But I think they were looking at like $3 billion over the next couple of years potentially. So the bigger story for Meta is not necessarily how much can this make. It's not like Twitter was making gobbles of money and able to monetize. It's about getting more people, but it's about getting more people into
Twitter
the ecosystem.
never made money, I don't think, did
You get more people into the ecosystem that you
what
draw
it's about.
over. That's what it's about
I'm
here.
checking right now.
That is the advantage that Meta has. Like Twitter needs to make money with that primary business. They don't necessarily have to do that here. If it's profitable, great. If it's not, okay, as long as it doesn't lose gobs of money, it's absolutely fine. Now, I know when I sat down, the only thing that I cared about was looking for a break of 300 at the open, because let's be real, a $300 break is exciting, and after what 290 did yesterday, who wouldn't want to just take a 300 breakout? Maybe we still get it. I don't know, but that's not what, in 25 minutes, it doesn't feel like that's going to be the first thing on our minds. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. So we touched 329 I have as a high. I thought it was 20, but it doesn't really matter. So a break of that high I think is going to be a long. But if you look at where we closed yesterday, that's going to be the interesting dip buy area. So you closed at 294.37. Underneath here, about $1 was the support underneath. So that's the buy zone, like that just above 94 into that 94.3. Like once it's underneath 295, I think that's where you look for the dip buy Meta. If it can't hang on to 293, okay, now you're over $1 away from that close. You could be retesting the 290 level, which I know would be pretty, that would suck, but I mean 290 was a really good level. So if it gets down there, I think that's going to be another buy zone. You can't really, like Twitter's not public, so it's not like we can look at the effect of it, the competitor there. So it's going to be all about Meta here today. It would be nice if we got that 300 break, but you don't get to choose what's there available for you as a trader, right? The market's going to make its own moves here. I'm sure we'll have that break if we break 300 again. I just feel as if we're a little bit more likely to get that test of yesterday's close.
All right, so you could be more than sure, just a matter of if my order fills, because I am taking that break of 300. We've already, Sticky Notes already found a new home right here. Rent is pretty cheap right now, so we're going to go on here. 250 followers, go find it out on Threads. I got some funny things. I actually tweeted yesterday about me being on all this. I said, Twitter is like so 3 hours ago, right there. I tweeted that out after being on this thing and just finding I was like, what the hell? It's basically the same thing as Twitter. I like it. I think it's just another opportunity for Meta to monetize. They're going to get that all straightened out. That's been the key. As Neil said, Twitter can never figure it out. Obviously, Facebook did. Obviously, with sort of the way WhatsApp is moving, that's going to be something for them as well. And then don't forget about Instagram. That's still hovering around. And then don't forget also, my kid every single day is on the Oculus. So, I mean, if you want to talk about where VR is going in the next little while, I still think that there's going to be a lot of opportunities here moving forward for Meta and for everybody in this realm of VR. So I'm excited for the VR play, quite frankly, coming through for Meta and for Apple. I think that's an area that we still really didn't talk about. Like you said, I don't think you buy it because of Threads. I just think you buy it because of this. Meta's hot fire right now. Huge moves up at the key level of 300. Sure, we've dipped down $5 or whatever from that level. That can get taken out in one candle off the open. I'm trying to buy right now at 295 and then 293. That would probably be the area that we wind up getting out if we break this. That's sort of that bottom from yesterday in the afternoon, that 293.50 area right there. Then we just wait to see. So we'll take the L if it breaks through 293, and then we'll try to regroup it from there. If that's the bottom, that's the bottom. But for now, I think that's what we're going to do. And then we're just going to wait to see if we can buy some dips. That bottom is 295.50. Let's just see it take it out. And if we can be really patient down here to 294.50, something like that, that's sort of where I don't mind building this position. But I like Meta, not just because of Threads, but hey, I think that that's something that gets it going again here today. But you already got going yesterday, right? So don't mistake what happened yesterday. Buy the news, buy the rumors, sell the news. So that's pretty much what happened yesterday. Everyone knew it was getting released. I signed up for it live on the show. Then yesterday at 7 when it was released, boom, it was there in the App Store for me. So I feel like there's a lot of people doing that. Remember, they also don't have Threads in Europe yet, so they didn't get EU approval. So they're waiting for that to come through. Once that does, then that's another catalyst to go back up to the upside, right? So let's just stay long on Meta. There's going to be better names to short. We're already short Intel. Position board is not up. Fabian. So we got to get that up because Neil and I are both in positions. I'm short Intel right now as well. It'll probably load up once I take a fill, which I can take a fill at 80 if it comes down. We're going to wait to see what's happening with Intel right now. Oh, you got it. Okay, so you just took a fill, I guess, or something? All right, so we'll wait to see. I don't really want to get out at this level, but we'll wait to see. Maybe I'll go short again here on Intel, but I guess it is working. Just needs an update. So I'm going to be long on Meta for sure and short on Intel today.
Chips, the latest battleground between China and America, as the tit-for-tat exchange between the two superpowers in the export field, or banning of export, continues. You'll recall the U.S., the White House releasing a statement last week saying that they're looking at banning certain GPUs from being exported to China by American chip designers and manufacturers. In response, China now this week saying that they may impose export restrictions on gallium and germanium metals that are used in semiconductors and EV batteries. So the move has raised concerns about the potential supply shortages and price increases. Nvidia down 1% on the day. This is the hourly candle, though. Not much in the way of a bigger move down. Still holding that 400 support, guys. Any look here on chips?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we've talked about Intel on 32, but actually the weaker stock in the chip land the last few days has been Micron. It's just it didn't really have a big level break that you could lean into. It had already done that in the last couple of sessions. So you're away from that 64. You're probably even closer now to the 60, which is the next support level on Micron. However, if things get out of hand and there's a big bounce in the market, it bounces off 60. Yesterday's close at 62, I think, is a bit of a fade there. You mentioned Nvidia. Well, we're underneath that 420 again. We haven't spent too much time down there in the last couple of days, and we're screaming into it if you go to last week. But yesterday, it was just briefly in the pre-market. We're underneath. This has been a pretty big linchpin level. When we broke it last time, the stock flushed past $400 that same day. And I'm not saying we get to 400 again, but underneath that 420, I just feel like Nvidia doesn't hold above this at the open, and you need to be looking for the short. If we reclaim that level, yesterday's close becomes the next resistance at 23. And you can see what's been happening up at 430. 430 has been resistance on Nvidia. But first things first, if we don't hold 420, then I think you're looking for a short in Nvidia. Above that price, you'd be a little bit more discretionary. I do think Micron Micron probably needs a bit bigger of a pop there. But if we do get a big, strong rally in the overall market and things were to go to yesterday's levels, Micron might be the juiciest one if it gets to 62. Cross that bridge if we get there. That would be if the market has a rally, which it doesn't feel like that's going to be the case. So right here on Nvidia, we already have Intel. Oh, Mullen's starting to give it up. So I'm canceling my 30 breakout. I never want to break out once you approach 10% away from that high.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at Nvidia today as well, but we are also, we just got long Meta right now. As I'm talking, I'm trying to find Chef Joe, so I'm going to do this to everybody. Anybody that goes on to Threads and follows the sticky note, that's the #1 thread there, or comments on it, sorry, so I can see you, or just likes it, I'll follow you back. So go do that, Chef Joe, because now I have almost 300 followers, so it's going to be hard for me just to scan through to find everybody. So if you do want, it doesn't matter if you want to, whatever, it's up to you if you want to do that. Go on to sticky note, go on to Threads, like the sticky note there, and I'll follow you back. Or comments maybe easier. Maybe comment. All right, so we're into Meta right now. Let's just wait for it. We already know our 293. We're going to wait for a little bit lower as well. But we are now into Meta on this dip. So AMD again. AMD was a #1 stock yesterday for me. I think P&L wise. No, it was Tesla. We kept talking about that. We went long early on AMD because it did break that 116.50. That was a great long. And then we just flipped over to the short. We realized the market was pretty weak for chips yesterday. We just talked about that. We talked about Intel, Nvidia. But look at this, just kind of bleed to the downside. Remember yesterday the NASDAQ was flat. Remember we had that bet and it wound up down 0.01 or 0.04 by the time the close happened. But AMD AMD really couldn't get past this 115 level. We kept waiting for it to pop up there, but we missed this opportunity in the afternoon to short it, right? So now you're all the way to the downside. I said you might have missed, the down move in AMD, but, maybe we do come back and test this 108 area, right? So that could be a level down there at 108. The 50 period is at 109.50, so that's going to be something to look at. But yeah, as far as like an area for support, I don't really see anything down here. Like I said 108. I mean, that bottom is 107. But if you get to 108 now, that's another $3 down. So you got to give about 3% lower than where we are right now. So can AMD go down 5% today? Yeah, it can. And I think that's a good spot to maybe start to look long. I don't really like the 110 break short, but, that could be a level as well. Let's just hold out. There's nothing that's overly attracted to me here on AMD today. So it's only 9:15. As opposed to what Intel looked like. Again, so here's all this nonsense up here, and then there's $32 held from about 2 weeks ago, and then there's the break lower. So this, to me, looks like a much obvious and much more simple, clean break down below. So that's 32.20 right there where I wrote it. You can see back here as this sort of loads back up. These are the kind of trades where you can clearly see 32 there, 32. I mean, it's all right here. So now that we're underneath it, we'll play the short. And then I said, where do we get out? Look, I don't think Intel has enough juice in it to drop down to $30 today. I mean, the market's really going to have to crack. So I'm not looking at that. This is 30.50. That could be in play. But hey, why not just take 31? If we can get $1 on a $32 name, I think we're doing pretty good. So that's why I don't have too many bids out here right now on Intel at all. We have one at 75, then one at 50, and then we'll see about lower take on that. So that's what I'm doing here on Intel. I like the name. Let's just see how low we can go.
Oil was up over 3% yesterday, but none of the equity names actually participated in the move. This was the move yesterday on WTI. You can see up and to the right. XOM coming out today, down already 2%, coming out today and saying that they're signaling a sharp drop in operating profit and attributing that to lower natural gas prices and weaker oil refining margins. Look at this. Operating earnings last year, same time, $17.85 billion. This year, $7.8 billion. Some of these oil names down today, guys.
Yeah, just a continuation of the same pattern for XOM. We thought maybe it'd go a little bit higher before turning around. Yesterday's trade didn't happen, but the bottom's been 02. So, I mean, if you look at the daily chart, that one's not rocket science. So wake me up if we get down underneath 103, and then from there, you're just looking for a bounce. That's the day trade. Everything else, I think, is a little bit of a distraction. Always keep your eyes out for what's going on in the crude oil futures market. You don't want to get caught on the wrong side of a big move, but if you're not playing support and resistance on this name, or quite frankly, any of the other ones, like XOM is the one that we're really focused on right now because they have the story, but you could look at CVX as I'm getting this one to load up, and quite frankly, it's going to be more or less the same thing. These are all in a pretty distinct channel where, okay, well, it gets down to 150. What are you doing? You're looking for a bit of a bounce play off the 150 levels. A day trader, that might give you a scalp trade. When this has been at 160, it's been a bit of a short. So whether it's XOM, whether it's CVX, whether it's Chevron, Devon, this is what it's all about. You've got to play the big levels. It is not at one. Neither of these are at one right now. So if we get a big enough move to the downside, then it becomes interesting. You could say, well, why don't you just short if it's going to go down there? I don't know if XOM is going to get down to $102. If I was that sure that it was going to get to that price, I'd short it. If I was that sure CVX was going to get to 150, I'd short it right here. What I do know is that it's worth the shot long at those bottoms given what's happened historically. And a lot of support down there on these names. So you want to make sure that if you're trading them, you are doing so at the key prices. The risk to reward is pretty solid.
All right. Right now. All right, Meta. Meta is pretty huge right now, up $1 from, well, almost $1 from where we bought it. We just took something out I punched out there was an ARCA here at 03s. So we took some levels out right there on Meta. Next stage here, 296, 74 or so. Let's put an offer there as we rip up and go back to $300. So right there, here goes Meta. It's nicely climbing. Now we're, hey, Already. Hey, where's that Dollar Club thing? Is that ready yet? Not yet, okay, but it's already the chicken dinner winner for you on Meta right there. It's in the Dollar Club. It's the earliest member ever, I think, maybe of the Dollar Club since we started this just a week ago. But there it goes right now, Meta joining that club right here as there it goes back up to the upside. I hope all of you listened to sort of some of those levels that we gave out there for you. There was Meta. Pretty easy dip buy down there to 295, but you know, to get the penny is hard. It dips down to 295 flat. We're long at 295.26 now, right there, the dollar. Let's see if it goes a little bit higher. I think we rally into the open here, so even getting out some here seems a little bit silly. But we're going to do it anyways. The 200 period's right there. Let's see if we get a little bit of a rip-roaring start here. Could go the other way as well. So we'll just take out 20% now for the dollar, and then we'll see how high it can go up. Another 20% up there near 297, and then we'll work on it from there. But the Dollar Club is already hopefully giving some of you guys some of this right now. Intel also not doing much, but it's trying to work out a little bit here. But hey, man, the money being made on Meta perils, or Meta perils, yeah, Intel is not as much as that. So we'll wait to see what's happening now. We actually have more shares on Intel, of course, than we do on Meta, but let's just wait to see where it goes. The Dollar Club is an early member here with Meta.
JetBlue has ended its alliance with American Airlines. They will no longer share flights and pool resources together. JetBlue hoping that that will pave the way for its acquisition of Spirit. Save is actually up 2%. JetBlue and American Airlines both down the news. JetBlue down 1.82%. American Airlines down 1.09%. Like I said, Save, though, up on the news that the Justice Department or the Federal Trade Commission may allow this deal with JetBlue to go through. 3 names here to look at, guys, for this.
Yeah, so the only reason that JetBlue gets interesting is where it's sitting on the daily chart. So this is all I'll give you for JetBlue. I haven't really looked at Save. AAL we've talked about in the context of Delta at least a couple times, but this is $9 and I mean you can say 50 if you want to round up, but it's about $9.40. Has been this triple top, maybe even quadruple when you look at the daily chart, and that's exactly where JetBlue rejected yesterday. So if you look at that and think we're already down 2%, if it cannot get through that high, well, I don't know, that just seems like it's a little bit of a short play for JetBlue through there with a stop out at the high of the day. What's disappointing is the volume. It's only done 150,000 worth of volume in the pre-market when everything else has done tons. I mean, I don't have to tell you Meta's done 1.5 million shares and is a more expensive stock, and Mullen's done 250 million. I mean, heck, a firm's done more volume than that. And it's it's the same kind of price stock. It's done 3x that kind of volume. So I don't know if the volume is going to give us that trade at the open, but I think the pop and fade is set up when you look at the level on the daily. Easy out once you break through things like that. You know, if it breaks through 950, what are you doing holding on to that short? Unless you're looking for the short above that price, looking for people to get stopped out and then enter after people have been stopped out. That's a different setup. I'd be just looking for the straight trade if volume picks up at the open there on JetBlue. But this might not be the big trade out there here today, just based on what I see volume-wise.
I haven't looked at anything other than chips or Meta or anything. So JetBlue divorces AAL. It's always expensive when you divorce somebody. So you know, I would definitely look at that and you know, put your money where you think it best goes today. For me, it would not even be calling up an airline. So yeah, you guys go ahead with that. I'll be looking at Tesla. We already have Intel on our mind. What's up next? Mullen? Okay, well, that's going to be something that everyone definitely wants to talk about. We are going to look at the imbalance locator in a couple seconds. Tesla, I still like Tesla though down here at 275. Let's not forget about some of these levels. 277 held yesterday, and then we have from the day before as well up there. There's that 275 level. So 275 on Tesla held 2 days ago. 277 held yesterday, which is right where we're at right now. 278 level here on Tesla. We saw the huge move happen at the end of the day there, up to 284. Of course, it's being pulled back down by the NASDAQ, which is now down that 1%. But yeah, I would still look at Tesla over any of those other names, of course. But there's a nice pullback. Watch out for 275 on this name. My eyes are going to be so many other places. We've talked about Apple as well. That's at 190. That should be an exciting trade. I'm going to be watching Meta here off the open. We're already short Intel, and we're we're pretty happy so far here. So 924 and Bounce is coming out in a second. Let's go over Mullen with only 5 minutes to go here.
They just released U.S. vehicle sales, 531,000 units versus the 483,000. And we'll get some more details there on the EVs with respect to the Mach-E. But yeah, Ford down 1.17%. All right, Mullen. This one was up huge yesterday. It's up huge again today on the news that it's going after naked short selling. We knew that this was going to be a catalyst. It had been earlier in the years. Multiple firms had been using this type of strategy to buoy their stock. Yesterday, we closed out at 17 pennies. We're trading at 28 now. What's the look, Neil?
Thank you very much,
Randy. All right, cheers.
Yeah, we just got the reload.
We didn't get Randy's opinion on Mullen there. Mullen.
Dump it, he says.
Yeah, he says meh.
He says meh. Oh, we're going back to Sharif.
Already?
It's brought to you by TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and has an extensive inventory of locates and pre-borrows on many non-easy borrow stocks. Go to tradezero.co/TraderTV.live.
So if you remember, so Mullen, there was a naked short seller report and rightfully pointed out, we're mentioning it this earlier as well. They also announced 25 million share buyback. I see you in the chat saying that. Who was it that said that just now? I'll give you credit there. Mick Zed. It looks like. We did mention that. Yesterday's catalyst, of course, was going after the short sellers with the lawsuit. Quite frankly, this is what 30 cents looks like. I think it's going to be a popular break trade. When I was taking breaks yesterday, my stop was super tight. I was getting like less than 1/10 of a cent above the breakout price and then stopping out kind of right underneath that. So you're risking about 1/4 of a cent at the absolute most, I think, for that trade. That's kind of like 25 cents if you're taking a 30 break. Think of along those lines, then 2.5 cents if you're taking a $3 break. You always want to just add a decimal, add a zero to it or move it across and then pretend it's that kind of a stock. It's an easy way to trade penny stocks. It's going to do enough volume that it's basically the same thing. I paid for locates. They were relatively cheap. If we do get to 40 could be a big level. $50, 50 cents obviously is a pretty big one as well. We're getting back to 29, which sets up that 30 break to be in play. But Randy just mentioned Ford. And it's down 1%, but if you look at the last kind of like we had this move up and then held 14, closed at like 1475 and then held this 1480 level. If we were to come back, like that would be the area that I'd look for. If we start holding at 1480 and get back into 15, that's kind of scalpable 15 to 25 cent range if we make a bit of a base out at the previous support level. Like that's the only real test. It failed to break at 15 and then settled back in at 1480 on Ford. That's this level right here. So if we do get a flush in Ford, that would be a nice little area for a bit of a defense. Been a strong stock. It's been on a tear. The 15 level has been, like it's taken out the recent support on the daily. That's another thing that you're doing is you'd be holding above, that recent resistance, 1470 area. So Ford actually looks pretty juicy. It just has to drop another 35 to 40 cents here, and I think it's got a defensible level.
Yeah, good numbers there. Vehicle sales 530 versus 483, so that's not bad at all. I don't know. Man of my word here. Here's Chef Joe. Guy follows me. Handsome individual right there on Thread. Shout out to you, Chef Joe, right there. So there you go, man. I don't have time to check everybody, but thank you so much, Chef Joe, right there. There it is, man. Man of my word. So we'll talk about that after. But here we go. What's on the Bounce locator? Really nothing. Pretty disappointing here, to be honest with you. CCL as a sell. We talked about selling that through 19. That could be something again here today. But other than that, nothing. Like no Meta. I mean, it might be here, but it's nothing if it is. Mullen's like nothing as well. Like what? Nothing. Like it's done 260 million shares, and they can't even get anything going. But here comes Threads. Here comes Meta trying to pull back down a little bit as well. And just to talk about this name, because again, it's probably just what I'm going to be trading today for the most part. Early on, anyways, we do want to look at AMD, and we do have Intel. Intel's trying to bounce a little bit here. Watch out for this market, maybe.
Apple's bouncing a bit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like maybe 15.2, 15.1. We'll wait to see what's happening. But right now, Meta is falling back down. But what about a 297.20 or so break? Just to get into this area, I mean, really, that break there of 297.50 looks pretty sweet. So if you're not long Meta, I mean, it could drop down. We talked about where we want to get out with less than a minute to go right now. We want to get out if it does take down this 293 area. We'll be in too many shares probably by then, so then we'll have to wait to see what happens as we go even lower than that. But let's wait to see. I don't want to make any panic decisions right now as we go with only 45 seconds left. Whoever wants to ring the bell can. So that's going to be coming up right now in under 40 seconds, or we may not have a bet. Well, we can get Sharif. Where is Sharif?
Here you go.
What's up with Sharif, honestly? Like, where is this guy? The market's
30 seconds.
Market's about to open up. Where's this guy, running track in the back or
Apple
something?
bounced a little bit, but it did not break 190. So 190 still resistance. And then 191 is still that $3 trillion mark. So watch out for that at the open. Could be a nice little fade. Apple was weak yesterday. We got to watch it. We got Yannick is going to ring the bell. For a second there, I actually thought it was, it doesn't matter. We got Yannick on the bell with less than 10 seconds to go. Watching some Tesla. Meta obviously going to be in play in 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Yannick.
All right, let's go.
Oh, there goes the mallet.
Yeah, there goes. The mallet always has some,
It's got
some
troubles.
issues there.
It's
as
got
you can
troubles.
see. Okay, so a nice little dip down here on, well, not really. I mean, it's just doing whatever it wants to do here on Meta. I don't even feel like it's even settled itself yet right now, so it's still some cross books here. Meta just bouncing, I guess, $1
Apple's
up.
bouncing.
Right there. There we go. Nice take there as we take $1.50, $1.70. Now it's starting to run $1.80 in the money now on Meta as it continues its march higher. This is just settling itself out right now. So there's a good take for us on that level. And there's the break. So we just got longer there as well at 0.10. 297.010 right there. So we'll take another piece out in the 50s if we can get it. We're also waiting, obviously, a lot higher than this. So let's see where Meta goes from here, man. We're in shares. Could be wrong here, but it's just bouncing around, trying to settle itself out now as the NASDAQ is just really not doing anything to start the day.
Yeah, I did get ticked into Affirm there. Wow, okay, so if Affirm just gave that test back into 1450, I was able to get 45s. It just printed 35s and 25s pretty much instantly, so this one continues to flush to the downside. Mullen's actually starting to give up big time to the downside. So it is selling off. The breakout at 30 is going to have to wait for another time because this is fading rather heavily. It's already down to 25 cents. That was a pretty big level. If it can catch a bouncer, that could get interesting.
All right, so we're making real money over here as well right now. Shout out to everybody that's barbecuing up Meta right now. We just got out at 298 flat there. Let's see if it can go a little bit higher. We talked about, we put that offer out. We put this offer out before the market opened, and we put this offer out as well. We talked about getting this to the little bit of a higher side right now for Meta. Let's just see. We still have a big position, not a big position, but we still have a position on right now. Let's see if we can get one more out at the upside here, as it looks like it wants to fade out just a little bit now as it's starting to come back in. But look what's happening right now. Let's put a bid here on Intel, as that's starting to fall a little bit as well. Back in, oh, we just missed an 84 bid there, but we're waiting for that to come through as well. Here comes Meta on a nice little dip down. We'll buy a little bit more down here as there's the dip. Watching out for 293, man. Dreams become nightmares real quick. So watch out here as here it comes. Whoa, fading in fast. Meta. Yeah, man, this is really selling off here. Watch out for that 293 level coming in on Meta.
Yeah, I just got my first, so the close yesterday was 294.37. I put my first bid out in front of that, and that 293 is coming in pretty quickly. I had my stop out underneath, not even thinking I was going to get this fill, but
here it comes,
yeah,
man. We're
here now. We definitely got it, and it instantly gets taken out. So it's not holding on the first time through. As I said, I already had my stop, but this is a bounce zone. So if it's going to hold that local low, I do want to try to jump back into it. That's going to be the support level. So we'll see if we even get any shares there. But that was kind of wild and violent at the open. And we're at a reload spot as well on Intel. So out of the corner of my eye, we're getting back to that 32 level, which means I want more short. The local bottom where I wicked out is 80s on Meta, so that's where the out is going to be. It's going to be off that 32.80 level. This is the area we want, that 93, so I want to build into it. Oh, give me that Intel. I missed that Intel by like 2 cents. We're going to try and get some Intel, but we did get back into Meta there. Let's see how far it can go, but that was one heck of a dump. Apple did not get to 91, so there was no short for me up there. And watch out for Nvidia. If you're watching that name, that went to 4. I swear I saw 416 to the downside, which surprises me that Intel's still at 3190 if we got that far down on Nvidia.
All right, so we only got out of half there on that break. You know, you knew that was going to be a little bit of a break there happening on Meta, so we did get out of half there. just to see if it was going to continue its march down right now. But obviously, we're back in it. Let's see if we get something out. I just offered 95 flat right there, but it looks like it did want to resist that as well. So, yeah, little bit of a dip there in Meta to start the day. I'm missing 84. Oh, I got 84. Okay, I was going to say I missed it again because I know it went down there and touched it. So, yeah, let's go over to AMD. You're right. We did talk about AMD there. Ooh, it got back up to that level as if 112.50 right there. Now AMD looking like it also wants to dump down as the NASDAQ is really taking a leg lower right now. Goes the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it's flush city.
Yeah, so does Nvidia right now. What else do we have short? Well, we know we wanted Intel. We got to watch out for Apple now as there goes AMD trying to break through 111.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Also, one thing, I did get 294.50, some out there on Meta, but you know what just happened. You can probably guess it, that break on Mullen through 30. I had canceled my bid because I said I would once it was 10% away. I didn't get it back in during all of that mess. Now it's made the breakout at that 30 level. Maybe 31 wants to be the next, but I'm still looking for the 30 level and stop out just slightly underneath it. So if I do get picked up on the bid, there we go. We got picked up. Oh, crazy. That was like, this is why I always have a stop underneath. I wanted to risk 0.2 cents. I'm not risking the full penny on that bad boy. I actually got the fill right underneath at 298. That's pretty clean. If we get back above it, I can revisit the long above to be sure. Meta is still hanging out 294. This is looking pretty weak on Meta for that bounce. If I can get some 95s, I do want to take some profit. Let me just jump over to that right now because I was able to get some out again in front of 95. So let's rinse and repeat off that local bottom. It is that 93 level that's holding out on Meta. That's got to be the Alamo, at least early on. Going over to Intel, that one's still giving you the trade-off of 32 at the open. Was able to reload at 95, took some out. Once it gets to 80, then you're looking for the outs. 55, 33 is a big level on the daily chart. If we get down there, we'll be pretty happy with that. That should be a good one. Oh my goodness, Apple too. Oh, Apple, wow, Apple, okay. Apple is absolutely tanking. It's at 189 already. What's up, Sharif?
Just getting this now, Neil. The market pricing in another quarter point basis hike here in November, 50 to 50.75. That was never the case. That's being explained here by some reports for the reason down on the market. The next sitting, July 26, is already 92.5% possible that we will get a rate increase now in November, going up to 40%.
So nice. Nvidia is now, it just got to 415 and is starting to make a little bit of a bounce play. But you got to watch out here because look what's coming up to that 32. So we're able to get a reload and instantly you get the 15 cents on Intel, but it's right back up at that top. I said if these start screaming and bouncing, that the one that would be interesting would be Micron. Well, Micron had a monster bounce, $1 already, and 62 is where we close. So that would be a bit of a line in the sand. I didn't mention Coinbase. Coinbase was at 80. If it had been at 80 when we opened, I probably would have been looking for the short, but you can see it was already down at 78 bucks. Coinbase is fading once again. I still just have the same 3 trades. Mullen's back above that 30, so I look like I'm going to re-engage off this 30 level, maybe even look for a top break 31 stop at this particular point. But if I can get another shot at 30 on tight stops, I'm going to continue to take little shots at it.
All right. I just punched longer on Meta. I mean, breaking through 295 there. Let's see if it can go. This is a shot. This is the shot for Meta. Oh, there it goes. So it just rejected off 295. So got going there to what, 295.50 or so? Yeah, 47, 48, and now dropping down a little bit more again right now. So just trying to see if this wants to work. I mean, it doesn't seem like with the NASDAQ making this move down that it really wants to get going here on Meta. So we're going to have to wait now to see, because that bottom could come into play one more time here. That's 293.50. So just watch out for that. I mean, punching long 295, I think there might have been a few traders that might have just done that because it kept on bouncing off 295. So we're definitely caught here on that bid long. But you know what? Never fear, because the trader is here, and you don't just trade one name. Look at this short on Apple right there. We just took that short at 55. We just took it out at 35s there, so nice 20 cents on this name. But, you know, whatever. We're waiting to get more short on this. It's really this name. There it goes. It's really this name that we just punched a few more shares right there on Meta. So here it comes right back into the downside again here. Meta looking like it wants to head lower here.
Yeah, Meta, it's just, it gives you that bounce and then it just takes it right away. So I don't want to be sitting on bids. I want to catch the wave up. Like instead of going on the bid and just getting sucked up, I'd rather be getting it on the way on strength. It's trying to put in a higher low as we speak. I'm just going back over to, I mentioned Nvidia was absolutely flushing at one point. It's catching a bid as well. But if it cannot get to 420, I still believe that is obviously going to be a bit of a short. I took another shot at Mullen here, so I'll show you guys very quickly. I had the 31, it got to 32, it then kind of rejected it again. So there hasn't been a clean consolidation just yet on Mullen. Still work, I mean, we're underneath 14 now on a firm, so any reload, we can forget about 14 and a half. It's got to be the 14.50 level, 14 even level that's playable. So if we hold on to VWAP, I stay in it and look for shorts underneath, but that is absolutely crumbling. And Tesla, please, someone just said. Tesla 275 would be the next level up. I mean, 280, you can see it already rejecting. That was not a name at the open that I had like a trade idea for on Tesla because you were already flushing through 280 at that particular point. Meta needs to break 296, and I think it's all systems go for that one to the upside. But have to monitor that Intel short, which it feels like it's running out of steam a little bit here. Might take some. I'm going to get some out at 80 again because it's not seeming to break that 20-cent range at this point.
Yeah, let's go Meta, man. I mean, we're making back a little bit of what we lost, but again, it's sort of stuck in like a dollar range here, 294, 295. It did have that one flush down, obviously, but since then we've been buying it back. We just got some good outs there at 295.50 and then at 295.75 or something like that, as that's starting to do a little bit of damage there. Apple looking to reshort it a little bit higher than, well, actually, we're right here right now. We could put on, we already got out of some, so we'll put on a little bit more right now as well. And then, of course, Intel, which we really haven't done anything on. We got a reload there at 32 just now, so that reload came in. Now here's a downside push on Intel. Now we just need to get filled, which we just did there at 81. Wow, that was a good fill at 81. Okay, as that now is trying to move around just a little bit here, Intel off of a good short. So we're in three positions, sorry. Two short, one long. It's Apple short, starting to go back up. So we're going to watch out for Apple here at 190. That high of the day, I mean, what we'll make on, hopefully, if the market rips, hopefully Meta will rip, but I don't know. But what we'll make on Meta will hopefully be a little bit more than what we lose on Apple here. But watch out for this 190. I mean, that's right where VWAP is, so we don't want to play around it too much if we're wrong. So right now, there goes VWAP. It's right at these levels, and it looks like we're trying to take it out. So there's a bigger short for me now into Apple. So let's wait to see what happens now. Short Apple against 190, and it's coming up right now. We don't want to be in this one for too long. What's up, Sharif?
Yeah, AI, Sean, down almost 7%, the entire move that it made yesterday to the high side through 40, giving up now, breaking through yesterday's close, or the previous day's close below 37.50.
Yeah, I didn't even think about AI with Nvidia going to the downside. That's worth it. But alert to Google here, or Alphabet, whichever you prefer. This is the 120 level. It was a huge break. Obviously, you can see the 120 with that breakout. Previous day was resistance. It's starting to curl off that level now. So long story short, I want to short in front of that 120 level. I'm looking for the overfills on Apple from 190 to 190 and a half. If we can get them, great. You're about to take out, it looks like you're about to take out that support on Intel, so that should be good. But I just snuck in there to Alphabet. I want to give it to the local high. So I know it's 120 is a big level, but it did break and get to 120.08. So my stop will be at about 10. I just want to give it a little bit of extra room. It does still feel like we're headed southbound right now. I don't want to give up the notion that this feels like a short day. Meta's the only stock that I'm working long right now. Everything else is just looking for those shorts at this particular point. I haven't traded any Tesla, but some of the EVs are making moves. I see a lot of Rivian spammed in the chat. Rivian's up 0.2%, but strong move back through what, $20? Yeah, back through $20 again. Just remember, this had some trouble getting through this big level on the daily. So yes, it's strong, but it ran into a major resistance zone yesterday, and it hasn't really punched through that yet. Watch that 21 to 21.5 level.
All right, we did get stopped out a little bit of Apple there above 190, but let's just see what happens right now. Hopefully it can pull back just a little bit. I mean, it's really 190.50 like Neil was talking about, 190.40. But again, maybe this market just... I'm just trying to fall down here. Maybe this market just wants to wait for a minute. Like, I mean, it's not, Apple's kind of making the move higher. Meta's not doing anything. The market went to 15.2, down to 15.150. You're still in pretty much where we opened up right now in this range. So not a real good range to start the day so far, but we're still fine. Intel does make another move down to 80. We take that fill. Rivian. I put down Rivian 1950 that we would that we would want that dip buy opportunity again, the same one that we took yesterday, but that didn't come into play. And right now you're taking out, I believe, yesterday's highs, right? I mean, yesterday's high was right here off the open, so you can watch out for that. That's 21 flat, but that was kind of right straight off the open. It's more these levels right here that we're just taking out right now, 2050, and there goes Rivian. Nice move back up to the upside right there. So yeah, Rivian really singing here now, upside on Rivian and upside again on Meta. We just reloaded that down there at 294.30, so it is nice to have this move higher, and there it is right there. Let's go, man. Spin the money. Here we go. We got 294. Like, this is the thing, right? Sure, we get dumped out there, but we just made $2 on that reload there. So good move back up, man. We're really making some money back on this. It's Apple that is not the apple of my eye right now, but Meta definitely making the market sing here up to 296. That was a good out for us right there. Hopefully we can get it again. What's up, Sharif?
U.S. S&P Services PMI coming out above expectations, 54.4 rather than the expected 54.1. Market, or the ES anyway, continuing to head down, 44.30 incoming possibly?
Yeah,
we'll see. So I got you'll see I'm not even in any longs anymore. Meta wicked 96 up there. That was my idea. Can't seem to get through 296. So I only had to reload the one time when it made that bottom. We did get stopped out. We're sitting here at the open. That can happen to you. Jump right back in. I want to play off of if we get the bottom again, fine. But if we start breaking above 96, I think it gives you an entry above that price. The market is trying to rebound pretty nicely here. I'm going to get Apple pretty soon to the short side for sure. We did get Google, and Google coming back into 120. I didn't take anything out for 20 cents because, quite frankly, that's not what I'm looking for. But if it gets in and fails 120 again, I'm going to reload it. Intel, I don't know. We haven't done much with except short 95 and get out at 80, and this is the range it's playing. Maybe worth one more reload in front there. But this could be breaking out on its own as well. When you look at this, it feels like Intel is holding out this 20-cent range and possibly breaking us out there. That's been the line in the sand. As I said, I was about to get Apple. 190.5 was the level that it got to right at the open. I just got that 190. Okay, not the half. I'm actually short at 44, but that's a distinction without a bit of a difference there. So Apple, the newest of the short positions for me, but this market seems to want to be on a comeback.
Yeah, we got an Apple there as well, so that was a good one. We got 43, so that's good. But we're really making money now on Meta. Meta up to 297.50, or sorry, 296.50. I had a 297 offer there. Maybe we'll wait a little bit higher. I just put one in the 50s right now, or right here in the 40s, sorry, at 296 to make sure that we can get something out here. Well, there it goes. Now it's bouncing around a little bit here. We're $1.20 in the money on this name, but could always do better, man. I mean, there's that wick high right there. We were at 297 flat. It went to 296.75. Hopefully we can get back up there again here on Meta as we're sitting in $1.30 in the money. There it is. Yes, sir. So that's good, man. Oh, my God.
Oh my God.
The stock is nuts today for sure. All right, put another bid on here. Why not? Let's just put another bid on Intel. Take something out at 77 if we can get it. Then we'll wait. We'll still wait for a little bit lower, man. There it is. We're gonna wait for something, 65, 66, something like that. And then again, there's the short again on Apple as we got short at 190 and then we got out at 190. 15s and stuff like that, especially on the break, right? We started it a little bit too early. We should have waited for that price. I know Neil got that, so that was really good. And I'm glad to be in that Apple trade as well. Short 190.20 right now. Let's just see. If it comes back, we'll take a 190 flat fill there, and then we'll go a little bit lower and see what happens here for Apple. The day is so young, man. I mean, we're just now trying to figure it out. It's 9:48, so let's, slow down right now just a little bit. But yeah, good trading so far. Just sucks that we had that out right down there for Meta. But hey, man, you got to have an out at some point. Let's just now wait to see where it goes from here. Apple back up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the 9:30 trade, it's like, you got to be willing to get stopped out at 9:30. That's just usually how it goes. Because when you fight it, like those are the worst ones at 9:30. At 10 o'clock, just remind everybody, 10 o'clock we get ISM and Jolts. So it's not like we're dealing with nothing in about 10 minutes or so. I was able to get one out in front of 190. I don't want 90 to turn into support again and I do nothing with that 50-cent range on Apple. It is Apple after all. But if it breaks 190, I want it out at the previous consolidation, just underneath 189.75. I got back into a firm here. I did not get, remember I said 14 would be the re-entry point on a firm? Well, I didn't get that fill as trading other things, but it then consolidated down, added to it at 90s here. So this is now, it's down 10%, so a bit of a caution here. It's broken down 10%. Were this to be a wick bottom and it retakes 14, you could see an SSR bounce on this. I do think with the downgrade and where it's breaking from, that this stock could be like Quadunk City today if the market wants all red, but acknowledge the fact that it is down that 10%. So I do not want this breaking back above, say, 14.05. I would just get out. You don't want to get caught at the bottom of an SSR break. This still has a decent short interest as well. Sharif.
Plug Power, Neil, it actually caught an upgrade today from Citigroup with a price target of $13. That didn't matter. It's down below 5%, trying to hold $10 right now.
Oh, yeah, Plug Power. It's, wait a minute. Did you get into that one, Sharif? I keep forgetting whether you're in that stuff.
He got in and out.
Okay. I just remember, I know Sharif, after making the bank on the Meta swing, was looking at that plug. It's been a decent
You're still
stock.
in Meta, right, Sharif?
Oh, we were talking about that today.
Oh,
but
man.
you know what? If you make a swing trade, it's a swing trade, right? And you make that distinction. You don't want to turn swing trades into investments or investments into swings. Those are left brain, right brain. So nothing's really happening in Google. It's still holding underneath that 120. I'm going to get a bid at low of the day. I still feel like overall this market wants to be a short. We're down 1% in the NASDAQ. We haven't really busted the bottom of the channel to the upside. I'm trying to get my NASDAQ chart over for you guys here. Like, see us holding this bottom end of the channel. As long as we hold the bottom end of the channel, I want to be thinking about another leg down for the shorts, 2% kind of day thing. If that doesn't happen, you got to have your outs. We have our out at 190.5 on Apple. Same thing with Affirm, which is continuing to fall. You guys know about Intel. So if Affirm just gets down to the new fresh low, so it doesn't look like it wants to SSR bounce, but it is, there's a bit of a bid there at 66. So I just took some 67s out. This one's falling like an absolute rock. It's going to be plus city on this stock. Intel seems to hold on to 3180. If there's one thing on the shorts that concerns me, it's like, why isn't this falling more on Intel? Usually when the short works on this, it works. And that's not really happening just yet.
Another one.
All right, so we're already short right now
Another
AMD.
one.
So we just put on AMD right now. It is another one to the short side for AMD. Just a ho-hum, 35-cent winner right now. As we just put this on, literally as Neil was talking, we actionable traded AMD right there against 112. Here comes a fall back down. So yeah, man, it is another one here on the short side of things. Let's see if we can just sit in front of 20 here, take another piece out, as we already took out some there for 20 cents. That just happened real quick right there. So nice out for us there. Let's see if it does pull back just a little bit more as the shorts are now printing, man. Apple's printing. Here comes AMD. Give me that 22. There it is again. So yes, sir, that's a chicken dinner winner. But let's not forget about what is not a chicken dinner winner right now. We're out. Like, we're not out, but we've definitely lessened the damage here. Look at this, like all of these outs, 296. We actually got a 296.50 there as well on Meta, but it is dripping to the low side per se right now. Apple trying to bounce off 90s as well. We'll put another bid there. There we go again. So these are some good outs for us on Apple as that's coming back in for us as well. But yeah, so far we talked about all these shorts today. They're the ones that are printing. It's the Meta long that is not printing right now, down to 293.
Yep, that's right.
Goes Meta. So watch out there. My out's going to be this 292.50 area, but looks like Meta does want to come back in. So we will lose on this trade. Hopefully we can win on these other shorts as Meta right now looking like it wants to just get out here at 292.50. It looks like it's going to break it, and that would be the end of that trade. But there it is right now. Meta is making that move down. But yeah, ye have little worries as wow, right now, let's go, man. Let's go flushing down the toilet goes AMD. 70 cents now in the money. Bang on that one. We haven't hit this in a minute for the last couple of days. It's some bangers there on AMD to the short side. Join the party. It's nice and warm to the short.
Oh, it's very nice, but Meta's making its bounce here.
Let's go, Meta.
So that local bottom, it just wicked the bottom, waited for the low to get in. You can kind of see that there. Just got 22s because I always get 22s. If you have to wonder where I'm long in front of an even dollar, it's always exactly the same price. But everything else, if we hold on to the line, great. Everything else is flushing. We're trying to break 190 on Apple, so that's going to work. Affirm is now at 1350, so we started at 1450. It's at 1350. We added at 14 even. But Meta needs to make a decent bounce here. If it cannot get past, I'm going to take some out if we get to 94 here, because this is almost like a bit of a gift. If a long is working in this market, you want to make sure you profit off it. So if I can get 70, 80 cents on the first leg, we'll definitely take that. Now you're starting to see another leg down here in Intel. I don't have any 60 bids. I'm bidding next in the 50s, but this is what's happening in the NASDAQ, baby. We just got to a big level. 15.15 has been support. Well, it ain't support now because it's breaking as we speak. We said it was a bit of a short day today. It's definitely a short day today. Even Meta can't seem to hold on.
All right, it's another Dollar Club member right now. We need to get that actionable thing going through there. As a Dollar Club, I've already seen it. Fabian's doing some good work on that one. There it is right now, AMD. Hey, we just took $1 in 4 minutes on this one. We're bidding 60s. We're short at 60. Let's see if it does give us that dollar right now on AMD. Ooh, yeah, there it is. There's an official new member right now. Sheesh, says Big Chungas. Yeah, you're right. This is a sheesh moment for sure. Can Apple join the Dollar Club? One will find out very, very soon, but I'm not going to wait for too long. Let's just get something out for 70 cents here on Apple. Hopefully that can print to the downside as well. Well, there it is. So we'll take it out for that. Let's go Canada right now. Some nice downside moves coming through in the market. Now, shout out to Rahim Alani. Shout out to everybody that's short club today, man. It's been a big day. Needless to say there, everything's starting to print out. Meta, we've had some fun with threads, haven't we? But it has taken a little bit of our money here today. But let's just wait to see. We only got hit early. That's it, man. We got hit one trade there. All the reloads have been great, but we still could get dumped down there on Meta. But that's why you just make money in other places, right? We saw the short. Unfortunately, we were in love with the Meta long. Look what's happening to Intel right now. You want to talk about a trade? That's a cash money trade. Whenever you see me reloading something, you know that we got shares. So there it is right there. Nice move to the downside on Intel as well. Come on, man. Let's get back upside here, Meta. You can do this.
Yeah, Meta is trying to bounce here. I was able to get a fill in front of 94, so it did make the 93 to 94 bounce, but it just can't seem to go any further. I'm going to zoom a little bit further out so you can see the next target in Affirm. Oh yeah, look, there's nothing. This is what the daily chart looks like. The daily chart's going to show you maybe 13, but that's a maybe. There's definitely something down there at 11 and 12. I don't think it gets down to 11 or 12 today, but quite frankly, this stock is now down 12.5% and continues to flush. We shorted 14.50. We shorted in front of 14. I think 13 is going to make some sense. It's getting close to trailing stop. 13 is the closest level that I can find. It's been pretty clean if you shorted this one. Take the 14.5, take the 14 even. I feel like the party could be coming to an end because the NASDAQ is trying to regain 15.15. Apple, oops, I'm going to go to Meta first because Meta just filled that 94 area, as I was saying. So double bottom there. There's only, someone asked, am I buying it or are we buying it because of threads? That is the catalyst, but I like the support level down at that 93. This is the reason for the trade. Just looking at yesterday, it was yesterday's news, right? That the launch was happening. Just looking at that 93 level, all the buys are out in front of that level and nothing else. And that's how you're able to kind of manage it. If I just didn't catch a falling knife, woulda, coulda, shoulda, we had the original stop out. But we'll get back green on this as long as we can hold, and maybe we get a move back into 96. We put in a lower high. It could be joining everything else, which has been all red, all downside. The only thing not really going and not even giving me the low of the day is Google. So I'm going to take, we just bounced off the bottom again in Alphabet. So underneath 120, good, not breaking low of the day while the market is flushing, not necessarily good. So I'm going to ring the register there. This might not be as strong of as weak of a name as I was expecting. Intel was easy, Affirm was easy. Apple, if you waited for the right price, was pretty solid. But at least they're testing these lows or breaking lows. I'm not seeing that out of Google just here. And by the way, I haven't traded any Tesla, but if you happen to be watching Tesla, it's down 3%. Broke 275. I don't know where the dip buy is going to be because I'm not going to say something like 250 because that's way too obvious. If you look at the gap that we had, that's all the way down to 265 would be the gap. Filling in the gap is $8 from here on Tesla.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh, man. Tesla
Yikes.
definitely tank city right there on
Where's
that
Rivian?
one. All right. So AMD, by the way, went $1.30 in the money. It went all the way down to 110.40 or 110.30, 30s, 110.30 there. Let's just get out at 110 if that happens again, man. I mean, honestly, like that's such a huge move down right there, like instantly. We only have 20% left. So, you know, not going to be a losing trade on that. That is for sure. Yeah, man. I mean, the same stuff for me just happened on Meta. I mean, I'm hoping that we can get higher. That's 294.50 we just bounced off of. I'll put an offer there, but I don't really, like, I want to get going. Like, my next offer is actually at 298. So I don't, okay, we'll do that right now. We'll see if we can have some diamond hands now moving forward, because there it is. We just, you know, you just put the offer out and you get it. So now we'll wait. VWAP is up there at 295.50. I mean, do I even really want to take that? I mean, I guess at this point we might as well, and then we can just hold the rest. So if we take VWAP, then we'll take that. So I have an order at 295.50 as well. That's where VWAP is. We'll see if we can get that. And the next stop after that, I don't even want to have any offers out. Well, I do. I have one at 298.50 all the way up here. So hopefully that can fill us up right now. But yeah, I got it. Right now, 55. Oh yeah, for happening now. That was nice. So 55 cents in the money. Apple, $1 again on AMD as that's continuing to go. And then just the sad sack Intel, which we've already done real well. I mean, that's another sticky note name right here. Meta, long, 300. That never hit. So all you've had to do all day is just try to buy the dips on Meta, which we've done good. We got out on that early break, of course. Intel short. Rivian long didn't hit. And then Apple short as well. You can see what that's doing. Damage right now. All right, a guy that's always doing damage in the gym, that's for sure. It's Sharif with, I think you said happening now, Ramin. I'm going to go with that. Yeah, it's jolty.
Mike, I don't hear him.
Your mic is not on.
9 U.S. JOLTS job openings, 9.824 versus 9.88 million expected. US ISM services PMI above expectations, 53.9 versus 51.2 expected. These both got 3 out of 3 bulls on my ticker. Meta. Happening now, Meta, volatile as investors assess the release of the Twitter competitor Threads. This one has been traded by the guys on the desk there. You see Sean involved in it, trying to stay green at the moment at that 295 level. Meta giving all sorts of volatility. Chips, they're weak as a group as investors are concerned about the supply and prices of raw materials needed to make these semiconductors. Having a look here at the group, microchips all red on the day, with Micron trying to pop up a little bit here, but as a group they are all red. Last but not least, AI almost 10% to the downside, giving back yesterday's move. This one was one we watched yesterday. It was up over 10%. Now trying to hold that $36 level, 8% to the downside, guys.
So I was just thinking to myself, when the NASDAQ's having a weak day, you've got to remember that AI is a squeeze name in the AI sector. That one's usually going to be really, really weak. So a bit of a miss there. I just got wicked out of Meta. It just failed at 295. It did the same thing at 96 off the long. It does the same thing at 95. I'm just going to take the money and run. I don't want to look this gift horse in the mouth, quite frankly. In a market that's been tanking and holding underneath support, if this goes green, fair enough. I think we'll be able to find some other trades on it to the long side. I'll just be happy to be able to recover from that. It's putting in lower highs into the same support level at this point. Like, where's my higher lows to be super aggressive a third time at this price? I don't know that it's there yet. So as I said, I'm now out of it. We'll see what's going on. But quite frankly, I know what's going down. This Tesla, I mentioned 260 as a bit of a bottom. Obviously, even dollar levels are a bit of a thing as well. The other name that was running in the EV space was Rivian. It's now down 2% and right back at $20. I don't know how many times this has to get to the same spot, but pre-market low was actually at the mid-60s. That was a bit of a double bottom just underneath that. So maybe you can catch a bit of a bit. The shorts are printing. I'd be careful with anything to the long side at this particular point. So you don't have to rush into trades if you're trying to catch bottoms when the market is flushing. Make sure you're at least looking at a level you have conviction in, and there's a reason why you're going into the long. You can always bounce at any point, but at 10 o'clock, when do the best bottoms usually happen? I don't know if it's 10. Usually it's a little bit later on when things start to calm down here. But
It's
Rivian
around now, yeah. But
I mean,
we have
Rivian
numbers today. That's the other thing too.
That's the thing. Rivian is setting up for that 1950 again.
Yeah.
This continues.
Yeah. So we do have numbers coming through. Oh, well, we just did have numbers coming through. So that's going to change a little bit of the dynamic here, of course. But we almost have another member part of the Dollar Club. Hopefully Apple can get there as well. AMD's making that move down. So by the way, just so everybody knows, I missed that fill there by 20 cents. We were at 295.40 for some reason. That's where VWAP was exactly. So I've just moved it down just a little bit now. Probably should take a 295 fill to take the dollar again on Meta off that reload down there. But let's just see. Maybe it's a long from here. Maybe. That's what we're going to wait for. I'm here to trade it. I do understand what Neil was saying, though, that, you got to watch out for this possible level because it's resisted it a couple times upside. Is that new? The picture in the top right there?
No,
I like that.
I love it.
It's always a problem when the production team doesn't know if it's new or not, but I do like that. Shout out to Fabian and Rahim over there, giving us all the looks and all the feels. So that's a good one, man. Thank you so much for that. All right, so. Oh, we just got another fill. Look, I'm in 4 positions right now. I don't know if we're going to be taking any more. I can start to look at some stuff. I'm surprised you haven't talked too much about Mullen. Is it moving? Or,
remember there was I had that one breakout, and since then, the longs there hasn't been the long.
Right,
so
that's the problem.
I wasn't shorting the stock. So I wish I could tell you I was short. The last trade I had that breakout. It got to 32. I had 31s long. It got to 32. I stopped out underneath.
Roger.
And I wish I could tell you I'd gone short. I didn't. If I had shorted the false break, it would be absolutely fantastic. I just didn't do it. All right. So it is what it is. 25 seems like it's a bit of a thing. Man, that would be a great trade. Now I'm FOMOing it myself because sometimes I like these short trades. I thought the short would have been at 40 cents today, quite frankly, and the short was very clearly right here, right now. As the commercial goes, firm, I have a trail stop right at 65. I think I want to trail to move to the downside more. It's weird. I don't know what's going on with Intel. It's probably more aggressive into VWAP here. The longer the market holds underneath, I think maybe just reloading on pushes into VWAP is going to be the play because see the 20-cent ranges it just wants to go in every 15 minutes. You have a 20-cent range. If it's going to stair step down like that, then holding it doesn't make a ton of sense. Oh, there's some other things happening just to alert to everybody. Thank you in the chat, Jay Lee. Pac W, 7% to the downside at low of the day. Western Alliance, down 3.5%, just bouncing off lows of the day. I know we're only looking at tech right now, but you're getting some bleed in the regional banks, which I do believe, they start reporting soon as well. I don't want to, I'd say the dates if I knew them, but I think we're going to get some regional bank reports.
I'll find out.
And I don't know how good those are going to be, quite frankly. Clearly the market is...
So Pac West is the 27th, so you got that
we got
coming
some time.
through. You got some time. Schwab, SCHW. Oh, here, I'm going to just do this in front of all y'all right now. So here it is. I'm just checking out everything. All y'all. July 27th there for Pac. Charles is, even earlier. There we go, 18th.
I know they're all this
that's
month.
2 weeks from now.
Yeah, it's just a matter of
coming through. Hello.
Oh my God.
All right, let's go Meta. Honestly, I promise I won't offer any more until we get a little bit higher because there's my 295.50. We got out at 295 right there to take another $2 on this name as we're right back in where we need to be today, baby. So it's a great day here today, man. Let's go right now. What's up to Chef Joe as we're barbecuing it up right now as well, man. Dollar Club Meta, Dollar Club Apple, Dollar Club AMD, Intel. Probably will never get to the Dollar Club, but if it does, then I'll be here with that trade as well. Yeah, you know what? Forget it. I'm going to put a bid right now, 67 or so. It just keeps on bouncing. Our best fill down there is 66 on Intel. If we could just continue with that, that'd be pretty sweet. AMD, always, regional banks will be a home run short. Okay, Dan Rob, you know what I'd love to have? Maybe that's something when Brendan comes back, we do have a lot of guests scheduled. I think, do we have Frank today, Sharif?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we could talk to Frank a little bit about regional banks. I don't know if that's on the docket. I know Sharif is working with him on that. So that would kind of be cool to find out what to look for.
What scares me
in those reports.
What scares me about the regional banks,
Don't be
I'm not saying it's an automatic short, but what scares me is the initial move down and all that panic.
Right.
Almost never in a major event is that first volley the worst. usually there's a second shoe to drop if things are really bad. And if you look at where these stocks are, it's like they're consolidating for another leg down. Sharif, what's up?
All right, guys, decidedly red in fintech world. Upstart is down 10%. Affirm is down 13.5%. PayPal as well, also 3 1/3% to the downside. Big weakness here as Piper Sandler coming out and saying they do not like this space, especially with rates higher for longer, as that really tightens margins for these guys.
Touch the 60s and now back. So yeah, I was just telling Sean about an unrelated stock that I kind of am pissed off. It's a buyout. I basically called a move in a stock. I had it. Anyway, I'll show you guys because I do trade some buyouts on the side, and it's the only other thing that I was long. And I had turned to someone on the floor on this one. It's a $40 deal. I'm like, just load up in the low 70s, and then I proceeded to load up in the high 70s and then get out flat. And it did exactly what I was expecting. And it's one of those things. It's only a 10, 15 cent move, but when I don't capture it, I kind of get mad at myself. Thank you for the super chat, Steve O. Slots. I love that name. You guys celebrated the 4th of July. We do celebrate the 4th of July. Congratulations! Because we trade the U.S. markets. That's the market that matters the most. Quite frankly, that's just the only way to say it. So we're here every day that the U.S. market's open. When they're not, we celebrate it de facto, even though we're in Canada. So that's why there was no show on that particular.
What did he say? We supported what?
You guys celebrated 4th of July, ? And the answer, yeah, I do.
I mean, live my life, and you'll be celebrating July 6th, July 7th, July 8th, July 9th. I mean, a holiday is a holiday.
You know what's interesting? The week last year, July 4th, the next 3 days, the market was green, actually rallied for the next 3 days. Today, we're getting a little bit of the opposite.
Yeah, then yesterday we were down.
So. Yeah, we're down yesterday. We've been down 2 or 3 days in a row. I don't know if there's anything historically regarding July and July 4th, how it does after the holiday. I can tell you the market is still bleeding. Yep. We're now 1.5% to the downside. If we cannot hold on, why is this not zooming out? Okay, whatever. If we cannot hold on to this 15.15, which it doesn't feel like we're doing, I just think you have further down. 2% makes a lot of sense. When was the last time we had a 2% down day? The market's gotten frothy, and the shorts are getting printy. Oh,
what?
No, it doesn't matter.
That was
terrible. That was terrible. However,
that one was terrible.
It was horror awful.
I don't know. It was okay.
Horrible and awful at the same time.
We've done worse.
The new one.
I'm sure.
I probably missed a reload at 13.5 on a firm, so 14.5, 14. I think there was a reload at 13.5, but I didn't get it. So all we can do is look for what's next, which would be I don't want it getting back to this level and breaking out, so we have a trailing stop underneath. It has been flush city. If you've made the shorts, you definitely printed on them. Yep. Quite frankly, I don't think there's anything else to say except for missed opportunity on C3AI. This has been at the forefront when the NASDAQ wants to turn around. This has generally been a pretty decent short, just given how far it's come. Look at this. Look at the chart. I don't know if I want to catch a falling knife or try to engineer a trade down at the bottom on C3AI. I don't think it got to SSR. I think it missed it by a little bit, so it could be making an SSR bounce here because 36, it's close to 36 even, where it would have gone 10% down. So I'm not sure if it actually cracked it. Someone else can do the math because I haven't really been trading it. Nvidia, however, is trying to catch a bit of a bottom as well, but lower highs all the way through. You just ask Google.
I know, no, it's moving. I mean, you got a great price, but it's just hovering at that 119.
It's not exactly quadunking, man.
No, it's not.
Like for a fail of 120, it hasn't even busted down 119 just yet.
It's not quadunking.
So, if you look at where we are on the chart, I can see why there's some support down here. But if it chews through that, 118 is a level, and underneath 118 is just 116. So 118 would be the target, and then look for somewhere to add to it underneath that 119. It's just not necessarily happening yet. You've already printed on the shorts if you got them. I'm looking for something that's giving me support for a long. Quite frankly, Meta at 93, I know I like it, but I just heard Sharif yell at a small cap name, but I didn't catch it.
CRVUs. Okay, Sharif, please understand that we have a group chat.
Throw it in the chat, brother.
Sharif.
Throw it in the chat, brother.
Like,
it's to the moon.
It's, okay, Sharif, just put in the chat.
CRBU is to the moon. There you go.
It's in the chat, it's in the chat.
When he yells it out, I'm hearing P, I'm hearing V, it is B, CRBU. It has not halted because why?
CR Bob.
What do we have? 630, local support. Oh my goodness, that's a max setup. See, this is why I'm not chasing it. There's $7, there's a 200 period. Now, you got to break out from 7. that's what you got to do. $8 is the next level up. So let's see what happens to that 7 before we start chasing a name like this. It's already up 67%.
I'm reloaded!
Meta, we got.
I'm reloaded!
All right, Meta just came down to 294. We'll take another $1 on that one. I mean, spend the money on these reloads for Meta, man. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, to be honest with you. When you're coming back in, these are the trades that I'm supposed to be making, right? Like hitting it, you know, you come in with those rose-colored glasses, always on, I find. And then real early, man, it got going. We actually took some good profit early before it dumped out to 297. We actually got out of the way. Then we bought some 295.50s, some 294.50s, and then we had to get out at 293 break for, I could check to see how much it was. Probably about $1.50, almost $2 hit early. I'll find it out later, who cares? But anyways, there's the move down. You could clearly see buying it all the way, man. I mean, we first bought it at 295. This was smaller shares, got it out. So we already took like a $3 winner on these pieces, right? But we did go negative, obviously, on the stock. Now it's just reload there at 294, reload at 293, reload at 294, and taking $1 every time, and even $2 some points. So let's just see if it gets back to 296 right now. I mean, we're really happy with the performance here. Obviously, it can get better. Let's see if Meta wants to do that for us here, back up to the upside. It just takes like someone to come in, Kathy, to come in at some point and start to buy it. Oh, shit.
She even owns Meta?
Now? All right. So we're gonna wait to see what happens there. On, yeah, she owns Meta. Oh yeah, she owns Meta. Well, look, we can look in ARC actually. Does she?
I've never actually looked it up.
I don't know if it's in the main one.
It's got to be in something
But it should
else.
be in the innovation. Well, the main one is innovation. So, anyways, okay, we'll look that up. But right now, we'll slap our face around a little bit here because there it goes, man. Meta, $2 again on that reload. Look where we're long, 293.60s. It's a good long right there. We could have got longer again. There goes Meta. Let's go. I mean, maybe Boggs did just buy some there. Maybe Kathy's listening. You know. So there it goes. Nice upside move right there for Meta. Let's go, baby. Let's see how far we can climb on this one, man. Meta trying to Meta Moon right now. All they need to do is announce that they're accepting Dogecoin, and then you'll see Meta going all the way up to the upside. Here we go. Nice 296 level here. We are now $2 in the money as the diamond hands are on right now for Meta. Nice move back up to the upside. Let's see how far we can go here.
Yeah, this is time to take a little bit of profit. That 15.15 in the NASDAQ is coming back in and being tested, getting a bit of a higher low. So that last push down on Intel got to 31.70 instead of 31.60. So I'm taking another leg out. This has been pretty clean underneath 32. If you have a line of importance, leave it in, right? Like if you're going long off a level like that and then you're gapping underneath, you want to make sure that you're trading the key prices. Like look at 34. I got rid of my 34 line. Don't know why I didn't say, but we're too far away for it to matter. But this market is trying to make a little bit of a mini bounce, so you want to be very careful. Remember I said Google couldn't break 119? Well, it's now wicked underneath 119 as the market is at that 15.15. Maybe this is not the one. I'll give it a chance to be able to hold underneath 119.20. Apple is the other short that we have. We got an out under VWAP here, but you are now breaking back above VWAP. Apple suddenly looks a little bit strong. Higher low, above VWAP. This is one where the market holds on. I do not want to give this past 190. Do I see a stock as weak as everything else that is quoting? I don't think so. So if Apple gets back above 190, I'm not giving it to 190.5. Forget about where we're in. Do not get anchored to the price that you entered at. Right? Like think about what's actually happening in the stock. It could still flush. I'll give it some credit. If we stay a red day, fair enough. But if we get back above 190, I'm out of this one. We'll hold for the low of the day what we have. I don't think it's a reload either. I already have a trail in on a firm. Again, sometimes like the early trades do work. I missed a refill at 13.5. I just keep tightening my stop because this is SSR, which means you cannot short hitting the bid without an uptick. That makes it really difficult for the shorts to pile in at the lows, and you can sometimes get a big bounce on a squeezable name. So I keep moving my stop on this one, but it's been pretty sweet. 14.50, 14 even. Haven't really got that 13 fill yet, though.
All right, new position alert. That's what it means when we hit this. Those of you that say I'm always going short, yeah, you're probably right. For now, anyways, letting my bias get the best of me, it seems like. But right now, there it is. We're going to short Google right now as well. Just into the same levels I think we're looking at here, 119.50. So we'll go short there, see if it wants to work it out to the upside. We do want to take some more short as we are below on VWAP, but you're bouncing off of 15.120 right here. Shout out to Dan Emmons and everybody else who's short with me. this has been a nice move down, but you're right there at the 200 period. Not that that necessarily means anything. I still thought that we could get somewhere over the rainbow and under the rainbow down into here, 15,050. You know, 15.1 was tested right there, and it just bounced I mean, this is 30-minute chart, but in the last 30 minutes, we made that move down there, and it did bounce a little bit off that. So that's something to sort of, I'm not worried about that, but, you know, watch out for the shorts because we already did get that sort of support bounce off of 15.1. So as I'm just adjusting my chart back again.
Nvidia's trying to break out.
Nvidia's trying to break up, eh? Yeah.
Yeah.
See, so
I mean,
that could be a problem for Google because if these can, wow, okay, we are almost like, honestly, we're almost back right now.
Another one.
That's enough. Two another ones is good enough. Right there. Nice move. Another $2 there, $1.80, sorry, on Meta on that reload as now we're really getting juicy with it right now. Shout out to Will Smith getting jiggy with it there. Love to go. Shout out to Nelson if you're still watching, man. First follow on Threads, Nelson. Shout out to you. We had a great time in Miami, man. Invite me back. I like to go vacation. We're going to, you just got back from Paris. We're going to Rome. You're going camping next week. Brendan's touring the East Coast, and who knows what Sharif is doing next week. I think he's kept that pretty quiet. That's right.
He's going to Southern California and then Hawaii. So Tree's probably winning. I'm going to have a lot of bug spray. That's how I'm going to be.
Yeah, I'd say.
I love camping. We got a great hammock, which
I hate
you can
camping.
never get enough. You know what's weird? In our friend group, I'm generally speaking the last guy. If you guess, like when we were in high school, who's the dude that would hate it the most? I'm not that dude, but
I think I've been camping the most. It's just
that's what I would say.
I just.
Mitch,
yeah, man. I ain't camping in a tent, man.
I
like it, but.
I absolutely love it. Like it's just a great refresh,
sleep.
disconnect. I got my best sleep ever. Now that I wear this thing and I track my sleep, all my best sleep has come when I've gone camping. Just a couple of things here. I said Nvidia's trying to break out. We're going to go to Sharif in a quick second. But Nvidia 418. If it cannot break this out, this looks like an entry for a short here off that 418 area. So I'm going to wet the old proverbial beak. Here, again, be careful. If we get through this, I think you're retesting that 420 level. As we go to Sharif for the small cap recap.
Yes.
He's like, give me a thumbs up as I'm saying it.
Hey guys, small cap recap brought to you by Huzi. Huzi is a leading digital insurance platform in China that collaborates with industry leaders like China Pacific Property Insurance to enhance customer service, share technology and data resources, and collaborate on risk management for new generation consumers. Shout out to the folks there at Huzi. All right, guys, small caps, CRBU, the main watch here up 60% with a $6.88 top. This one running on news that Pfizer has taken a share in it, an equity share. For some possible research and development, so that running on that. Mullen also rising again after moving big yesterday. There is the pop from 10 cents. We closed out at 17 cents yesterday, ran into the pre-market, probably closed at around 19, gapped up this morning to 29. We have a high of 32.12. Breaking down now, though, possible support here at 23 pennies. Let's see how this fares. And then new on deck, IXHL. Incanex Healthcare, this one running on news as well. This is just coming on my radar, up 20%. The float on this one, guys, none that I can see at the moment. Bit of a double top off that 262. Careful with this one.
I actually just went back to my Mullen notes. I'm an idiot. Mullen still going, pure momentum, 26 break, has room to 32. No break, faded. Well, what the hell happened at 32, Neil? Idiot. I went long 31 into 32. 32 was the top, and now it's fading to 20. Anyways, that's just myself. You can get caught up in these moves because it starts going parabolic, and then you forget the levels that you're looking at. But that's 32 up at the top, so always do as you say, because it's easy to get caught up in the moment when it's going. It's not like it's a bad hit. It's just that it's, quite frankly, this should have been like a God mode short. But it doesn't matter. Like all the other shorts are definitely printing, so I can't be I'm always that way. I always get to what's the mistake that you made, and that's the first thing I want to go to because that ends up mattering more in the long run. So like I said, the new trade we're into is Nvidia. If it does hold on to this level, then fine. I think the rollover can be good on the short, but I don't want to get, like this is a pretty strong move back into the upside. Let's be real for a second. So if we do break out from here, this could be at 420 in an absolute heartbreak. If we break down at VWAP, I think 415, 413. I don't think it goes necessarily to $400. It doesn't feel like there's that much juice. Whoops. And that was me putting in 40 instead of 415 on the price.
All right, we'll go again here. We just took 25 or 35 cents, so we got out at 80 there on Google. You guys just know we just shorted that. Someone's calling me from Montreal. Busy, dude. All right. So nice move to the downside right now, 118.85. If that was you calling me from Montreal, I don't know how you got my phone number, but shout out to you. All right. And by the way, here's another one. I'm not going to do it, but we'll spin this one more time because it's the favorite animation. There it is, downside move again for Intel. We just took it out at the low of the day. We still have a position on, but it is pushing lower right there. A name that just came right back, and again, remember, we only have 20% left of this, is AMD. Let's watch out to see what's happening right here with AMD as it is pushing back upside. So right now, we're 75 cents in the money on Apple, which has been a great short. And so we have those wicks. It just keeps on bouncing off 50. So now that I see that, thank you for drawing my own attention to it. Let's put a bid down there now at 60. And again, it's just like you got to take profits where profits lie. I know that sounds kind of funny sometimes when we say stuff like that, but that is, really the truth. You never know where your profits are going to come from, so you got to make sure that when they're there, you take them. So if Apple can come back in, we'll do that. The market does seem to want to fall down a little bit here. We are still under VWAP and looking like tank a little bit here. So we'll watch out for that, see if that does come through. I don't know if it's going to happen. We're below VWAP. We're below here. We're trying to bounce off that 15,140. So, I said tank, but the market's not tanking. The market did already make that move. Maybe we are finding that bottom off 15.1.
It feels like we might be.
So, we're $1.70 in the money right now on Meta, so that's all good. Let's see if that one can make a move up. We don't have any more outs to Meta until 298, so we're hoping for a little bit more of a move on that one. Google making its way back. We already got out of 40% of that one. And then AMD, I'm just really waiting. I'm trying to be a little bit more specific here, and let's see what AMD has in store for us on this level. So far, so good here. I hope you're enjoying the show, as it's been another big one for us here with a bunch of shorts, a bunch of longs, and just hopefully some money-making opportunities for everybody out there. And on that note, please.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Yeah, we only have right now an amazing 1K likes. So if you guys can hit that, over 7,000, thank you for watching, man. Over 7,000 currently watching. So hola to you guys out there. Let's keep it going, though. Keep this watch party upside down. 1K, let's get to 2K. Over to you, Sharif.
Yeah, Ford releasing some numbers here, Sean. I think you might be interested in this. 2023 second quarter electric vehicles, 14,483. Year to date, they've released 25,709 vehicles. I don't know, this seems like Rivian numbers here. I don't know how you feel about these, 14,000 in one quarter. Go back to it. Yeah, if you can bring my screen. Yeah.
Your second quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not great. Down
That's not
2.8% there. Not great
No,
numbers.
it's not great.
Yeah, but the year-to-date number is higher, right? So, there are some positives there. We'll look at that after.
Yeah, you know what? It's actually not that bad. There are probably some positives to be able to pull out of it. I don't know if you want to throwing a Rivian at them is probably a little bit. I don't know if that's going to be cold or not. That being said,
In
Rivian
the quarter.
in the quarter. So Rivian just made a wick bottom underneath here. So that's the 1950 yesterday. I'll zoom back in so you can see there was a pre-market low 1965. Look at the wick bottom and higher low being put in on Rivian. If we hold on to this is exactly where, okay, not exactly, but close enough to where we bounced yesterday. I was going to look at Lucid as well, but Lucid is pretty much a nothing burger. What's going on in Nvidia maybe is going to be what turns the market or not. Like if Nvidia holds on to VWAP, which it's doing, quite frankly, I think this market has a really good chance to bounce from here, especially some of those, the tech names, obviously, as well. Watch out for AI if NVIDIA breaks this to the upside. I'm sitting in it. I think if I take an L next, it's going to be Nvidia. But it also could get down to 414. Speaking of C3AI, that SSR bounce, it goes 10% and it's right back at VWAP. So these are trying to stage a little bit of a comeback here. I'm not catching that one at the bottom, but Rivian's bottom does look nice and enticing. It's giving you that look. One more kind of press down that holds the low, or maybe just breaking back above 1980 can get me into it. But you got the wick bottom. You got yesterday's support. This one is setting up nicely. Ford news, in comparison notwithstanding, that's just a coincidence.
All right. Google back down to these lows again. Intel is still making newer lows as we speak. We still have shares on board, so that's a good trade for us right now on Intel. I'm bidding 50s. We'll see if we can get that fill coming through. Apple, still, we already talked about where we are on that. What else you guys want to talk about? Let's go to Tesla. I'm just sitting in Meta. My target is 298. So I'm waiting for that. All right, so Tesla 273 bottom, it looks like there. What has Tesla done today so far? Huge move. I don't want to say huge move. It's not really. It's down 3%. Could be down a lot more than that, obviously. But yeah, trying to find an area. That's still 278. I think that would have been the short, obviously. We'll check out what it did today. But where can we start to maybe buy this? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't even see anything at 270 here, really. It's more these tops here, 266, 265 for Tesla. So what's been a good day for Tesla if you've been short? Obviously, there's that. Wow, okay, see how... Like that's 278. Look at that. That just came right. Okay, Meta. Now we're $3 in the damn money on Meta. But that's a good trade right there, 276. But it's that breakdown, 278 right there that matters. Yeah, crypto, just wait a second. There it goes right now, 297, trying to go upside here on Meta. Are we getting too greedy, waiting for 298? But that's the high so far there. Let's see if Meta can get going now again. Good trade, man. Hey, Fabian. It's the $3 club right now for Meta as that's continuing to go higher and higher and higher. So, yeah, man, we're stone cold chilling right now. It's 10:30, and it is time for small cap recap with Sharif at the desk.
It's a shot. It's all right. Crypto update brought to you by Riley Coin. Riley Coin is the cryptocurrency used by the international organization, the Royal Court of East Breithine O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. Shout out to the folks there at Riley Coin. All right, let's see what's happening in crypto world. BTC just took a big nosedive off that 31,500, that 52-week high that we made earlier this morning. Holding up, though, at 30,000, 30,042, the low currently. Equities have not fared much better. Coinbase also near day's low, trying to hold with 75 right now. Riot, the mining names as well, they're also dealing with some downside move here, trying to hold 13 bucks, guys. Bitcoin to the downside.
It may be going to the downside, but we're getting a little bit of a bounce in the market. It's not much, but we're back above 15.15. So a couple of things. I did get that entry. Remember we talked about Rivian, got that 75. Okay, got 77s off that 75 level. It's already testing 19. It got to 1994. I have an offer at 95. I got 85s. I got 90s. I'll take 95s and then evens. However, I said if I take an L next, it's going to be that Nvidia. Could not, it just kept bouncing off VWAP, right? So bounced off VWAP. I'm like, that's too strong. Tighten the stop up a little bit. Instead of giving it like $1.50, I tightened it up because that was way too much strength there. Nvidia suddenly looks a little bit bullish, and I don't want to fight the short on that. I did not elect to take an out on Intel there because what I want to do is I'll trail the last little bit to 31.65, at least a portion of it to 31.65, and give it a chance to break 31.50. Not much of a bounce when the market bounced there in Intel, so I do like that. And then the last one, this is making a bit of a bounce off 13 even, and that's going to be a firm. From 14.50 to 14, it's now bouncing off 13. If we get through 13.3, I'm going to trail out of that. So 15.5 is battling right now on the NASDAQ. If that gets held onto, I think there's going to be some decent long plays. I liked Rivian just based on yesterday's support. Regardless of the sector being absolutely one of the weakest today, this gave you the support level from yesterday, and it was bouncing at exact the right moment.
Come on, man. We're going to I'm just going to take something out of the 200 period. I'm watching Meta here. It's bouncing around this 296.50 area. We are $3 in the money on it. So I do want that 298. I want that high of the day. I'm just watching it on the other screen there. I want that high of the day to to come through at that 298. That's where we were waiting. But again, because bang right there, because we have all these reloads, we're able to do that again for you. There it is, man. The $3 club on that one. But again, it's all about that. We got out again. Like if I just wait for the first 2 minutes to settle down, this is a moonshot here. We are doing damage on Meta today off of these reloads, right? I mean, unfortunately, like I said, there was that one dip, but there goes Meta right now. Rate huge to the upside. Buying these dips for sure on Meta was a no-brainer there because we gave us the bottom, right? I mean, at any time you could get stopped out. You know, like that bounce, like if anybody had a stop order at, mine was at 292, but at 292.50, like it just stopped at 292.51. So like if that just ticks down 30 more cents or something and activates on a $300 stock, that's nothing. That could have activated a punch out or even a short, right? And then all of a sudden you miss that $5 move upside.
The way to look at it though,
yeah.
Just come to my chart for a second. Look at my that's a 5 minute or a 1?
That's a 1, yeah.
So on the 3 minute chart, when it did this move, like the one at 951, this is the break of that level, the hold of 292.50, and then it puts in a higher low, giving you the 93 entry there. So instead of like catching the falling knife, the other way to play it is let it show you that it's holding the support and then get into the long. Now I trailed out of it. I have a bit of more conservative style when it comes to counter trend trading, but it was counter trend at that moment. But you can always let it bounce off your level first instead of getting run over by it, just going long into that bottom. It is another way to play it. The risk is that you don't actually get the trade, right? Because maybe it doesn't bounce off, and if you don't stand in front of it, there's no other fill. But that's just another way that you can play around with it. You can catch front end, you can catch the back end. I got 19.99 on Refrain. It just got to 20, and now pulling back a little bit here. So it's not over yet because, and I'm talking about the market, we are back above 15.15, but that doesn't mean we're going to absolutely moonshot to the upside. We're only about 10, 15 handles above it. You could just be making another pop before we drop again here. So I'm still mostly short. Refrain was the only long we put on. The only other long we had was, of course, Meta, and everything else has been hang on to your butts to the downside. Google's still in. I can tell you Apple came out. I felt Apple was a little bit too strong. We shorted off that pre-market, the opening range high. It got underneath VWAP, found support. And like this one's breaking VWAP and the market's at the low. You don't want to be fighting that one. So it was good on Apple, but this seems like if we're going to lead a charge to the upside, this is part of the other club, along with Nvidia, where it wants to be strong here. Everything else in big cap tech I do feel is a little bit weak. I still have Google. It's still doing a battle at 19. It's really choppy down here. Quite frankly, there's been no tests of VWAP, so hang on to that one. It looks like it's going to be a pretty decent one. If you're watching Tesla, I haven't traded Tesla. It's back above 275, but not really doing a heck of a lot with it. If the market does not hold on to 15.15, Tesla still looks like a short.
So I just, I hope you don't mind, DVDR, I just tweeted this out, man. I thought this was great by you here. I really like this comment here. I used Sean Katina. I used to think you were cool, but now you're just cold. Good trading. Yeah, we're cold-blooded over here. You got to sort of be like that, right? We talked about taking away emotions a little bit from your trading, and I put out some tweets there the other day. Remember, we had Kanye West, Heartless, as what I thought was a good trading sort of song to be played there. And I think that's what you got. Wow, that did go to 290. Wow, that went to 298. Right there. Okay, but either way, man, it's been great trading today. I mean, look at this name as well. Neil just talked about Google. I mean, this is cold-blooded, straight up cold-blooded right now. As we just shorted that pop, we could have got into it again, and there it is, a nice move down there to 8. There we go. We'll take it out. There it is again. Awesome. So yeah, so far so good here. It's 10:37. We've got not too many fills today, just about 75 fills, 77 fills there so far today, and it's been so far so good. We have not traded SoFi so good today because we haven't traded it at all. Down to $8 is SoFi right now. Like, the reason why I'm in this mood, honestly, like we're 50 cents in the money on Apple. We're a quarter in the money on AMD after taking $1 already on that name. We're 40 cents in the name on a recent position of Google. We've had 0 losing trades other than that Meta right off the jump, right? So, I mean, today, to have this many fills and be sort of doing the damage that we're doing, I said to Neil, like, this is just getting started, man. Like, this is a big market here. I like it, and Why not? Like right there, I just put a bid at 55. Boom, right there on Intel, out immediately. And these are all right here. Like you might say, okay, well, how do we know about that 32 short? Sticky note, 32 short. It's literally right there. And there it is in the pre-market. So sometimes I don't want to take shares in the pre-market. It's a little bit risky. We know that. I mean, quite frankly, when it broke at 8.30, I took it at 8.25. But there's the reload right off the jump at 8.31. So that was a good trade there. But we're just going to have to wait now. I really think Meta could moon. I mean, it just did. It went up $5 from that reload. So that's a pretty good position right there. Let's see how far it wants to go now. I'm going to wait. I have no more offers on Meta. I still think we could take 300. So if that comes through, then we'll be there for Meta. But right now, $3 in the money on that one. Why can't we go another 3? We could. The market just needs to rally. And if it does, we're out of almost all of our shorts right now. Really light on Google. That was a good out for us down there at 75 or whatever that was. That was a great out for us on Google. Intel, we still have 10%. So we have 10% of Google, 10% of Intel, 5% of AMD, and about 20% of Apple. So we don't have enough. We have a little bit too much left of Apple right now. Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe it's 20% of Apple. So we'll wait for it. What else are you working with? Any recent positions?
I'm thinking about getting, well, the most recent position was Rivian. I'm taking another leg out in front of 20. This is still lower highs, right? Like you're trying to put in a higher low for the first time, but you're still making lower highs. So we're going to get if we get a break of VWAP here, I think we're in the clear, and I'll try to hold on to at least a third or a quarter of the position into that. More likely a quarter, quite frankly, because the market has felt pretty weak to me. Intel, I'm in the last little bit. We're now bottoming out in front of. I've resisted taking it out in front of 50, which I think makes sense to do, quite frankly. We're going to go to sector watch. Affirm, I have a trailing stop at 1330. And there's one last thing to get to. I have not traded it since, but I think 20 cents on Mullen. The retracement, that's where all signs would lead to. We closed at 17. We ran the aftermarket, so 20 cents and then 17 cents. We're getting pretty darn close. It's not a guarantee that it bounces there, but if I'm looking for a long again in Mullen, it's got to be waiting till that 20 cent level. Let's go to Sharif for Sector Watch.
Right on, Neil. Yeah, we are decidedly red 1 1/3 to the downside on both the ES and the NQ. Some big tech names starting to curl, though. You're seeing here a little bit of a move on Nvidia, trying to get back up into that 418 area, 418.44 the high. But microchips decidedly red, big tech trying to curl, crypto red after making a new 52-week high. That is Bitcoin. EVs also giving back a lot of what they made up yesterday. Rivian, Plug, Lucid, Fisker, Polestar, they're all red on the day. Chinese ADRs also red. With one exception here, Li Auto, surprise, surprise, up 1/3% on the day. The fintech names have also been hurt by Piper Sandler, Upstart, Affirm, PayPal. They're all decidedly red today as the analyst does not like the buy now, pay later look. Weed continuing to give back the gains it made a couple days ago. CGC down another 10% today. Energy also red, believe it or not, 1.8% to the downside here for WTI. Airlines, banks, cruise lines, not much faring better, guys.
So I just saw in the chat here, Paul saying Meta's Threads has 10 million subs and growing fast. The reason for that is it's just they make it pretty darn easy.
Yes,
like
sir.
Once you open it up, it automatically is like, yeah, so you want to connect your Instagram account to it, and you hit OK, and everything is just bingo, bango, bongo. Like my mom's could pull it off. It's actually pretty simple. I did it in a couple of minutes, and that's what you really want at the end of the day. And I understand the stock, might have given back off that 300 level, but quite frankly, we've seen that happen before. Where a stock goes past like a big level in the pre-market, and you don't always get that retest. We all wanted a 300 break. It doesn't mean it has to happen there. We're at VWAP now for Rivian. That was the newest long. I'm going to take another leg here. If we can get it, there we go. Just got 2070. And the reason for this trade, if you're looking for a bottom, find support. There was support yesterday. You got down there in the pre-market. What did it do? It retested the low of the day, wicked underneath. There's the false break of the bottom, and then reclaim it at 75. Right? So don't sit there going into the long. You can always just catch it on the way back up. Now if we break VWAP, you can start to get going on this. There's another name in EV land which is not doing the same thing. That would be Lucid. So Lucid is a bit of a dog relative to Rivian, and I think we got to start trading it that way. Like if Rivian looks a little bit weak, then Lucid is the short. Because when that was breaking up, Rivian was strong the last couple of days. Lucid was catching a bit of a top. We're back underneath that big $7 level on Lucid. On the way back up here, if the market gets back up, I'm interested on what we can do with that 7. You're right around the 50 period, or at least bouncing off the 50 period on the daily. If you hold underneath, that gets pretty darn ugly for Lucid. So if this doesn't break 7 at lunchtime, I might be looking for, especially if the market keeps going down, I might be looking the other direction in Lucid relative to Rivian. I'm not there just yet because the market's above that 15.5. I feel like we're trying to make a bottom. So right now, it's about working that long, managing your shorts if you haven't already done so.
What's up, Saul G? Meta will reach 300 today. Okay, I'm down for that if that does happen. Whether or not it does is a completely different story. So, you know, it just touched 298. That was $4 in the money, obviously, almost 5. I still want to wait for that 300 break. So I'm going to be here for that. You know, we could definitely punch longer if it does break through 300. So I feel like an out at like 299.50 or something is probably pretty good. So I'm going to put that right now, 299.50 as an out. May or may not be a couple pennies lower than that. So still $2 more to go on this bad boy right here. And I like it, man. And we talked about really liking this position here today off these longs. So we're just going to continue with that one as well. Anything else, guys? I mean, honestly, I don't really want to reload AMD. We've had a banger day. No losing trades today.
Amazon's interesting, maybe.
Yeah, Amazon. Okay, that could be a good one there, too. Oh, by the way, we wrote down Rivian 1950. It went to 1965. So that's the trade we had yesterday. We actually had 1958 yesterday long. And I just missed this. I did not see this. It just happened right now. I put a bid right here at 1965. Hopefully it does come back down and fill that, but that was another good reload opportunity right there. Or not reload, just to make a trade. Because yesterday, here, that's yesterday afternoon. It was right here. This is the trade that we had yesterday, 1953. Again, or I think, what was the bottom? 43. So I think we had it on the pushback up through, because I probably would have used something as a stop down there. But hey, anyways, we had that move, and then it came back in at the afternoon as well. And look at that fill. That's 1960 right there. So that's right where we came into basically today. So watch out for Rivian. I mean, I think there's going to be a good story there to tell at some point for Rivian. So nice move upside. We'll see if it does fade back out. Can't blame anyone for trying that. Apple's getting a little sour. I mean, that's a dad joke.
Little tart.
Little tart right there. I just don't know how good it's going to be right now. So, you know, Apple did have that nice move there. I would debate shorting this, but we are above VWAP, but the market's not. So that's the other thing. I almost feel like Google's been such a smooth short for us that why not just stick with it? And try to just reload this short instead of the Apple short. So there still needs to be there still is work to be done for the downside, and I'd like to have this reloaded a little bit better of a level. The missed opportunity right there, I guess, was right here, 111.80 on AMD, especially if we knew we liked the 112 there. So that could have been another short as well, but it looks like it's trying to break lower here, which is not horrible. That's 111.20 could be a break, and then you use that VWAP of 111.50 maybe as an area. So that's what I'm looking at right now. AMD, yeah, why not? That's a decent break, right? 111.20 right there on AMD, maybe even a little bit lower against that 111.50. So if the market does crash a little bit lower, I do like this break. 111.20 break. I'm going to put that on right now for AMD. So that's going to be my next position, I think.
So I was thinking Amazon looked interesting. That's mostly because I saw in the chat, people were like, yeah, look at Amazon. Well, yeah, it looks really darn interesting. Now, forget about the resistance at 131.50. If the market goes ham, we can talk about that. But if you look at the open, the top was 128.70. Look where we broke out from on the 30th. That was back on Friday. You're breaking out from that level on one of the biggest moves in the last few days. Well, today you're resisting it. So opening top is 128.70. It's now barcoding off of that level. If the market holds on to 15.1, Amazon looks like a pretty decent long here. In this consolidation, you're risking 20 to 25 cents on a top break on Amazon. That's not bad at all. No. So if we hold on to 15.15, I have Rivian, but Rivian probably doesn't care too much about the NASDAQ. quite frankly, but Amazon is going to follow along with that market. If the market's bouncing off the lows and this is breaking out after already testing those lows, it's relatively strong, even if it's down 1.4%. Like, we're $1 off the lows and the market is close enough to them. So I'm going to put it in. It's 25 cents worth of risk, assuming I get a reasonable fill on that breakout at 70.
All right, we just put out a trade there. We just got some out at 190.02 there for Apple. So that was a good trade for us right there. All right, we'll wait. If the market does want to fall. All right, so there's AMD, man. I mean, we got. What just happened right there? There's something. What? So okay, I thought this was going. I mean, look, I'm happy it triggered a little bit earlier there, but I don't know why.
You got in before the break?
Yeah, I mean, it did not break 111.20 there. I mean, how could it when my price is 33? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, see, it didn't break. So I don't know. Anyways, we got short there on AMD. I got short first. I put the key in wrong, and then I thought I put it in right, but I must have not again. So I don't know. Let's just take some out. We did not break that level yet, so if we can get some, there we go. We'll just take some out at 28s. Here, we're only short at 33s, so that's just because this is an error. Hopefully it goes down and we'll be able to do that, but you guys have seen Neil and I many times on the show talking about making trade mistakes or something like that, and then just getting out almost immediately once that does happen. So there it is. Yes, sir. Awesome. I told you the next trade I'd have is AMD short. So there it is right now, and we're short AMD, and here's the break lower. Yeah, see, so nothing triggered there. So that must have falsely triggered earlier, but hey, bank error in your favor, right? We triggered at 33 instead of 20 there. So nice move downside here. Let's see if it continues for AMD. I just put a bid at 10s, I believe. Sorry, 14s there. Let's see if it continues with its march down here for AMD. Google still 30. I mean, this was a reload that we're waiting for. We didn't get it. Apple's still at that same level, and Intel is just at 50.
It's just chilling.
So this is just chilling. Again, a trade that we really liked. I mean, Intel today, breaking this 32. We talked about this earlier. Remember, we were like, we don't really want to get into AMD until we can see a little bit more from it and so on and so forth. But this Intel was right there at 32 pretty easily to go so far. So I don't know who's going to be doing the midday show, but I suggest they maybe sit there because last time we had some issues logging in. So that would be nice if whoever's doing that could do that.
They got the invisibility cloaks. That's how they're rolling.
The invisibility cloaks. Okay, good. Yeah, shout out.
It's new tech.
How's it going there?
New Trader TV tech.
As we go. No, I just know that people were frustrated yesterday with that. So
we'll definitely need to get it figured out. There's still 10 minutes as we're saying that so everyone can hear. But I saw, you can actually see.
AMD bang.
You can see Pratt setting up. We're back at VWAP here on Rivian. So it's just, it's now bouncing back and forth. We're going to go to Money Talks in just a quick second, but I need to come to this chart because if we do not make this next break, whoops, I don't want an order just above there. If we do not make this next break here in Rivian, that can be a fail of VWAP, and I want to cover some underneath 20.05. So either we break up, I get some in the 30s or 40s, or we break down and I got to cover some in front of that 20 even. I don't want it to fail VWAP on me as we go to the desk for Money Talks.
The loonie taking it on the chin today against the greenback, down 0.2%. The Australian dollar not faring much better either, down 0.75. The euro down marginally 0.17. Same thing with the British pound, 0.18. The U.S. dollar index, the Dixie, up 0.19. Not much happening in currency world. Much the same in earnings world. Only Levi's today after the close. Nothing to speak about tomorrow.
I don't know.
So, okay, just I was about to talk about another stock, but we're about to bounce off 13 here on Rivian. So the way I want to play this is I'm going to hold for a break, but I think it's going to fail break. My gut tells me it's going to wick underneath 13 and then come back up. And I don't. So if it flushes, great, we hang on to it. I'm not going to short a bottom break like this. It's down 15%. But if it does a fail break, I'll probably get out at 13.10. My stop is at 13.30, which I'm going to tighten up anyways. Mullen's trying to bounce, but not where I would try to take it. So forget about that for a quick second. I think if you're trying to catch a falling knife there, you're in a little bit of trouble. There's one other name I want to get to just very quickly. I see you in the chat. I feel like we haven't. I've looked at Mullen a couple of times, and I've not touched any of the small caps, quite frankly, because they're falling asleep. But that BTAI, which was a good breakout, pretty much right here in the afternoon show. It was a 10 break into 11. Well, it gapped up to 14, and guess what happened? It went all the way back underneath 10. So it makes a wick bottom underneath 9. Now it's holding up higher low and could be breaking back out at that same 10 level. So it is worth at least noting. I'm not necessarily wanting to trade this. I feel like when they quadrunk that far, you'd almost want to be in this already. Like it wicks the bottom, you want to be in it at 950. Like now you're kind of chasing it $1 higher. But I acknowledge this one's going up. I want to make sure we see that one. It's a very similar setup to the Rivian trade. You let it make a wick bottom, get in the higher low, and then Bob's your uncle. But that's already happened. So congrats if you got it on BTAI. I just thought Rivian's a safer bottom pick than BTAI, which I don't really know much about.
Yeah, I don't know much about anything other than hopefully how to trade. And I mean, right there, I mean, we just shorted AMD. It just went 45 cents in the money to the Dow. I mean, again, find traders that will do this, right? That will trade live in front of you with real capital and then give you exactly the trade that they're taking even before they take it right there. So that was a good move to the downside. And the only thing that sort of is coming back in with the market, and again, I only have 20% left. So let's, you know, and I know it's been a pretty hero hold for Meta for sure. But there's that 298. That was initially where we were at on the day. But again, we took a 297 out. We should have probably waited for that 298. But again, you know, I still have 300 hopes for this. So I will not be reloading it, but we will be looking for other opportunities. You know, this AMD, we're now out of 2/3 of it as it gives us exactly what we wanted. It broke 111. Like that was, again, it was 35-cent winner instead of a 20-cent winner because we did take it a little bit early, I guess on a keystroke. I'm going to have to figure out what happened there because I thought I said it twice, and I was like, okay, it's going to work this time. All right, let's take another fill, though, at 05. There it is right there. We'll ring a little bit of a register again on that one. Where is my register ring?
Hang on.
What?
Is that the one?
That doesn't matter. I was just
There's a
joking
new
about
one.
that. I'm done. But the other thing is, too, is right now, yeah, there's a cash register 2012, I think. It's or 2023. Is that what year we're in? Right now. It is ready right now. Thank you so much for that, as we do have multiple dollar trade clubs. I like that one. But what people really want to see is this. What's for lunch today? So we are almost at that level. And if you guessed...
I'm shocked. There's no chance.
Then you can dance it off again today. Because today, Neil... Another one comes through, and if you like chicken, then you will love our caterer, because today's menu, herbed grilled chicken with, Neil, pineapple couscous is on there as well, with a pineapple couscous salad. So herb grilled chicken with pineapple couscous salad. So that today...
That's an acceptable place for pineapple.
Yeah, I think so too. Right there on a salad. So you can grab that today as we're going to end the day green. It was a really good day for us here today. As there goes Apple. We conclude that one. Apple can go into the gates of hell because it is making that move down. And boom goes the dynamite. That's what we're talking about. AMD back down. Google now 6. Look at Google. Thank you. Come again. Puff, puff, pass. If you're with me, then we do this today, and we do this every day. Another move to the downside here. I mean, this is what we're doing. What's up to Spin One Master.
Spin One Master.
Spin One Master. Sheila and Sean, love the gang in a manly kind of way. We love you too. Big ups to you and to Brendan as well. I'm guessing chicken for lunch. Well, if you guess chicken for lunch, then you too are a chicken dinner winner. So thank you so much, Jackie, for all that. Puff, puff, pass to Miguel as well. Shout out to Tab TV Gaming. What's up? What's up to Steph? What's up, Steph? What's up to Displaying Wars? Damn, it's cold in here. It's as cold as ice. We are one cold trader today, and it's been a good one for us. So thank you for watching. Continue to watch. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere fast. Nice move down there for Apple. Bang that one out.
Yeah, it's been a pretty clean day. Can't really complain about it. My only misstep was going long Mullen, where actually I had set in my notes to go short. Yeah. Quite frankly, and that sucks because I don't like putting something out saying, hey, this is the level. That's resistance, and when that level doesn't break, I'm long it when it should have been a bit of a fake, but it happens. You make mistakes. You get caught up in the FOMO. Yesterday, Mullen was so strong to the upside. Rivian just did this wick, which always sucks. That's not incredibly bullish. So when you get a little bit of a wick of consolidation and immediately reject the breakout at the quarter, I'm taking some out, what I would have taken out at VWAP. We'll hold the rest to see if it can hold out for the upside, but it is an arrows down type day. Affirm has not broken 13 just yet. I have a trail in here to the just underneath 20 bucks, 13.20. I might have said another name when I was talking about Affirm earlier. Apologies for that. If it gets down to 13, fair enough. That 14.5 was basically almost the same kind of level. Not quite the same as Intel, but it was pretty darn close to it. There is your flat bottom break at 14.50. There is where it was on the daily. There is where the last support was at that 13.50 mark. I missed a re-entry at 13.50. When in doubt, zoom out if you're looking for where the next trade can be, because look where it checked up, right here at 13.50, 14.50 obvious, 14 obvious, 13.50 if you zoom out should have been just as obvious for a reload. But that stock's getting quoted. I'm assuming Upstart's just as bad. UPST. Oh, wow, it's actually a very good bounce on Upstart. Down 8%, but that's above VWAP.
Oh my God.
So when a firm consolidates on a really bad day, go long Upstart is what I take away from that.
Did you do anything on Amazon there? I know you're talking about it. We put
no,
the trade on AMD. I don't know if you did.
I wasn't looking for the short. I was looking for the breakout long. I was like, well, I want something long if 15.15 holds so I can cancel this breakout. It's obviously not going to happen now. So the thing about a level like that, you can also short a level like that. I was looking for the break because obviously I have nothing long that isn't Rivian, and Rivian's not going to care about the market.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a little Rivian long as well. You might have just saw something come through right now. That was the airplane because right there's 50 cents on AMD. We told you that we were reloaded. So let's see if it goes to the downside right now. Good. Thank you so much, Investing for Noobs, man. That means a lot to us. We are your favorite TV show on YouTube. I like that. We'll continue to bring the goods there. Favorite show, it says on YouTube, not favorite TV show. So yeah, that's my bad on that one. But again, thank you to everybody for watching. It's been a hell of a day. It's been a hell of a ride. And again, follow us all. I'm on Threads. I think you're on Threads maybe too.
I just joined it literally this morning.
Yeah, good. We have 300 already and 53 followers. So thank you so much for that one as we're setting worldwide records for followers on Threads. So let's go, man. It's been a big show here, and it's about to be even a bigger show next door to us right now. So thank you to everybody for watching. Neil, why don't you wrap this baby up?
It's a bear kind of day, but there have been plenty of shorts that are printing. Let's go right over to the professor. It's not the professor. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yes. I'm staring at Sharif when I say it. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Prad for the midday.
Ciao.
Welcome, everyone, to the midday show. I am Trader Prad, and we got the man, the myth, the legend, Obi-Wan Kenobi with us. How's everyone doing? Hopefully you had a great day. So far in the market to begin with, I think, Obi, your mic is muted. So thank you, production team, for letting me know about that.
It should be on.
But yeah, here we go. We're watching the market move around. I'll be honest. I mean, yeah, the market's red. No doubt about that. The market's down. But most of the move might have actually been given up on the 830 move. If you weren't here to trade that 830 number, most of the move that the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 gave you was around there. And then later on, it was like, like a 50-point range off the open, then breaks this, stuck in another 50-point range. I think a lot of the volatility that we were expecting out of the market just wasn't really there. I mean, you're watching UVXY obviously take out the high day. Volatility is going up, the volatility index going up, but we would like the market, obviously, the bear that I am, off the open, you would want to maybe see an overextension of the downside, trigger that minus 2% day, but the markets have been, it's been a while since the markets have been showing you those minus 2%, 3% days and so on. Right now, minus 1.4, we have found somewhat of a bottom near this 15,100 area, and we've been ranging between the 15,100 to 15,150 or so. It's actually 15,120 to 15,160, but you guys get the idea that I'm talking about. So NASDAQ not really giving you those amazing trade setups that I would like, because I was short Apple a couple of times. Yeah, you were in the money, maybe $1, maybe 70 cents, 80 cents sometimes, But I was expecting the market to really flush today because the jobless claim numbers came out really strong. A lot of people hiring out there in America apparently. So that's not a good indication for the fight against inflation that the FOMC committee and everyone's trying to do basically. So overall, the jobless claims coming out higher or lower. Which is bad for the market, which is a pretty good surprise also. Hence, the market sold off pretty drastically off the number itself. But ever since then, I mean, what is the ES holding in since the open? The ES has been from 4430 to 4420, a 10-point range on the S&P 500. I think tomorrow, though, sets up for a perfect free fall Friday because we can just range in this beautiful bottom and find the support or whatever. And then tomorrow we get the break of that support. The market's probably only down 0.3, 0.2 in pre-market, and we get to collapse the shorts. And we get a nice 1% ride off the open into the full ride where it's already down 1% when we come down. And we literally have to okay, is the market going? Is it not going? Is Apple going to hold 190? Not going to hold 190? So a lot of bamboozlement over there for myself in the big cap stocks. But right now, as you guys can see my position, TQQ longs at the moment, timing the bottom on the market because I honestly don't think the market's going any lower. So we'll take some quick scalps on this position. Let's quickly pull up the chart. TQQ longs moving back to VWAP. Let's take some size out here, see if we can get some position out, and then maybe we do get a little bit of an extension past this VWAP area. Actually, that might not be VWAP. That might be 50-period EMA or the 100-period EMA. A little bit not unsure. But let's go see what OB Juan Kenobi has in store for us.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you guys enjoyed your long weekend, 4th of July. A lot of celebrations. I know I saw a bunch of videos for fireworks and stuff going on in New York and Chicago. So yeah, great stuff. I agree with you. The short was definitely on. Bit of market review last night. I was already leaning a little bit more towards the short side, and even 6 a.m., 7 a.m. this morning, I was like, oh yeah, these are going to be decent shorts. Come in. Most of the shorts are pretty much done out the open, right? A lot of the fade. Again, I know we were looking at 130 Amazon and even the 45 on ES and the 15.3 on the NQ, and all of these levels kind of came in pre-market. So Brad is 100% right. If you were early today, if you were the early bird, you got the worm. So on the short side, coming in, I have a bit of FOMO because I was I really wanted the 130 short. I wanted the Meta 300 short. As you can see, we got that in the pre-market. If you had that move, that trade was there, the 300 short. But yeah, you don't really get the luxury of having that trade if you're here at the open, right? So. This is what we talk about this sometimes, where it's sometimes you kind of get sketched out where some of the best prices, they get dealt with in the after hours or the pre-market, and this is one of those days where you can really see that coming into play. So I had a strong short bias, and coming in, yeah, I could have taken the opening drive short on Amazon, but I started accumulating. I was 127.30s is a decent area where we've kind of bounced before. We talked about that range that we're kind of in. So I just started going long on the initial dip, and then kind of sized in. Held a bit of a bag here, about 50 cents against me, because I was very convicted that this kind of the short was a little fugazi. I like the 128 as well. So as the move came in, I added more on this break because I was all these people who got in short in the pre-market, right? Amazon acts a little bit differently than kind of the rest of the market here, right? The rest of the market's straight down, where Amazon is doing this consolidation, bouncing off of a key level, right? So I'm using that discretion to my advantage and seeing if there's follow through on the move. And when we kind of got up here, I saw that 128.50s was reserving like crazy, right? But no real follow through off that reserve. So I kind of pieced off the position and got rid of all of it right here underneath that 50-cent reserve. And now let's see. I'm just going to stay observant and see what we're going to do. We have kind of bounced off that 127.30 area, and that kind of coincides with the ES and NQ. Well, the NQ especially kind of starting to slow down here on the 15-minute. Bit of consolidation is starting to bunch up here. So I want to see some of that slowdown happening on the ES as well. right? We're getting the potential first green 15 on the ES since the open. So I'll be watching for that as well. There's probably going to be a couple of trades off the first 15 green. But as of right now, it seems like we are still following through. We are still well within this downtrend. Shorts are definitely on, and yeah, you can take some cheeky counter trends. That's what I did here, or I attempted to do. No follow through. I was expecting like a 129 to 129.50 retest on this move, which is why I had the conviction to kind of hold it 30-40 cents against me because I was looking for the dollar. But the move wasn't there, so I pieced off the trade, and now it looks like we're kind of coming back in. So I want to see if that idea is still in play. I want to see kind of the NQ slow down, the ES slow down, and Amazon start to kind of consolidate. I know Apple as well. Apple, I'm keeping a close eye on. Apple was testing its highs. Let me pull that in here. So using all these large caps as like some sort of as a sort of confluence factor. So Apple still in its range. When I got into the position, it was kind of pushing for this 190, but we came back in. So kind of an inside day on Apple. We can look at Microsoft as well. Microsoft relatively inside if you take in the pre-market action. So a bit of a decisive, indecisive action here. We're kind of consolidating before we make a move. And I think a lot of eyes are on Meta as well, right? Meta screaming to the upside yesterday. We're talking about threads. We're talking about potential market share of Twitter getting taken over, and Meta is going to be at the forefront of that. And like they have the infrastructure in place already, so we're kind of seeing that sentiment follow in with this volume and buying pressure that we've had over the past since yesterday actually, and kind of holding those levels. I know 295 has been a key area. 295 over under I think is a great look on Meta. You can literally recycle that level over under until we make a move. So I think 295 I'll be watching. I know I'm not trading that right now as per se because I'm looking for that 300 break. And this kind of consolidation is starting to build up as well. So if we stick above 295, I think the probability of the 300 coming in with a market if we get market strength will become much higher. Tab TV talking about Tesla. Yeah, Tesla. I haven't really taken a look at Tesla. We can do that now. Tesla, let's start with the 15-minute here. Tesla 15-minute, oh wow, look at that. When was this here? Monday, so Monday, weekly consolidation break kind of happened here at the 275. I know we mentioned that, 276. I know we mentioned that 275, 276 is gonna stay a key area. We have this gap up on, what was it, like news or something, whatever catalyst that we had. We consolidated Monday and yesterday. Today we kind of break through that consolidation and using that 76 as resistance. So here, yeah, you could potentially risk like we're at 125.30, 125.50. You could potentially risk this like 50 cents above the 76 here. This consolidation range low from before for the potential short. That could come in, but like the markets are kind of coming in as well, right? So watching that, keeping that on watch. And Quasier says Kava. I haven't really traded this one. I think I remember Kava, the IPO. We definitely took that. We took a piece off of that, and haven't really revisited. But I remember 40 was a key level that day. Yeah, I remember taking that 40 long on IPO day, and lo and behold, we're kind of like churning around that 40. We haven't really made it too far off that 40 here. So yeah, another recycle off the 40 over under on Kava. I think that's a decent look. Not too opinionated on this ticker because like we just IPO'd. I don't know too much about the company. I think they're a restaurant or something. Let me just check here. Consumer services, restaurants. Yep. So these guys, they're actually a holding company that engages in the operation of restaurants. That's interesting. But yeah, Kava, good look. What do you got on watch, Brad?
Currently just gonna do the ad read. As you guys know, as always, we are brought to you by Surge Trader account funding up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules, 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Once again, up to 90% profits. Go check out Surge Trader. The link should be in the chat somewhere or pinned in the chat, I believe. So click on those links to learn more about these. Why didn't that go down? There you go. People in the chat talking about AI. Look at that TQQ coming back. Who would have thunk about that, right? So market's trying to pull back to the lower days over here. SPY keeps making a new lower day, but then keeps popping back up. We'll see what happens with S&P 500. TQQ, though, currently trying to push back at the same lower days, trying to see what it wants to do if they want to break the lows or not. And if that happens, we might get some trades over here back on AMD, back on Apple, and maybe some other positions that we can talk about. People want me to take a look at AI. Let's go take a look at AI. What is AI doing today? Looks like it's down about 4.7%. There we go. Charts are finally loaded. Now I can look at this chart. Down about 4.7, 4.8%, pulling back to the 50-period EMA, I believe, on the 1 minute right here that I'm looking at, around $38.50 or so. Could possibly keep pumping back up to 40 maybe before we see a rejection, but that's a little bit too much of an expectation for the stock. For the rest of the day, honestly, I'm just looking for the market to just break the low a day and then set up some other stocks across the board that we can maybe get into some shorts and take some advantage on. So maybe Microsoft, maybe Apple, maybe even Meta platforms. I know some people in the chat just said, Obi and Pratt, get on Threads. I don't know. I'll probably give it some time. I won't be making that decision anytime soon. Yeah, I don't really care about getting into new social media anytime soon. I'll be honest about that. But here's Meta platforms really selling off right now.
Yeah.
As soon as I pull into it, I mean, the market's pushing for the lower day break, so it makes sense.
That's an interesting sell-off, though. We just doing $2 in a single candle, so that could be something.
Market's going for the lower day, makes sense. I mean, is Threads really that big of a deal? I guess it is. The market clearly liked the fact that the stock is coming out with a new idea. We almost took 300 out a couple times in a row now. Not sure if we actually successfully took out 300 properly, but we tried a couple times here. But Meta platforms, man, yeah, Threads talking about how competition to Twitter. You got to remember that Twitter's plan is actually a whole different plan or Elon's plan with Twitter is completely different than just keep running it as Twitter. His plan is to actually turn it into the WeChat of North America or every other country outside of China in general. So if that's the plan over there, I mean, is Twitter even going to matter the way it keeps going on at the moment? In that case, then yeah, Threads could possibly take that over. But the whole idea for that company and that stock and the X platform, I guess, is what he wanted to do. It's a whole different theory on that one. So I'm still waiting to see what happens with Elon Musk. If I had to ever pick Elon over Zuck, you guys know who I'm picking, and that's without doubt. Currently, we're seeing a little bit of a bounce coming in after that nasty sell-off that Meta platform just had, as NASDAQ does not want to break the lower days. S&P 500 keeps breaking the low by maybe 0.25 of a tick, and then just shows us some bounce again. So market doesn't really want to go too far to the downside right now. Maybe we get that extra oomph of a catalyst. Keep in mind that oil numbers probably just came out at 11 o'clock, which they're supposed to. So let's go take a look at the oil numbers real quick. If I can, trading stream, economic calendar. No, don't hit me with this ad stuff. 11 o'clock. Yeah, the oil numbers should have just come out. Looks like the oil numbers did come out good, but we do have OPEC and what's it called? OPEC and Russia coming out and saying that they're going to pause production or at least cut production at the moment, and that brought up oil prices a bit recently, and now oil is still down, or energy sector as a whole down 2.6%. Let's quickly go check what crude futures are doing. Is crude futures on U23? What would the contract be for crude futures, Sean? You have to look. Yeah, I'm not sure what the contract for crude futures is, but if I have to just quickly go to this platform, F11, go over here, connect. CLO, now you guys know our IP address. They're going to hack into our computers. It looks like it's also down on the day, 0.81% down so far, but this data is delayed by around 15 minutes or so. That's on the TradingView platform for myself. Anything else that chat wants us to take a look at? APLD, says chat. APLD. I remember trading this not too long ago. Let me quickly pull up my charting platform again. See what levels I have on APLD. APLD 1-year chart. Yeah, so I remember trading this not too long ago, recently actually, taking that long, I think around this breakout, and then I didn't actually get out at the 1162 area, and then I basically ended up flat on the position once it came back through and stopping me out. So that was a decent trade idea, but I was just way too greedy with the position. I figured, you know, we could see more extension to the north side coming in, especially after breaking a good 10-day range or whatever amount of days range this was. Came right back through that range, tested that high one more time, rejected the high another time, pulling right back down and showing us weakness right now. So APLD as a day trade perspective, I mean, yeah, there is still volume there on an average 10-day scale. You're getting 12.6 million. Today's volume 9.7 million so far already, and it's only 11 o'clock. Right now we are pulling back to the 50 period EMA, yes, the 50 period EMA pullback on the daily chart on APLD, showing us a little bit of a support. If I could anchor my VWAP from here, you know what, I can, because we have Trade Ideas logged in today. So let me quickly pull up a chart on Trade Ideas. Let's go here, bring this chart to the downside, expand that one, APLD on the daily. So the time frame, we go to the daily, put an anchored VWAP from here. It shows you pretty much where the volume weighted average price is for every single candle from this day and so on. It could show you what the sentiment changes ever since the stock actually gapped up, right? So you see the gap up after the bottom range that we've been holding to the downside over here. You see the gap up. Yeah, all of this information is important too, but I really want to see, ever since this change in characteristics happened in the position, whoever initiated the buying coming in, are they still buying the stock? And if so, you would expect them to buy around these areas. At least that's what Brian Shannon's book talks about. So I'm looking for these areas to hold at the moment. You are seeing a little bit of a bounce come in previously, another possible bounce coming in right now around this area. If this area breaks, then maybe there's actually a short trigger coming in for day trades, for swing trades. But if this area holds, you could look for that possible long off that swing trade back to the north side, or even a possible day trade giving you a beautiful long back into the range. If I can just exit out of this full screen chart, back into that range of where we at right here, back above $7.85, $8 for a possible move back up to $10 or so. So I like that trade setup over there on APLD. Chad talking about MULN. I mean, your boy Max today, he'll probably be on the show soon. He was talking about MULN quite a bit. For me to actually even trade it, you guys know how iffy I get when it comes to penny stocks. So I was looking at it, but I didn't trade it. My best trade on the day today actually comes from that CRUB stock, or what CRBU was it? CRBU. This was my best trade on the day today. I got long on the break of 575, which was the pre-market high. And my best out was basically $6.80, but most of my size was actually taken out around $6. My last few shares was taken out at $6.80, so this was my best trade of the day. Simple trade, pre-market high breakout, and then have a stop at the low of the range over here at 550. The stock actually showed me some icebergs coming in at 570. So I was in at 575. 570 was holding. I moved my stop up to 570 for 5 cents a risk. I got my best out was $1. So that's a great risk to reward trade. I just wish I took a lot more size. My problem with these low flow random stocks that I don't really know too much about is I don't have the conviction, confidence to really take these trades with big size. So it didn't really help the P&L too much, because the trades that I do have confidence in or whatever that I shorted, like Apple, AMD, the market would just be stuck in a 10-point range for the S&P 500, 50-point range for the NASDAQ. I just got chopped up a lot between Apple and the AMD. So my day is actually pretty much flat right now, thanks to stocks like CRUB and SQQ and TQQ and so on. But not the best day for the short side, nor the long side, honestly. For me, I think tomorrow is where I'll be able to take advantage. I wish I was in the office at 8:30 to take advantage of that 8:30 move.
Yeah, same, man. That was like I said this morning. Like, if you came in early, you definitely were rewarded with that I went a little bit long here, Amazon, just trying to see if this turn on the NQ, we're getting a 15 green on the NQ to see if that kind of follows through. We are consolidating underneath this 128. So yeah, let's see if there is follow through above this dollar. We have kind of made these lows, and we've made a higher low here now, right? So we've made a higher high off of that, and we've made a higher low off of this bottom here. And now the NQ and the ES are looking like they might be printing a little bit of green. So I'm just looking for a potential follow through. I know Ross Hanover in the chat is saying that let's take a look at Starbucks. So let's see, I'm gonna pull up Starbucks. Let's see what Starbucks is doing today. Let's pull it up right here. All right, yeah, Starbucks 100 short. Wow, dude, look at this. Consolidation 98, like 98 right out the open, 97.50, straight fades. So I think this is a good look. Are you guys trading Starbucks today? Because this thing is breaking down some key levels here, right? This consolidation, multi-month breakdown happening on Starbucks right now. We were making a little bit of higher lows here, this consolidation on the daily, and now we've broken below that. And looking left, how far do we have to go on to the downside? The next level of consolidation I see here is about 3 points down, 93s, 94s. We're at 96 right now. Let's see how this looks on the weekly. It's probably doing another, look, the breakdown is a little bit more clear here of this. So yeah, potentially risking 96.50s. So for a potential short on Starbucks here. Now, you know what? Like, Starbucks is a strong company, right? This is still look at the trend overall. This is still an uptrend all the way from 2010 to 2008. That dip that happened in 2008, we've still been uptrending from it. So the bottom of the trend here is about like 70s, 80s and 70s. So like if we kind of come back into these 80s and 70s and push back up, that could be a potential good look. But yeah, no, that could provide us with decent shorts over the coming weeks on Starbucks, right? So I think that's a great look here. Amazon's still struggling with this 128, so I might just piece off of this for now. Let's see, yeah, just out of that. That green is starting to look a little stubby here. So the probability of this breaking down, kind of revisiting this lower end of the channel, just gets much higher. But yeah, no, I could very well be wrong, and these 80s could hold. But you know what? I'm out of the trade. I don't like that look. I know we have a little bit of space to go on the downside. So I could potentially come back to this trade here in the 127.60s. Meta looked like it was breaking down in this morning consolidation, but then now it just starts to hold that consolidation here. So keeping that in mind, again, Apple, Microsoft still holding this consolidation as well. Let's look at a shorter time frame so we can kind of see the range here. Yeah, kind of holding. A little bit of uptrend on the downside. These highs are a little bit higher, but it is a bit of a churn. We're pretty much inside, orbiting around this 338, 337-ish price on Microsoft. Now we can take a look at Apple as well. Apple and Google we should take a look at. So Apple, again, still inside 190. So the trade-off 190 keeps coming in. Like if you take 190 on the backside over and over again after it kind of breaks back through, you've been rewarded off the 190 on Apple. So just inside on that. Now Google, our friend Google, look at this. Wow, this is really giving us a sense of direction here, right? Google's about 7% of the market. So we are seeing a strong downtrend on Google. Now I know 120 was a significant area looking left. I know we traded off of this area over the past couple of weeks, and today we kind of come in, we don't even break past that. We fade off of these 122s, and then from yesterday, 120 breakdown, and then straight fade into lunchtime right now. So Google potentially giving us a bit of direction on where this market kind of wants to go. It's looking the most like the futures, right? Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Nvidia. Nvidia was the last one I wanted to check out. Nvidia, yeah, you can see that these do not look as similar to the rest of the market. So like Google exhibiting a bit of a beta today with respect to the futures. So I think looking at Google for potential market direction is a good look. So if Google continues to fade, we could potentially just continue this fade on futures as well. It seems like that is the one kind of leading these markets. Now I do have the heat map open here, so we can take a look. We are pretty much red across the board, right? Across the board, pretty much red, every sector. Meta is a little bit green. I don't know what the KDP, Kruig, Dr. Pepper is green. Dr. Pepper, my favorite pop drink, by the way. Yeah, Meta and green.
It all makes sense.
Does it? I don't know.
Amazon trader.
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper drinker.
Is there a correlation there?
It all makes sense.
Okay, all right. I mean, I don't know. Dr. Pepper is sick, man. Like the cherry flavors. I like it. It's nice. I think it's a.
I can only have it on like certain days though. Like I can't drink like Dr. Pepper like.
So you're
every day like
more
I used to drink Coca-Cola.
Like Coca-Cola, yeah. Like I mean, you can't necessarily go wrong with some Coke, but
like Dr. Pepper tastes like I just drank like a syrup, like just cough syrup. With
it is kind of sweet.
Together.
Yeah, that's a lot of my friends say that as well. But
root beer is good though. I like root beer. I haven't
Dr.
had root
Pepper
beer in a
over
long
root beer,
time.
dude.
I would pick root beer over Dr. Pepper any day for sure.
No, I'm the other way.
A good root beer, a good root beer over Dr. Pepper any day. Sorry to cut you off there,
no worries.
Obi,
No worries,
but the
we're good.
market's actually making a pretty good reversal over here. I'll be honest, I thought the market was going down. I pulled over Meta. Meta was making another move to the downside, and then I see the market moving back up. My TQQs are in the money again, so I'm looking for an area to look for a positive. Possible area to get into a long into Meta and then maybe add into that trade. I had some orders around 293 and they just didn't give me that fill. So I took the breakout of 293.50 to see if I can get filled. I got filled 293.60 as you guys can see on the position board down there. If this market, succeeds in giving us a higher high on this move to the north side, S&P 500 and the NASDAQ that you can see on the right side of my screen over here, holding 44.20 at the moment for the S&P 500. But if we can, successfully break out of this channel that we are in, a clear downtrend channel, but not enough, I guess, volume or liquidity or volatility, I guess, to really push to the downside or to the upside. So we're just stuck in a channel at the moment. Also at the down over here, if you look at UVXY, making a pretty nasty reversal back into a previous support area on the 5-minute chart here. So possible reversals back to the north side a little bit for the overall markets. Meta struggling around this 293.50 area. Let's just say 293. That's where you should be long, but I chased my entry a little bit. But I don't have that much size on this chase, so that's why I'm okay with chasing it this far up. I can add more closer to 293 in case we do get that stock to drop down, but I don't think that will be a possibility right now as S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market are marching to the north side, taking our TQQ positions back into the position of where is units per share? Only 10 cents in the money at the moment, and good reversals most likely coming into other positions such as AMD. What? AMD's back to 112 right now. While the market was really hanging out near the lower days, you're telling me AMD hung out near its new higher highs that it made around this 111 and is marching towards the 112 right now. AMD, the monster that it always is. I guess not, it's down like 1% or 2%, but it's a monster right now though, looking better than actually Nvidia, as Nvidia actually made a lower low not too long ago. Constant rejection of VWAP throughout the last, I guess, ever since 11 o'clock or so. So for the last 31 minutes, but AMD just mooning over here, making a new high a day, I think is what I did see not too long ago. No, not a new high a day, but pretty much breaking out of that range, taking out all the EMAs, the 50, the 100, VWAP, heading towards 112 right now, and Meta now in the money for us. Let's see if QQQ can break out of this range. If we were to actually quickly draw this box that I was talking about before we send it back to your main man, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Let's quickly draw that right there. I mean, look, that looks like a pretty good break of that channel that the market's been holding for ever since 9 o'clock in the morning. And 9 o'clock over here, is basically 10 o'clock our time because the Chicago markets are, I believe, an hour before us. Yeah, so 10 o'clock till now, the market has been holding in this channel. I would like for this candle to actually close above this channel for a possible confirmation of breaking out and then keep extending back up. The idea of this market being stuck in that range is breaking, but to the wrong side. So maybe tomorrow we really get that free fall Friday. But what did I say? I did say to somebody back there that we should not use the word free fall today or we're gonna jinx it. And it happened.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. The free fall definitely coming in here. The market did kind of bid up a little bit there, and then Amazon did like a little bit of a wash almost. Like it bids up like into the dollar, and then kind of crashes back down into this consolidation. So I took a quick scalp off of that. Like I was almost ready to punch long because ES and NQ are printing their second 15 greens, but the price action on Amazon was a little disconnected relative to that. So I took the short. It looks like the short is coming in now. Might have covered too quickly, but it is what it is. And like we could come back into the 60s. I'll be watching what the 60s will be doing, right? So is this a soft landing finally? I mean, well, let's see. I don't know. Markets do have space to come down, in my opinion. Like we are a little extended, but there are rumors that like this is potentially the beginning of the next bull market. So I don't know. Let's see. It seems like beginning, maybe. I don't know.
It's been since the start of the year.
Since the start of the year. Yeah, but like you never know. It's been a couple of volatile years. So like doing like 30-40% in like 6 months, like we've seen that happen. But yeah, no, this could very well be the beginning of the next bull market. Look at Amazon rip right back up into 128. So like yeah, a bit of fugaze there, a little bit of a disconnect on the flow. Yeah, 128. So 128 key area, Amazon, kind of churning around it. Earlier today, Brad, over here, you see this churn right there, 128.50s.
What are you talking about 128?
Right here, Amazon. 128.50s, a reserve like I've almost never seen before, right? Like holding while the market is like making significant moves, 128.50 just holds and reserves and reserves and reserves over and over again, but no real follow through. I was looking for the long. I was already positioned for the long, right? But that reserve kind of came in. I was hoping. I'm like, I could potentially risk more off of this reserve. But looking really weak, I started piecing off the position, took it all off underneath that reserve, and look at what happens when that reserve breaks, right? Back down to the bottom of the range. Now look, we're pushing back up. The short idea, I'm glad I covered on that short because that buying pressure kind of came in, and now we are following through, breaking the top of this range here. So the thing about Amazon, I like you gotta stay on your feet around these consolidation areas. There is a lot of fugaze going on, and you almost have to kind of embody the fugaze before plunging into it. So
what?
Everybody asking, what am I on? I have no idea, but Amazon is the one. But
embody the fugaze.
Yeah, I mean you have to kind of like get used to it. Be one with the fugaze before you plunge into it, right? So it's like you have to kind of be like, oh, it's fugazing this way or that way. It's like, oh, we're trapping these guys this way, that way. You never know. So once you get a bit of a read for it, it becomes a little bit more straightforward because I think at the end of the day, basic supply-demand mechanics are that. Basic supply-demand mechanics are just like when you have players that are kind of offside and they get a little trapped. There are times where you can see that demand show up on the tape for those players trying to get out of their position. So,
hey, Sean's long meta too.
128 longs are coming in. Yeah, 125 coming in on meta. These guys are long here. I like that look. Bidders have shown up at these levels
125?
before. 125 incoming.
On meta?
On meta, yeah. Sorry, 295. 295. That's what I mean. Not 125.
I'm about to close my position. I'm long 293,
no. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. 95. The 95 is coming
$100.
in.
Sheesh.
95 is coming in. Yeah, imagine you get one quad. That would be a quaduk. Like that would be a quaduk, right? We are kind of picking up coming back into this. The longs were right, the short was wrong. Kind of showed itself when those bidders started stacking back up underneath the 80, and we are pushing back up. So yeah, potentially miss a long here
Hit
off
that
the
dollar
128,
club, baby. Hit that dollar club.
Let's see if we kind of come back in. Yeah, Microsoft apparently really going. What's going on with Microsoft, Sean? 338. Wow, take a look at this. Yeah.
I like that music. That music bumps. Why don't you use my
dollar in the money off of these supports? Oh, that's sick. Nice. You got some new
We're
animations.
raving in this
I'm
office
loving
now.
this.
Oh, baby.
All right.
We're raving all
okay.
day now with that music. Let's go. But I got to take some profits because Meta's returning down a bit.
Yeah, what are you thinking on Meta there?
How much size do I even have?
All right, so Meta, yeah, like 193s, I think that's a great place to add. Like you see those wicks coming in, right? So these guys have the right idea. Getting in long where you saw the supply before and the supply shows up again. Sorry, I mean demand. The demand shows up again off the 93s. And we are starting to bid back up. So yeah, we could definitely see the range kind of retest. These 96s, 95s, I think are a valid target. This 96 as well, top of the range, right? Top of this morning initial reaction range, well within prices that we can test. Market's looking like it's curling, right? We have kind of started to print these 15s. How much is left for this 15 to print? About 6 minutes left. To kind of solidify the second green on the futures. We are seeing that kind of curl come in on some of the larger caps as well. What are you guys watching? What are you guys trading here? Carvana.
Watching the market
Carvana,
break outside, baby.
CVNA. Now, Carvana, I haven't really traded this in a couple weeks. I know we were on this name when it had some significant R-vol a couple weeks ago. We can take a look at this name, look left a little bit. On the daily, actually, let's start off with the week and work our way down, right? I usually like that type of look. It gives you a nice bigger picture, and you can work your way down, kind of isolating key levels on the shorter time frame, working your way down from the larger time frame. So larger time frame, we got 20 here, we got 29 above and below. We're kind of holding that. We're coming up from single digits. We're in the double digits here now. 25, I think, is going to stay key as well. Let's go down to the hourly. Hourly 25. We came off that 25 today, right? So it makes sense that we are kind of consolidating, churning around this 25 number on the overall. I think we can come back into 20s. Let's see if we get support above this 2022 in the coming days. That would print a higher low on this chart here, kind of confirming that uptrend. So if this is continuation on the uptrend, I want to see higher lows being printed, potentially above $20 on Carvana for the swing trade. But yeah, no, as of today, we're kind of following in on the market. It's kind of a fade coming in, and yeah, no significant support here. Looking left, potential. So we kind of blasted off this 23 here before, but real consolidation down here in the 20s, 22s here on Carvana. Coming in down from the 30s. So that's the look on Carvana. People talking about Disney in the chat. Now, I know Disney did a crazy move yesterday, that V-shaped recovery. Let's see how that ended off. That V-shaped recovery from yesterday kind of faded off, and you kind of just got a consolidation. So bit of a consolidation yesterday, and then we break below that consolidation range today. We talked about how much space Disney has to the downside. If this level does break, right? This 90 kind of broke in, this 89s, and we are seeing the follow through on the short. Longer time frame, where is this going? We are kind of downtrending here off the 100. The 100 rejection was there. We tried to consolidate, tried to push past, couldn't even get past 103, and then we kind of gapped down on earnings, sell off, and follow through on the into 85. So. Yeah, good look on Disney. Some great trades there. It's really directional out the open, right? Unlike some of these large caps, which are kind of like diddling, kind of consolidating, recycling the same prices. This 128 Orbit on Amazon, this 415 on Nvidia, 416ish on Nvidia here. A lot of recycling going on the larger caps, but some of these other names, very directional. So if you had the trade and you played the trend out the open, like, yeah, you didn't necessarily have a reason to cover off of this short if you shorted this consolidation, or if you even took this morning continuation short, right? You didn't necessarily have a reason to cover until about in the 87s here, where it starts to go a little flat. Right, so you can throw a VWAP, or you can throw some indicator on there to kind of help you manage the position as well. As you can see, you hold below the 9. Right, this is just a simple, like, this is just an EMA here, not a simple moving average, but just an EMA here. Below VWAP as well, so good reasons to short. You don't really get a reason to cover until you kind of come back here, right, where you start violating that 9 EMA and that 88 area kind of showing support for the move back up. So yeah, potential retracement, 50% of the move coming in on Disney there. Yep.
Obi, I have a very strong opinion here on this. I want your
I know all
answer
about
on
that.
this, right?
Yeah.
So if we can quickly show my screen here. So this over here is Magic the Gathering playing card.
Yep.
This one in specific is a Lord of the Rings card, and there's only one made in the whole world. Only one of one, right?
Oh, yeah.
I go to my buddy Greg, Greg that we work with.
Right.
And I go to him, hey, each box is $500. And you get like a bunch of 10 booster boxes, packs, or whatever. $500 for a pack or a box. So I go to Greg, I'm like, hey, Greg, let's split a box, or let's instead drop 5,000, 2.5K each. Let's get 10 boxes, all right? Get 10 boxes, because if this card gets pulled, the chances of you winning this in Toronto is pretty low.
Yeah.
But if you get this one-off-one card, it's a $2 million card. Somebody in Toronto,
worth the 5K.
on this one, 2 million euros actually. So it's actually, you would think that this card would actually get pulled in America, as most like Pokemon Charizards and all the good ones get pulled in America. This one gets pulled in Toronto.
Where? Just by the 401 games?
Not 401 games, but someone in Toronto pulled this card. I think Greg owes me $1 million.
Wow.
Because
what
we
are
were
the
supposed to buy
chances?
10 boxes. I don't know, Greg. You owe me $1 million. Pay up. Pay your boy $1 million. We were supposed to split this deal and cash out, man. I'm still FOMOing this. Oh, I like that. Look at that. Look, good job. I'm still FOMOing big time on this, man. $1 million missed out.
One of one. What's crazy? And I was talking to a couple buddies about this as well. Like 9 PSA out the box. That's wild. That's wild. It's wild. You literally take it out the box, and apparently this is a thing. Like you can take it out. You can take it out the box.
It's a one-off-one. What are you gonna get?
Like, yeah, you're not gonna get better than that.
Yeah.
Like if you have a one-of-one, like I would be much more happy with a 10. But like, that's a little sad.
A 9 for a one-off-one is actually 11 if you think about it. A 10 would be 100, but a 9 for a one-off-one is 11. Think about it.
Quick
Do the maths. Quick maths. Do the maths. Let's actually get back to doing quick maths on the markets here for a quick minute. I was looking at an article posted on my phone right now by CNBC saying European stocks closed down 2.4% after strong U.S. jobs data. Travel stocks slumps 4%. So I quickly wanted to go take a look at my favorite company out there in the whole world, Race, to see if they dropped down quite a bit today or not. And they did. Race down 2.3% today on the New York market. The Milan market, I think, was down 3%, but that one's already closed. So European market are now shut down, and you're no longer able to trade that for anyone interested in that. The markets, which we were talking about not too long ago, we had this channel. I mean, this is not really the best channel. It's more of a, not sure how you would call this pattern, but we did break out of it on the NASDAQ. And then the S&P 500 had a better, channel that we can actually call a channel. And even that breaking out. So both these markets breaking out. Oh, look at that pop on the SPY that we just saw there. That pop on the SPY just took my meta from being, once again, 50 cents in the money to one being $1 in the money. So a good little pump coming in across the board for all of our markets here. QQQ trying to pump back up. S&P 500 trying to pump back up. So my idea that this market is not showing me the weakness that we expected to show us on that strong jobs number. to break the lows and show us like a 2% down day, 3% down day. We also had other numbers coming out throughout the day. I believe it was like, I can't really remember off the top of my head, but we had other important economic data coming out. We also had the crude numbers today. I don't think there's anything else for the rest of the day, but if those numbers all coming out and the market does not want to break the lows, I can't see it happening during lunchtime. Maybe we see a dump back down after tickling VWAP around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock or so, but I can't expect that right now. So these longs coming in, $1.26 club. Let me hear the beat, Sean.
That 295 coming in, man. 295. Nice.
$2 club coming in soon for our boy Meta Platforms. 30 cents in the money for TQQ. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, some good trades on the day.
Yeah, for sure. That was some of the numbers that you were mentioning here. I got them up here. Yeah, we did have a lot here. ISM, PMI, job openings, trade deficit, and then jobless claims at 8:30 in the morning. So yeah, pretty jam-packed morning. Bit of a fade off of those numbers, potentially just using that catalyst as like a reason to sell. But 418 here coming in. Consolidation high is pushing on Nvidia, so I'm keeping that on watch. I know I had 420 as an area to watch out the open, and it kind of comes in right, like it kind of gets front run. The shorts off 420 get front run into the open, so that trade was kind of gone. I left that on the table there, but kind of coming back into that. So that 418, if this 418 breaks, the probability of this 419 coming in obviously increasing, and that is pre-market double bottom. So if we can get above 419 on Nvidia, then I think that 420 look may come back into play. So potential range breakout here. I don't necessarily like playing the breakouts itself. I like to play more of the range and then potentially have a runner for the break. But yeah, no. Markets coming in, testing these highs as the ES and NQ now printing the third green candle in a row. Let's see if Google is being affected by this. Yeah, so we were talking about how Google was kind of pulling in significantly, and then as it starts to turn, we get the turn on the markets as well. So that kind of locks it in that Google is kind of the one that's not necessarily leading, but you can look towards Google to see kind of a sentiment on the markets as well. It is following the futures a little bit closer than some of the other larger weighted constituents as Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Nvidia. Yeah.
I have a sick idea, Sean.
What's the sick idea?
You should take all your old Post-its, add like a foil version to one of those Post-its, and then we make a card set, and then we sell these card sets. Whoever opens the foil card set can get something special. Yo, NFT, but real life NFT.
Wow.
Yo, let's do it. I'm just coming up with ideas over here off the fly, trying to be part of this. A little bit of a FOMO for missing out on the card pull, but hey, it is what it is. I had to take some more profits on the TQQ and Meta as we moved up, because NASDAQ, moving back into that 1150, 15150, 15160 areas. We've seen it show some struggle around these tops before. I mean, I would love for a move all the way back up to VWAP, but that would be, dreaming and expecting too much from the market. So I cut down a lot of my size over here. I might actually take out more size on TQQ, because on a quick glance I just realized I do have a lot more size than I actually want to hold on to. So let's take out some more size. There we go. Now I'm okay with holding on to my rest of my share lots. If it does come back to the low a day, I mean, look, Neil said this many times to you guys on different stocks. I think it could kind of be applied to the market too. How many times are we going to bounce off of a certain level? Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Afterwards, when we come back down till we break it. So I'm thinking if we do push back down here next time on the markets, on Meta platforms, on any other stock across the board, I do expect the bottom to be cracking, and something like you guys were doing last night while I was trying to do a show. All I hear is cracking. That's what we want the market to be doing to the downside.
Yeah, I mean, we were cracking and you were a little bit crack-a-lacking. So,
Always trying to be crack-a-lacking, baby. Snap.
Yeah.
Pop, crack. Is that what it is? No.
Snap Crackle Pop.
Snap
That's
Crackle
what
Pop.
it is. Yeah. What is that from? The
Rice
cereal
Krispies,
box.
guys.
Rice Krispies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
I haven't had a Rice Krispie. Actually, that's a lie. I had it yesterday. Our breakfast is actually, you guys know I talk a lot of smack about the catering, but it's no smack at all. I just keep it honest. I like to have different types of food every day.
Right.
Not eat chicken every single day. Not eat rice every single day. So that's why I like to go out and get different types of food, right?
Right.
But chicken and rice, I do eat it some days. I ate it yesterday. That was bomb. The chicken and
it was
the
great.
rice yesterday was amazing. Probably should not use the word that I just used earlier to describe how good food was before I get on a no-fly list or something. But our breakfast is my favorite. Like we get like amazing croissants,
Breakfast is good.
or we get some Rice Krispies sometimes. I love our breakfast. Market going back up, baby.
Yeah,
Let's go.
it's just a chop, man. Like I know 128 is key, and it's kind of showing itself. Like 20 cents above, 20 cents below. Like this is just straight orbit. This 295 came in on Meta. We are still holding, and I think we have the potential to test this 296. That's well within range. We haven't necessarily sold off significantly as the markets continue to go up, right? A little bit of a turn here. Now, Microsoft, we talked about these two being higher lows, and we are starting to test these tops off of another higher low, right? So when we started here, when did we start here? 11, right? 11. So about 11 o'clock, we said that if we make a higher low than this, the potential for retesting the high of this range across the board becomes increasingly more and more, and that's kind of what we saw here coming in. Are we going to get a higher high as well? I don't know. We still have about 3-4 hours left during the day on the open market, so we could potentially push into the close as well, and that's what I'll be looking for. This 128 holding, right? 127.80 holding underneath 128. So I will be watching this churn. I have taken pieces off of it, just trying to get a feel for the tape, right? Like, are we really breaking these levels? Are we really reclaiming? Do the bidders show up? Do the sellers show up? Like, what's happening here? As of right now, what I see across the board is a little bit of higher lows. So that could give direction, and we are kind of churning on Google as well. Potential look for the rest of the day. We could bid up into these prices. I will be watching this 295 on Meta as well to see if that kind of comes in. But yeah, a little bit of deceleration here on the strength. It's understandable because like NQ kind of had some trouble here at the 15,180, and we're seeing that as well on the reclaim. So now I expect it to kind of have some trouble, and if we are really going to continue, it should kind of break through this level convincingly within the next hour or two, if that's the move. Otherwise, potential continuation of the short that kind of started happening from these morning hours could still be in play, right? So staying a little unbiased now. I was very strongly biased coming into the morning. I had to switch that bias. Like I said, I was very, very short biased coming into the morning, and I was like, yeah, no, these shorts are probably going to start covering at some point, specifically on Amazon. Now, if I had shorted anything else with a closer beta to the market out the open and kind of executed that short idea on, say, a name like Google, definitely would have been paid much better on that kind of play. But again, I'm a little bit more used to Amazon price action, so I am more comfortable with that. But yeah, as you can see, like you got some couple points across the board if you had the short idea on a more beta name. Like again, looking at the map here, we are significantly red. Now, Microsoft just went green. Let's pull that up. Microsoft just a slightly green on the day. What just happened? Let me pull that back in. Slightly green on the map here. In terms of price, not yet. But yeah, we'll be watching out for that Microsoft red to green move, and that could really bring in some of these other names here to retest the top of the range, right? So I'll be watching for that. For the rest of the day here on these markets. What are you guys trading? Throw it in the chat.
Bears versus Bulls is going to put up a poll soon, so it's basically going to be what browser do you guys use the most? Chrome, Bing/Edge, basically Microsoft. The other one, Mozilla Firefox,
Firefox is a good
or
one.
OPRA, Opera Limited.
Opera, whatever, however you want to call it.
What? No. Never heard of it. He says Brave in my ear. Never heard of Brave. But yeah, he's going to put up that poll. Make sure you vote on that poll because I want to. People in the chat are actually talking about Brave browser. Yeah, I've never actually heard of it. I'm hearing about it the first time through Fabian. Pratt pretending he ain't using DuckDuckGo, bro. What? Come on, Neil. No, overall though, I'm talking about mainly I want to bring up this topic because I was talking about OPRA last night on the 4 o'clock stream. Most of you, if you caught that 4 o'clock stream, maybe you got to put off some trades off on this stock today. Not able to take out the new all-time high that we created yesterday at the 24.12 area. We were talking about how we like if it breaks this level and runs up, we could possibly put some longs over there or shorts off the fail of that level. Sadly though, the stock does not have a lot of volume, only 1.16 million shares traded so far, and it's already 12 o'clock. So I'm guessing that the chart is actually very choppy. So yeah, look at that, very choppy. But you were able to, get some shorts on the re-entry of the level over here of all-time high area in pre-market, and maybe ride it down through the open for anyone interested. And even that swing trade idea kind of still there. You could have gotten short somewhere at the highs, give it that risk to the north side, and then expect the move back down here or anywhere even back down here to this volume profile area. Let's actually add volume weighted, sorry, not volume weighted price, but volume profile for all the candles that we see at the moment. And based on that, most of the volume transacted in this area. But if we go to the latest year so far, on the 52-week scale, most of the volume transacted around $18.50. So we can expect this area to come back into support to see if there are buyers still here, or does the thing open up again and we start liquidity grab into the downside. And speaking about downside, both of my positions, which were big time in the money, Meta, which was $1.20, we were expecting $2 club, but we were happy with the $1 club for now. The markets are not really looking to go down too much just yet. I mean, look at S&P 500 holding up in this range. NASDAQ is pulling down. Maybe we do get a bounce off of this trend line over here on the 5-minute trend line, giving us a possible reload chance on Meta, or maybe even a trade on some other chart somewhere. I mean, AMD monster move. We missed out on that one. Sucks to not catch the long on that, but we could possibly look for some longs across the board on other stocks like Nvidia or Microsoft or Google. Our basic big boy stocks on the market. AMD short, cute, covered more, holding some. I like it. Camera tripping out. I love it. Slots 200. Hope you win that. I don't know why I read that out loud. I guess I'm running out of topics, so I'm going to throw it to Obi.
Yeah, a lot of these browsers coming in the chat. A lot of people using Chrome, DuckDuckGo. I think that's a search engine, not a browser. Onion Tor browser. Yeah, stay safe out there. Those guys. Those of you who are on Onion and Tor browsers. Yeah, Bing. I don't think Bing is a browser. You know what? How about Edge? Edge is Bing. Edge is Bing.
Bing is Edge.
But maybe not the search Bing. We don't want to use the search, but Edge is not bad in terms of performance and CPU usage, right? Compared to Chrome, of course.
I'd rather let my computer burn with Chrome than use Edge.
I'm more of a Firefox guy, but you know what? Honestly, lately, I haven't really been caring because they're relatively the same. Back in the day, the difference was stark. I remember there was almost a race between Firefox and Chrome at one time, whereas for a couple of months, Firefox would be faster, and then a couple of months, Chrome would be faster, and they kept on having that battle over and over. But now it's kind of evened out. I think we've kind of fixed a lot of those discrepancies between the browsers. So it's a little bit more of a personal preference now. But yeah, good stuff here. Now my time is coming to an end. I will pass it off to Mad Max himself. Now thank you guys. Happy trading. Take care.
Thank you, Obi. Wonderful time having you over here. We will see you tomorrow once again on the midday from 11 to 12. And I'm sure CompSRX would love that news. CompSRX loves Obi. He actually wants to take Obi away from our office and take him to his own office. As far as I've read in the chats a couple times over there. No, you're not poaching Obi away from us. He's our man. He's our Amazon professional, okay? CompSRX, no poaching allowed. Thank you, Obi, for everything. We love you, homie. See you around at 2 o'clock when we go for Floral Friday shopping. Oh, yes. Right? Coming back to the market over here, Nvidia moving back up as the market can't stop, won't stop, moving back to VWAP at the moment. So S&P 500 holding that level, showing us some strength again. NASDAQ bouncing back up. Meta Platforms not giving me a chance to reload, but 13 cents in the money, maybe that is my chance to reload on Meta. So let me quickly pull up Meta as the market looks like it wants to possibly break out of this range. And I mean, VWAP is not that far away. Is that VWAP? Or I think my black line is actually my VWAP. So VWAP is actually quite a bit of far away over here on the overall market. Let me go confirm that the black line is, no, the red line is VWAP. That's cap. That's cap. I'm calling cap on that one. The software is a little buggy sometimes. So let me quickly go on the NASDAQ futures 5-minute charts. Let's see what, okay, it's not that buggy at all. It's actually accurate. And that is where VWAP is. So yeah, I guess I'm not expecting too much from the tech market, honestly, to pop up. So I'm not going to reload on the Meta long here. I'm going to hold off on it because a market could pop, reject VWAP, drop back down, and Meta is going to probably chop around in this 20, 30, 40, 50 cent range. I'm not interested in adding in that range at all. If we do drop down, I'll get stopped out and I'll get repriced at a better price. If we do pop up, I'll take the breakout and I'll add at a worse price, but I'm not going to get chopped up in this range. Vote Chrome says chat. Rivian, huge bounce. Rivian, okay. I was actually very short biased on Rivian today after what happened to me yesterday, and it actually goes up to $21.
I really wanted that.
That's a joke.
2010 breakout on this morning.
Surprisingly held 2010 afterwards, eh? You
Yeah.
had multiple chances to load into that 2010 area.
That level is crazy. We were talking about it yesterday afternoon. Yeah. I took off after the show and
it worked. It walked up to like, what, 2060, 2070, yeah. I think, after hours came in too. And right now, I think today too, actually, Max, you're accurate. I was looking at the stock off the open. We did pop up to 2010. We saw some resistance at 2010, and the stock, you know, obviously, as you can see, broke back down below 2010, broke all the way back to 918. Later on, we ripped up to 2080. Oh, wow, we just break $21 here on Rivian. I don't think there was a lot of size there, honestly, but yeah, we're taking out Rivian. NASDAQ keeps on marching up to the north side. Here comes VWAP on the S&P 500 and on the NQ market. RIVN now up past 21, but we're not really seeing that extra oomph, that extra green and yellow on my tape coming in to show me that buyers are being aggressive. There you go, a little bit of aggressiveness coming in. Sellers are also not being that aggressive, so both things can be said at the same time. If you're seeing a lot of blue and red with a lot of share size being shown on the tape, there you go, that's what I'm looking for. Big share size showing up on the tape on the yellow color means they're being very, very aggressive. They're wiping out levels to the upside, and then I also want to see bids stacking up over here. Buyers fighting for price, throwing out their bids, getting that FOMO, itching for that trade, and fighting for that price. Look at that, like 79 lots just showed up, and even then they got wiped out. So sellers are here, profit takers most likely, but I also want to see buyers coming in, and we're kind of seeing that fight taking place. What is the overall story of it? Most likely a rejection here though, because we're not seeing too many big buyers showing up on the bid at the moment. Trying to focus on what the tape is telling me and what the market's trying to tell me. So maybe we actually filter this one for, let's filter it for 5,000 shares. Why not? Let's filter that one for 5,000 shares and then put this one over here for the basic one that's non-unfiltered. And if we're looking at unfiltered, what? If we're looking at, oh, don't cover my chin, sorry. If we're looking at the unfiltered one compared to the filtered one's basically not even moving. So maybe drop that size down a little bit. Let's go 1,500 shares instead. And then we'll see a little bit of activity. And as you guys can see, a lot of the size that's being printed, the big volume, liquid gateway for sure, but it is being printed onto the bid. So that's selling coming in. Right now we are holding 21, a little bit of an iceberg on 21. So possible buyers there on a hidden gateway, on a hidden size. And if that 21 holds, that's what you will see coming in, which is front runners buying out the ask, punching the levels above the bid over here, and pushing size. So 5,000 shares, 2,000 shares, 5,000 shares. Obviously, a lot of volume transacting in these areas at the moment. Still very indecisive at what the stock wants to do. We're back to 21, 36 trying to hold. 21 trying to hold with around 36 to I think 60 lots in total. Is it 2 different gateways? Yeah, 60 lots in total, and we're holding it successfully. Max is still logging in, so we'll give him some time.
Problems here, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. We'll give you some time over there. I know Obi had the same thing. All of his layouts kind of shifted over, so he kind of had the same issue over there.
The key little strip is on another window somewhere.
Oh yeah, good luck. That's not working for you right now. What I would suggest to you is go to Obi's layout on the computer.
Yeah.
Take his file for the layout. I think it's called Watchdog, and then post it in your name, and then you should be able to solve that issue, and you'll get it on. I think wherever Hobie has his on.
Tech support pride.
Tech support pride. Hey, I got too many faces in this company. I'm maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'm unfireable. I got way too many faces. No, I'm joking. Everyone's fireable. Everyone's replaceable. Such is life. Unfireable. Everyone's replaceable, man. Everyone's replaceable. Everyone's got a price on their head, and someone's willing to work for less price than you, and such is life. So you always got to be working hard and make sure that your legacy is cemented. Not sure if mine is yet, but I'm trying. I'm trying every single day. I can do production. I can do hosting. I guess I can. I'm trying. I can do IT too. Hello, tech support. How can I help you? Here comes the break of high day, though. More volume coming in, and we're actually seeing volume being punched in, not on the sell side, but on the buy side at the moment, and even on the mid prints. You see a lot of action coming in with real size on mid prints and onto the higher side. So we are being very bullish right now. Here's the unfiltered tape showing you that 100 shares, 200 shares, 300 shares are taking place in this range, but we want to focus on where the big boys are, and the big boys are still putting that blockade in front of 2110, not allowing it to go too much higher.
This one's fine.
Pride offensive? How's that offensive, bro? I'm talking about my own culture here. How's that offensive? Come on. But it could be offensive. You're probably right. I probably should not make fun of my own people there. Help us grow the live stream by sharing it with others, says Streamlabs. Shout out to Streamlabs. Shout out to Bears vs. Bull for putting in all those fun little commands in the chat. Make sure you are hitting the like, subscribe, and all of that cool stuff. Let's actually hit this button over here because what is going on? Let's hit this button over here. That way, I can drink some water.
Like and subscribe today.
All right. We're logged in. Here we go. Oh, wow, okay. That's nice to get logged in. You're $3 in the money.
Nice. Let's go.
Nice. All right, probably take some profit on this Tesla trade here. What's going on, Brad? What are you even up to? What's going on in the market the last 10 minutes that I've been?
I've been waiting for that beautiful break of the lower days on the market for possible amazing shorts across the board, but did not end up being that way. So I was able to catch some longs here now. Turn the day around somewhat, but it is what it is, man. Tomorrow, I won't say it because I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
But it's tomorrow. Floral Fridays along with a VEC. Free Fall Friday?
Free Fall Friday?
So we get floral free fall Fridays?
I think there hasn't been a ton of follow through on this down move on the market, so I'm going to go with no. But
Rivian getting back under 21 right now, actually, real quick.
Rivian's back under 21.
Yeah.
I would like to find a way to get long Rivian, but I just don't see it. Right now you're all the way at high of day. I did like the idea of maybe getting a 21 break, but obviously that failed. Maybe if we dip back into like 2080, then you can find a way into that trade. I just, where is? Oh, found it. All right. Everything's good now. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, 21's kind of holding right now on Rivian, so maybe I like the idea of Rivian holding that 21 area, then making the move to 22. We know how big that 22 area is on the daily chart, so could be
back
something
above 21
there.
now.
Yeah, it's back above 21. I just don't like paying up these prices. Super chat from Nick W. Can you guys give your thoughts on DOCN and BTAI? I remember BTAI from yesterday, so let's take a look at that one. Holding above yesterday's prices. Okay, so that 1025 was pretty key yesterday. When it did break, it ended up going to 1150.
What?
Man, I should not have taken off early yesterday. All of my ideas were beautiful, but I was just down so much I was kind of pissed off. Decided to take the rest of the day, and you know, maybe would have recovered a good amount of those losses if I stuck around and took the breakouts that I wanted to. But you know, it is what it is. So yeah, went to that 1150. Where are we hanging out right now? 1150. So
Your mic,
I would
is
say
it
my mic is what?
is it good?
Should be good.
No. Someone in the chat saying mics, making sure that your mics are unmuted just to be sure.
I don't know. My mic's unmuted for sure. Anyway, this 1150 level, double top here at 1160, kind of looking like a fade now. But I mean, we did hold these prices here. This is where we got to on the initial move on pre-market. Then, yeah, so this 1080, 1075 kind of level is looking interesting, and then. The 1160, I would say, whichever way this breaks, whether that's 1070 to the downside, 1160 to the upside, that could look good for a break either way. I imagine that you're long because, you know, why wouldn't you be long a small cap? So, yeah, I mean, I'm liking the long as long as you're in here. I think being long up in this kind of $11 region is a little sketchy. Not something that I would necessarily want to be doing, but you know, I mean, it's looking all right for right now. Could we get up to 14 today? Why not? I mean, this one had 60% short interest, right? Ticker BTAI.
Stock is still holding this range.
61% short on this BTAI. So, you know, strong short interest there. Could anything could happen. Anything could happen on something with a short interest like that. That's up there with Carvana, but I mean, Carvana never seems to want to go. So
Carvana is a real company, though. They're a tech play. That's what they say. They're a tech play. Okay.
Yeah.
They're a real company. Don't be playing with Carvana over there.
And what was that other one? DOCN. DOCN.
Was it?
Yeah, I got the. All right, Digital Ocean Holdings. 1 million shares of volume today. That's not something that I would trade. Just. If the volume decides to come in at any point, I guess on New York, you know, you can get that real spicy quadruped kind of action. But I mean, what an uptrend! So just trust the teal. PWM.
Is that IPO? PWM NASDAQ IPO.
PWM.
Oh, this was like the low offer amount IPO. They're supposed to not even have that much volume traded on the thing today. I mean, 500,000 shares traded so far, or 500,000 shares traded so far. Yes, is that right? Let's see if there's any trade possible over here. I did not pay for shorts, nor will I pay for shorts, but we will be watching it for a possible bidder showing up somewhere. If the stock can trade more volume, then maybe it is worth a trade, honestly. But usually when we trade IPOs, we look for, like, you know, millions and millions of shares at the open. The opening print itself being millions of shares, not only 500,000 shares or so. I was talking about this on the 4 o'clock show too for anyone who tuned in. So let me quickly show you the IPO calendar. Here's the IPO calendar. The stock is supposed to open between $5 to $6. Opened at $4.85, and went as high as $6 or slightly above $6, and also went as low as $4.60. So a little bit of a range. Total shares available to the market 1 million. Offer amount was $6.9 million. Dollar amount so far, and there is another one supposed to IPO, but that's not today. It's the 11th of July. SRFM, it's a little bit of a better offer amount, so maybe this one could be something to take a look at. The price of the stock has not been priced in yet. Surf Air Mobility, yeah, okay, sounds like one of those aircopter cars or something. So we might have to take a look at that. Right now, though, PWM showing a solid fail off that $6 area, pulling back all the way back to almost the opening price right now. Let's see if we see the opening price being tested at $4.85, and then maybe even go test the low. But yeah, I expect the stock to most likely range between $5 to $6, and with the lack of millions of shares being traded even between $1 range, I'm not going to be able to trade the stock with real size on board. So going to stay away from it. Spread also, it's a cent right now, but you'll see it open up very quickly, just like that 10-cent spread. Bang, 1 cent to 10 cents. Have fun with trying to put some risk on the table with the $5 stock like that.
Oh yeah, that's a little much for sure. I'm just deciding
I'm gonna take
what
1,000
to do.
shares. It's a 1 cent spread. Boom, 10-cent spread. What just happened?
My keyboard's all messed up now.
No worries. I can keep going over here. I was going to talk about this. Where did it go? Man, shout out to your boy Brian Shannon, and also your boy. What's his? Where's my chart? Where's my chart? Hello, Prad. Did you lose the chart already? Come on, dude. Shout out to Neil for lending me that book, man. I've been loving this book for the past 2 days now. I think I'm on chapter 5 or so. Let me just try to find this chart for you guys. Volume, is this the one? That has to be the one. Nope. Oh yeah, that is the one. Sweet. Anchored VWAP, the book is actually, I'm learning a lot, not just about the technical indicator, but once again, a lot of repetitive stuff, which is a lot of books talk about market psychology, how you should be trading and so on. Sometimes you forget those things, but reading it again, always a good thing. The constant reminder, repetition is a good thing. I think in that book, actually, he quotes Bruce Lee. He says, I don't fear the man who practices 10,000 kicks once. I fear the man who practices the one kick 10,000 times. So putting the repetition in, getting the reps in, even that words, reading it multiple times will eventually start bleeding into your work. So it was good reading the psychology part, but I can't wait to get to the technical part. I'm slowly getting to the technical part right now, and based on that, if we go to the one-day chart, right, we had these two examples on this today already. This will be the second example. If we were to go to the one-day chart, throw in the anchored VWAP based on today's sentiment change on the chart, and then if we then go to the 5-minute chart, you see how anchored VWAP is basically where the stock has been holding all day. And if you guys want to take a look at where the difference is from that one to where VWAP is right now, let's remove this one. The VWAP is already there. That's the orange one. So VWAP is right here. Here's anchored VWAP. It almost looks like a moving average, right? And according to his book, hedge funds, institutions, big money, they've been slowly making their own little VWAP over here, which is kind of anchoring that VWAP based on the sentiment change or so on. Not that it's the holy grail of market, but I've been looking at it a lot more. I forget what the other stock that was that I showed you the example on today. Kind of looked pretty much similar to that. And I'm loving the fact that it's giving me some possible trade ideas over here that I could possibly implement into my own trading career, and you guys will probably see me talking more and learning more, and maybe one day even able to bring him on the 4 o'clock podcast. Speaking of which, on this Friday, Max, are you going to be joining us on this Friday podcast?
This Friday? I'm actually busy this Friday, unfortunately.
He doesn't want to be with Prad. That's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it first.
Next Friday, I'm down.
Next Friday, we have a guest already booked, and he's going to be a very special guest. I think the chat's going to learn a lot next Friday.
Really?
You know who it is?
No.
The one and only Gregory.
Oh, okay.
The one and only Gregory.
Obviously.
Someone with 8 years plus of experience, 4 of which he got to train people and educate people, where he got to see, people growing, people destroying accounts, people getting better and then destroying themselves, and going all across the place. So asking questions to a person like him, who like, you know, has seen so much in his 8+ years or so, trading himself and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean was in the same footsteps too. We got to talk about his training experience, his hiring experience, his all that stuff he had to do for Day Trade the World. So that was a great podcast. Make sure you go check that one out. So I can't wait for the next Friday one. This Friday, still looking for a guest. Randy, you did say you're going to come last Friday. You didn't show up, so hopefully you do this Friday. You should bring Arun. Man, you know, if Arun wants to show up, he's always invited. We could talk to Arun for hours. As long as he doesn't bring any slippers with him, he's allowed to show up on the show, that's for sure. We love that, man. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, coming back to my positions, Meta doing absolutely nothing for me. We are flat on that trade, only 9 cents in that money. TQQQs. A mouthful to say those ones, 45 cents in the money. So, you know, the market did move up to VWAP. We did see that happen on the market here. So maybe it is time to deleverage some more size on that move up. Hello, Prad. Just learn to take some profits, buddy. Why are you struggling at taking profits? Taking some profits once the market did move up to VWAP, and we'll hold the rest of the lot size to see if we can get that bigger move on the market past VWAP, and we start holding VWAP and moving up to the 100-period EMA. What a joke. Market can't sell off ever these days, man. I guess this is what happens in bull runs.
The market does not want to sell off at all, ever.
Any bad news, we'll start down and we'll...
Yeah, exactly. I just got a long Rivian actually on this dip. I'm looking to add a little bit more if we dip here. Maybe I should stop bidding and just punch. I think I'll do that. Punch 79s there. All right, so yeah, we got a good position long now on Rivian. Looking for this to continue, get above 21, and then take out the high and maybe trend to 22. That Tesla position, I took a little bit of profit. Should probably take a little bit more here. Yeah, I'll just take a little more right there, and then, you know, holding the rest for the idea that maybe we get back to this 280 price today if the market decides to cooperate with us. You know, not going to hold my breath for 280. There will be profit taken along the way, but that's kind of the idea that 280 price has been the key kind of inflection level in the past 3 trading sessions. So I'm thinking maybe we get up there and test that later on today. You know, if not, I'm going to be stopping out below this 275 or 276. I think will be the stop now on this Tesla trade. Where'd that Rivian get off to? Yeah, it's doing nothing. That DOCN that Nick W is talking about, that's taken off. That's New York. Look at this, 42 break. Doesn't look back all the way to 42.75. Big move for this name today. What are the Digital Ocean Holdings strategic acquisition of paper space? All right. Okay, so they acquired somebody and they go up. Usually you acquire somebody and you go down because you paid way too much. So interesting news there. Great move on the day, but still, like, volume is so light. This is way too light for me to trade, especially a $40 name where, like, you know, you could get slipped $1 on this if the quadunk does come. What else? That's CRBU. I know you were talking about this one this morning.
Yeah, I was trading that actually. That was an okay trade, honestly. I mean, it worked out, but I was expecting more from it. I was expecting maybe we do see the 7 break, and I was talking about it right now too. You know, I was just showing you an example of a CRBU holding that sentiment change and the new anchored VWAP, if you were to put in, just slightly above where VWAP currently is. So we do like to see things like that happening, you know, when we are learning about something new and we're testing it out, we're trying out the strategy, we're seeing it play out already in front of our eyes. So that purple line right there, I just put it in again. It just sucks that I have to put it in every single time I pull up a chart, but I guess it makes sense because you're anchoring it and it changes every time you pull up on stock or whatever it is. But we know what we're anchoring it to. This area right here. It looks like a support. Anyone from 642 to 630, the 10-cent range for me is support basically. And if this stock breaks below the 630 to 640 area, I think the trade is basically done. But the fact that, you know, we almost went up to 7 today and saw saw that resistance at 7. That's where I basically pulled out of my trade completely, called it a day end on that trade. Was fine. Wish we could have got more out of that one for sure. NASDAQ still going up, Max. I can't believe it. We can't stop. I mean, SPY has yet to hit a VWAP, but yeah, the fact that NASDAQ is doing what we're seeing right now, almost a 0.5% retracement. I think the last time we saw NASDAQ, we were down 1.5%. Now we're only down 1 full percent on the whole basket over here. Tech stocks pulling back up. Meta, once again, 70 cents in the money. We did actually get a chance to reload, and we were scared of that one. We missed out on the reload over there. Meta now, once again, about to join the dollar club. Time to dance for us and enjoy that one. We'll see. There we go. Dollar club. And enjoy the move on Meta. Congratulations to everyone who got back in on the long. Did you reload on Meta down there? Got out Softy 241. He's saying 340. I was wondering, like, 241. What? Yeah, 341 on Softy is what. Oh, I'm just gonna turn off the filters. I'm just gonna turn off the filter over here. But as you guys can see, that party music is coming in because that was a $3 winner, not $1, not dos, but tres. $3 club, 3 pesos club, 3 rupees club. No, you don't want to be in the rupee club, I'll tell you that one. You want to be in the dollar club, baby. You want to be in the dollar club.
Speaking of dollar clubs, $3 club here for this Tesla trade. Just took a little more profit there, so we're just kind of, eking out profits slowly every time it goes up, looking for that eventual 280 touch as the market pulling this name back up. That Rivian's doing absolutely nothing since I got in. All right, Rivian doing nothing, just barcoding here. So chilling right above this prior consolidation. I'm wondering if we test down here to like 2050 before we go up. I'd be willing to add down there and then add back through 21 if that happens. If we just go straight through 21, I don't know that I necessarily want to add through 21. Just, I find if we go and test levels below and then go, that kind of helps and adds more fuel to the fire. So yeah, that's how I'm going to execute on that one. Somebody was saying check VBIV. This one's nasty. I don't know what there is to check. Down 50%, offering. The market cap on this name is 10 million according to Trade Ideas, and they did an $18 million offering. So, I mean, if you're stuck long in this position, I mean, I don't know that there's much hope on this one, but maybe you believe in the company for whatever reason. I don't see any trading edge here unless you're just trying to scalp like 10 cents or something off the bottom, trying to get like a little bounce play move. What else we got going on here? Where's Meta at? All right, Meta a little double bottom there on that 293 level. I like that level on Meta actually. Probably should be long off of that level. That 293 has been support all day. You got to give it 50 cents, but it's Meta, so you have to give it, 50 cents, probably more like $1 given the liquidity in the market these days. So yeah, it's pretty nice move there. What's going on with the camera there? Yeah, so looking for that 295 break, I guess, on Meta. I don't know. I feel like if we crack that, we could start to trend back up. Yeah, don't know what to do there. I didn't have any success like punching higher on Meta, so I think if we do dip back into that 293, that's where I would execute on it. Right now, not going to take that. Mullen, what's Mullen doing? Oh no. I took the Mullen 30-cent break this morning, which did not go particularly well for me. Although it wasn't that bad, but like, I don't know. I was willing to take one trade on Mullen today and then just keep adding at every cent level if it keeps going, and it didn't. So I just got out for a 1 cent loss, and that's totally fine. But yeah, what a move down. Probably should have considered the idea that this might fade today, but I don't know. I only like being long these things. I don't really, you know, there's infinity to the upside and there's a very definite downside. So kind of boring to just short these ones. But yeah, I mean, it's made a base here at 20 cents. I guess. I mean, that 4-cent winner on a 20-cent stock, that's a 20% win. That's pretty nice. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to be playing at these levels. If it starts breaking highs and stuff, then maybe we'll get involved with Mullen. Almost at that 1 billion level that it hit yesterday on volume, which is pretty nuts given the float's only 160 million. So just casually doing, you know, 8 times its float in volume. I mean, I don't know what that means exactly. I guess people just day trading it and not trading it to hold. What is halted? That PWM stock is halted. It looks, or no, it's not. It resumed. IMBIL just halted and resumed, but no volume on the day. What's my Rivian up to? That finally woke up. All right. So Rivian's finally starting to work very slightly. I'm in 79.5, looking for this 2090 to break, 21 to break, and then eventually through the high. Maybe I'm pretty sure if I pull up the 30-minute that this was that pre-market high yesterday, 21.20. Same high now. I think maybe there's a possibility that you could add through yesterday's pre-market high, 21.20. Our high today is right around there. I think adding through 21.20 might actually make some sense on this one. So we'll see what happens when it gets up there, if it breaks and looks good. Add to it there, looking to take profit at like 21.50 and higher. I'm wondering if the short flow can kind of get involved on Rivian here. You know, good uptrend, clearly holding that 1960, 1970 kind of area after this kind of gap up move. So that's basically like where it closed. That is where it closed on Monday, and we haven't gone below there since. Basically, there was this one wick candle yesterday. I don't think it actually got down to that 18. It got down to like 1940. So barely broken that that price over here, and now we're kind of looking to break the channel up. I think that looks pretty bullish on this name. So if we get moving today, maybe this is a stock that we're watching for the next week or two. We get back into some daily levels like over the 22. There's basically a gap to $25, and then pretty clean to $27.50 as well. So lots of room for Rivian. Hopefully we get a little uptrend, and maybe we can start playing Rivian every day, kind of like SoFi and Palantir when they were running up. Similar kind of name, a little bit of a short float, a little bit thicker. They move a little slower, but if you get on the right side of a move, you can get a pretty decent profit out of them. And speaking of being on the right side of a move, where is this Tesla at? I'm trying to take out that high again. All right, let's go Tesla. Get through that 278.50. Let's see if we can crack 279 here.
What a move, baby. I mean, this market just can't stop right now. 100-period EMA incoming on the NASDAQ, only down 1% right now. TQQ still going up. Meta kind of stalling out, though, around this 295 area right now. Can't really get too past 295 since 11 o'clock or so. So you saw me taking out some more profits over there. But TQQs, baby, good thing we held on to some size there. Even though the market was at VWAP, there was a potential chance if S&P 500 kept going towards VWAP, then maybe NASDAQ could make that bump even more past VWAP. And we did see that come into play. So let's go. Beautiful moves across the board. Finally, some wins on the day today to help with our confidence. And the main goal now is to not roll this confidence into the next trade with overconfidence and then absolutely get slapped up, because that usually is what happens. We're holding on to these trades a little bit longer. Let's see if Meta can keep rocking up to the north side for us. Now only 34 cents in the money, though. As the market keeps going higher, Meta, wrong box. Meta doesn't really want to go too much higher. We're getting a pullback towards VWAP and maybe below VWAP at the moment. So watch out for META, anyone interested. People still voting in the chat for that browser topic that we're talking about. So yeah, make sure you put your votes in. Would love to see what browser is the #1 used according to our YouTube census, our viewer-based census. I guess you can call it Trader TV Live census, right? Oh, I just noticed on the camera over there, it looks a little bit purpley, but yeah, it's a more pink. I like that.
Yeah. What
like
did we
that
call
little
this
more
one?
pink.
The chat will remember what.
Mauve?
No.
It's mauve.
We had a name for this color. Fuchsia or something?
Fuchsia?
I don't know. That's what
Magenta?
somebody said.
Magenta?
All right. People saying magenta. I think I like magenta better than fuchsia. I think fuchsia is more of like a purple, isn't it? Or I don't know. The lunch today doesn't look bad at all, eh? Lunch, because I don't typically eat whatever gets delivered here. And, that actually looked not bad today. Pretty healthy. Yeah. Maybe somebody asked for a healthier lunch alternative these days, because usually it's like pasta or something that looks like it will put you in a coma afterwards.
Chat says Pratt gonna use that bowl to finish off his haircut after. Exactly, chat. Exactly. We're gonna slap that baby on top. How do you think I did this? Come on, man. Chat's too smart. They know all the tips and tricks.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, let me know if you have any stocks in there that you want me to take a look at. I was about to put a bite in my mouth, but I'll put that away for now. Let's scan through our Trade Ideas scanners. Use Trade Ideas Trader TV 20 to get 20% off. To get Trade Ideas, and if you ever want any scanners, help with any scanners, you have the help of the man, the myth, legend himself, Michael Noss. Always there, a message away to fix any problems that you have going on. I mean, the man's actually created layouts for us that we use every single day. I'm actually scanning through some of these layouts over here, see if any stock pops up on here for us to take a look at. It looks like a halter coming in at 1231. It has got way too many letters in it, honestly.
That's
Not sure what's
stock.
going on. Yeah.
That's the NASDAQ test stock. Yeah.
NASDAQ what stock?
Test stock.
Test?
Yeah, it's just a fake stock.
Ah, I don't know that. So test.
You didn't know that? Brad,
No.
I feel like you know everything.
ZXZZT test stock. Okay, so you can't really trade it?
No.
You don't want to? I want to. Let's go and take a look at this one. My risk? Psh, come on. My risk never gets messed up. You know me. Wow, what's going on with this chart? What is going on with this chart? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with this stock. We'll try to find something that's actually moving, maybe some volume. Where's my volume leaders on the day? Tesla, obviously #1 with 76 million shares. Let's bring that volume leader down here. 76 million shares. Tesla, CRBU with 71 million shares. Rivian up there pretty high, 53. And then we still got the travel sector, but in the other direction today than compared to what compared to what we have been seeing it in the past few days. CCL, AAL, JetBlue. I guess the whole idea of JetBlue, Spirit Airlines, American Airlines, and so on, that deal kind of coming under problems. So JetBlue saying, hey, we're going to end our partnership with American Airlines, and then that way maybe the DOJ likes our proposal to buy up SAVE and so on. Was it SUV or SAVE? SAVE, I guess. CCL, down on the day today, but pretty good reversal, like all other stocks out there, moving back to the north side. Nick Chansey, the guy who made the bull cut joke, good one, talking about AI moving back up to 39, and hence this is why I said I don't want to short AI. Previously, when mentioned about possibly shorting AI, I think it was around this area, 11 o'clock or so. We did get a nice drop to the downside, but the trend is clearly to the upside. The market does not really want to break the lows, hence I don't want to look for any shorts for the rest of the day. The long was the play, and you could have built in on the double bottom over here, and then had a nice little move back up if you missed the initial pump to the north side over here on AI. Congratulations to anyone who did take that long. As you're saying though, the kiss, maybe of death, because the market is rejecting the 100-period EMA for NASDAQ, and S&P 500 is rejecting VWAP at the moment. So maybe the kiss of death for AI comes in around this $39 area. We get that pull back towards VWAP, and maybe all other stocks do the same thing. So maybe it is now time to actually take that profits on Meta, take that profits on TQQs.
I actually just went long Meta.
What? What?
Yeah, we did that little dip there into
Apple
293.50 and just bounced. I think Meta can go from here. We're putting in higher lows constantly, so yeah, get a little starter in here around 293.80, and then you know, if we dip back into 293 or 292.50, I can still add to this. But I think you know, we can go from here, and then you can just add over 295. And if it's gonna go today, you know, this is probably the right spot to be involved. Maybe not adding through 295. Just it seems a little risky. It slaps, really? The chicken's not like bone dry?
I haven't tried the chicken yet, but the couscous
okay.
slaps. That couscous slaps. What was that couscous? Pineapple couscous or something? That couscous slaps, boy.
All right. The caterer is stepping up today. Stepping up their game, as everybody around here continues to try to do. Yeah, what else is going on? BTAI, nothing. The Genie, nothing. No. I don't know, nada. Rivian is just hanging out in range. Just doing nothing for me, but we'll see if we can crack that 21 price again. Tesla doing a decent pullback, but I mean, Tesla's still holding the teal, so Tesla is still looking good for me. You know, I took a little more profit here, but we still got a decent position on. I keep selling at the teal, which kind of dumb, I guess. Guess I'm not trusting my own little slogan here, selling at the teal and holding through these spikes up.
Yeah, he is. I think they just need to fix the blotter over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to wave and get him, and he puts me on the camera instead, so I had to like stop waving so I don't look like an idiot. But yeah, I think that's they just need to fix the blotter over there on their side. Teal is the deal. Yeah, guys, come on. You don't see what I'm doing over here? I'm trying to impress Max a little bit, okay?
Oh, nice.
I'm trying to impress Max. Bought in winners, which we're going to visit today.
Oh, yeah?
And we're going to go buy some floral shirts. So you're coming in for Floral Friday shopping?
Yeah, why not?
There we go. More people. You might see the floor really empty at 2 o'clock, just so you know. A lot of people are going for this winner's Floral Friday shopping because we all need a Floral Friday shirt tomorrow.
I mean, you know, having people not trade on a holiday shortened week at 2 o'clock in the afternoon is probably going to save the floor some money anyway. So it's a good call there. Good call. That AI that you were talking about going into 39, I like that 39.50 area. I tried to get, well, I just like the area.
Okay.
As like a resistance kind of, yeah, I guess a resistance zone. So I don't know what to do with that. But if we get all the way back today and then back above that 39.50, which is where we opened, this could be a decent, like, kind of short squeeze. We saw this, what was it, on Monday? Yeah, on Monday we do that little dip down. Let's see if we can find it on the 30-minute here. It's funny that we do the exact opposite move today as we did yesterday. But yeah, Monday we do this move down, recover the whole thing, take out the high, and then trend higher. Then the next day we go higher. So if we do that whole thing back up into that 39.50 and we break 40 today, it could be a decent long and decent little move into the close. See if we can finally get through that 40.50 price that has been resistance recently. I don't know. That could be a decent little opportunity here. So I'll have AI on a chart. I'm not just going to get involved here. There's nothing. I mean, it's a nice trend, but there's no real way to get involved here. So wait for that 39.50 price. Tesla pulling back now to the 50 period. So yeah, we'll see if we can hold there, and it looks like we do. Come on, load. Yeah, it just bounces really hard off that 50, off of these lows here at 277.5. So Tesla looking strong still. See what the market's doing. Not much. Market kind of holding up above VWAP though. So both markets above VWAP now. I don't know, looking strong. Maybe we do the V-shaped recovery on the market, little buy the fear action, and then it just zips all the way back up to the highs. We've seen that before many times these days. The NASDAQ does not want to give up anything. People just buying the you-know-what out of any possible dip. Meta's into 293.5 now, so yeah, I'm gonna have to decide where I want to add to this one. I think I want to see it come down into 293. I'll add there. I'll add a 292.50. If we break 292, game over. But yeah, that's, I don't know. This seems pretty decent at the moment. So we'll see how this one goes. Rivian's still doing nothing for me. Can we just dip into 2050 so I can load up a little bit?
I can talk about Bank of America. Someone in the chat's actually asking about JP Morgan. So I'm going to talk about Bank of America instead because why not?
JPM's stronger, but
yeah.
usually.
Last night on the 4 o'clock stream, I was talking about the whole banking sector together. XLF, that's the S&P 500 financial sector. Bank of America, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, they all came up on the trade over there. So Bank of America, we were talking about the setup, if we do get up above yesterday's high, all the way into this range high, which also happens to be the 100-period EMA or so, then I was, expecting maybe we do have that extra oomph to go to the upside with the recent stress test passing and so on. But this area coming in as a resistance, 29.50 to 29.70, taking the stock right back to the downside in the lower ranges. Looks like that short trade ended up playing out the way we were planning it. So it was either the breakout of that area to the upside or the breakout of that area to the downside for either side trades showing up. XLF doing the same thing. The 3-day range, so Monday, Wednesday, no, that's a Friday, right? Was this Friday? Yeah, Friday, Monday, and then Wednesday's low breaking today, and then finally getting below it. XLF obviously a little bit more choppy than actual stocks themselves. But yeah, you can go look at JP Morgan too. We have that level that we were talking about around 145, 144.50. And the fact that we got under it, that's the short level right there. And we also have a line right here around 138 or so. I'm looking for this area to come into possible supports for JP Morgan around 138.66 or so. Also happens to be where VWAP and the EMAs are also hanging out on JP Morgan, looking for supports to come in there. People in the chat, shout out to the Inverse Prad gang who might be wanting to, look at their positions right now because we cashed out on all of our longs and we are flipping into our shorts. So Inverse Prad gang, watch out what you want to do over there. Look, NASDAQ, we're rejecting the 100-period EMA. S&P 500 deciding what it wants to do at the VWAP. That was my exit on the longs. Now we're entering shorts. Apple short 191 is what we're looking to do. Risk is my high day on the break of Apple over here. We're out. Someone also mentioned Microsoft heading to 350. Wow, bro. 350? Is that a new all-time high coming in for Microsoft? Yeah. I mean, all-time high is 351.47. And if we do break that, that would be a new all-time high. So we're looking for Microsoft to get up there. We recently broke that all-time high, I believe, on 12th of June. Okay. And then we obviously got back in, holding the range to the higher side right now. The trend line is obviously to the higher side, higher lows, higher highs. I'll zoom in. Higher low, higher highs. Marching back to that 350 on Microsoft. Wawa Wiwa. You guys won't believe how many shares of Microsoft I have in my long-term account, and how much I'm actually up. I'll say it to the I'll say it to the chat.
Yeah.
If you guess how much I have.
I believe you have half a share.
There you go. He actually guessed it right.
I've been around a while, guys. Come on, you can't get anything past me.
0.6 of a share.
0.6 of a share.
And how much are we up now? Like 50% or something?
Really? Nice. Yeah, I think that 250 break, if it comes in again, that could be pretty awesome on Microsoft. I think, sometimes it takes a second time breaking to really, explode to the high side.
43%.
I think.
He split the share with Greg.
Meta broke that 290 before one time, and it went to 290.50, and then the other day it breaks it again, and then goes 290 all the way to 298. So like
300
that
almost.
second break could be pretty awesome if we get the same kind of setup on Microsoft. I think you need a catalyst to really take it through there though, and taking these breakouts at all-time highs without a catalyst, there's always going to be sellers there. You need something to like push it through. If it's just kind of that natural like market's going up, so everything else is going up, and it's kind of getting just pushed and pushed up because ES is going up, then you're not going to get that explosive move through that you might on a day when there's a catalyst like Meta had yesterday.
SPY wants to still go up. Wow.
Oh yeah, SPY loves going up. SPY only goes up. The market only goes up.
What the hell is going on in the background? What's going on in the background? What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about the noise? Guys, it's a trade floor. What do you expect? You expect people to be quiet and act like it's a library? Maybe at 9:30, but like not at 12:30 or 1 o'clock. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Chopping pineapples in the back, whatever that means. Stonk rule. They only go up. I guess that's the rule. Must be lunchtime. Exactly, lunchtime. Well, lunchtime is coming to an end, though. We are only 7 minutes or 8 minutes away from lunchtime's official end. Maybe volume does come back into the market. This move back up in the market was to the upside, but with light volume. And when volume does come back, do they like the fact that the market moved back up, and do they punch long? Everyone who went to the Hamptons, maybe they come back a little bit early.
Oh yeah, they might come back early.
And then take some longs over here.
It seems like the market's kind of decided that it wants to buy this dip up, so.
The 15-100 clearly holding.
Yeah, that 15-100. I was a little early trying to buy the dip this morning, and that burned me really hard. But yeah, that once we got to that 15-100, that key support area, the 44.20 key support area, what happens? We get a bounce. Who could have guessed? The strong market wants to bounce at key support areas. I mean, sometimes it's just that simple, and being patient and realizing that you're here to make money, not to get into positions, is how you can protect your account and make the good trades. As they're trying to film Brad eating his lunch, absolutely brutal over here. This guy is just trying to get a couple calories in so that he can scream more about these stocks, and just rude, interrupting Brad's lunch hour. These savages over there on the one.
See, the old production crew never did that. They let people eat. Arun would eat all the time, and we would let him eat on peace. But the new production crew has no respect for humankind, who's been sitting here for the past 3 hours without any food in him. I could rant all day, but I'll stop. You guys don't care about my rants. Let's go back to the market. Let's go to Max here for a bit.
Yeah. Okay, here we go on Rivian. So Rivian finally wakes up. One of my positions working now. Tesla's been working. Meta's just bouncing around. But yeah, Rivian, here we go for 21. I think, we did the dip that I wanted to see. So I think that gives me an excuse to add through 21 here. So I might add a little bit of share size through that 21. See if we can, take this one to the moon here. Is the market going up? The market's not really going up. Rivian's kind of doing its own thing here. So if we see some size on the offer at that 21, I think that's a decent reason to try to punch into this for the next leg up here.
What's 9 plus 10?
9 plus 10, 19.
Boomer. Boomer chat. Boomer identified. Anyone who knows what 9 plus 10 is actually is not a boomer. You're what? You got the answer from the back. 21.
What?
See, Chad knows. 21. See, 9 plus 10. 21. You're stupid. No, I'm not. All right. NASDAQ still rejecting VWAP over here.
What is going on?
See, Chad knows. Even Dan Emmons knows. Even Dan Emmons says 21. And Dan Emmons never gets the numbers on the market wrong. And if he's telling you 9 plus 10 is 21, boomer spotted. Boomer alert. All right.
I'll take that.
Coming back in. VWAP rejection is coming in for NASDAQ. We are 6 pennies in the money on Apple. Nothing to write home about. At Microsoft, with a nasty rejection from the high day, Microsoft actually up 1%. Wow, what? I guess this is the stock that's actually keeping the market somewhat up today. Obi and I, we were outside around 10:30 or so, taking our little sunlight break. Obi was asking, what is the stock that's holding up the market? You know, market's clearly down, and all these stocks are just chopping, not really going too much to the downside, and not really ripping up either. Like, do something, chopping us all up in the opening session. So what is actually holding it up? And I guess the answer is in our face right now. It's MSFT up 1 full percent. Even though NASDAQ is down 1 full percent. So I'm not sure what the catalyst really is. I think it was on our watch list, actually. So let me quickly open up our Trader TV watch list. Let's see if Microsoft was on there. I don't think it was. It was Meta. Just a simple upgrade? Price target upgrade. Okay, so price target upgrade coming in, and you know, nothing really too big of a catalyst other than a simple upgrade. And you guys know how I feel about those upgrades and downgrades all the time. The absolute scams, just trying to create liquidity so they can exit on their positions, in my opinion.
That's how I feel about upgrades and downgrades usually.
Sharif is demanding that we go to his screen, and if I don't do that, we're gonna. Oh, not right now. Oh, this is for something else. My bad. Sharif, this is why you message people while a show is going on, Sharif, because we get confused. But Apple over here now 7 cents in the money. We're waiting to see what happens. Microsoft, though, wow. Congratulations to anyone who actually dip bought Microsoft today around 335-ish area, because you are laughing right now with this insane move today. Now I hear something in my ear. Do we go to... Oh, okay. We see upgrades and downgrades on the middle of the screen. So Meta, Microsoft target 415. I wish I didn't split that share with Greg over there on Microsoft. Tesla target 300. Really, I thought usually Tesla gets like price target cuts, but Tesla over here, Tesla getting a price target, a firm $11 cut, Amex getting a cut, PayPal getting a cut. Yeah, awesome, man. PayPal just keeps getting destroyed every day. Like, I'm never going to financially recover on PayPal, am I? Like, never.
You own PayPal?
Yeah, like 119, bro, my average.
Ouch.
Never going to financially recover on PayPal. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Sharif and I on the midday used to talk about how PayPal was a bit of a dog there. So, yeah, that's tough. Okay, so I did add to that Rivian position. So we're printing a little bit here on Rivian. I also added to that Meta position because we are kind of bouncing here. So getting it on the way back up. Now I don't want to add down there at 290, 250. So Meta's starting to look pretty good here. Now we got a decent amount of size in, looking for 294 to break, then 295. Rivian, we need the high of day to break, and Tesla is right back up to the highs. So let's see what happens here. This Rivian looking for that 2113, 2120 was yesterday's pre-market high. So this could be pretty explosive. You know, anybody who's short during this little consolidation that we've been having for the past couple of days. Where did my 30-minute chart go? Rivian. Okay, I must have closed it, but I guess we can show it on the daily. You know, past 2 days, shorts have been kind of getting in from 1950 all the way up to $21 basically. Now, if we kind of take out that high, we take out that 2120 high, start to trend higher, you know, this, I mean, and you can look at the bigger consolidation on the long term. That 22 level is, I mean, when was this? February of this year. So like 6-month consolidation, basically. These are the highs. We got lots of room if we take out that 22. So yeah, Rivian looking pretty good right now. Stop's going to be pretty much break even on my first entry, so we wick below 2080. I think you get out there now that we've added high. You don't want to be holding this all the way back down to this wick down here. But I guess make the decision when we get there. And what is that Meta doing? Is Meta starting to go? Meta's starting to go. So Meta looking good. We need Meta to get through 294 for us to really kind of stop watching it and let it kind of work for us. I think, yeah, you don't want to be just kind of letting Meta float around when it's not really in the money, because this one can flush a couple dollars at a time, as we've seen right here and right here. What was that? 298 all the way down to 293, so $5 in 2 minutes on Meta. See if we can get $5 in 2 minutes to the upside, as these markets are holding above VWAP, but not really going anywhere. So triple top now on the 15 on NASDAQ, 15,220, needing to break out for us. But ES looking a little stronger. ever so slightly, just making kind of higher 15-minute candles as we go. Need to get through this consolidation here. That 44.50, obviously a key price as well on ES. But I mean, V-shaped recovery looking like a possibility at this point. So good to be long for sure. As we do pull back on a couple of these positions, but nothing scary at the moment. Just chilling out on them as the dips do get bought up. Choppy-ish market at the moment. Look at this DOCN. Shout out to Nick W. DOCN is just going up. Wow. We talked about this at 42. We're now at 43.25. Just buy this stock anywhere, and don't let it break the teal. If it holds below the teal for 5 minutes, then you get out. I mean, that's basically what it's been today. I guess this one was 10 minutes, so all right, fine. Don't let it hold below the teal for more than 10 minutes, and you're good to go on this DOCN. Digital Ocean Holdings. Oh yeah, they acquired somebody. 30% short float, so that could be coming into play right now. 50 million float, 30% of which is short. Yeah, and here we go on Rivian. All right, Rivian. Rivian heating up. I wish I was long $1 lower where I actually wanted to be long on this name, but here we go on this Rivian trade. Could have bought the dip down here. I wanted it in the 50s. It didn't come down there. Looking for the break of high of day, 21.15. Then we will start taking profit. I think, until then, just kind of hanging on to it, waiting for something more decisive to happen. I'm going to let this chop around. Rivian's extremely choppy the last few days. Hasn't been very friendly to try and trade it. You see it'll make a new high and then drop, 20, 30 cents. So you got to just kind of let it trade, let it do what it's going to do, let it hold 21 here and then kind of push up higher and higher. You have to also understand that people could be adding to their shorts up here. These are money fills. It's not like a lot of volume is going off. So maybe people aren't scared up here and they're just saying, all right, let me just take any fill that I can up above 21, assuming that it's going to go back down into the low of the range like it has done for the past few days. But here goes NASDAQ through that local high of 15,220. And is that a wick high? Could be a little wick high there. I don't know. These markets are looking pretty strong, Brad. What are you thinking?
I don't know, man. I'm still debating what I want to decide with what I want to do at the moment. I mean, yeah, they are obviously strong. We held those bottoms. We are moving up. S&P 500 now wants to trade around the 100-period EMA, I guess. And as you mentioned, the NASDAQ, yeah, but I'm watching my position, Apple, be absolutely flat for the last 30 minutes. Do nothing for me. And boring me to death. So can something happen? It's like, NASDAQ, can you do something for me? So move around, do something. I mean, look, I'm not going to complain. We did move around not too long ago. It looked like the market was being dead and boring off the open, and finally we got some moves from 11 o'clock to 12 or so. We did trade that, so no complaints. But then all of a sudden we're stalling out again, as you would expect, volume to come back into the market as we did end the official lunchtime. 1 o'clock is done. We are now starting the post-lunch session. And 2 o'clock, obviously 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, we get geared up for the power/sour hour, and 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. What does the market do is the question. Do we go right back to the lower days and hold lower days? Do we break lower days and head towards that 15,000 and test 15,000 for supports? I thought that was the possible move today off the open when we were driving to 15,100. But if you actually pull it back to the longer time chart over here on the NASDAQ, you will see that 15,000, what the? No, never mind. Maybe it was the S&P 500 that I saw it on. So let's go to the S&P 500 instead. No, it wasn't the S&P 500 either. I'm not sure where I saw it. The market looked like it was bouncing off the same. Was it the QQQs maybe? I can quickly go check the QQQs here. Oh, that's why. That's why. Because these charts are on the weekly chart. Let's go to the daily chart. There we go. This is where we saw it. On the daily chart, if you pull up the NASDAQ market, right there, the Friday's low, is where we're actually finding some support at that 15,100 area. And most of the volume transacted for all the candles that you see on the chart right now was exactly around that 15,100. So makes sense why we kind of bounced off of that today. If we do see that breaking, then maybe 15,000 also breaks and doesn't actually hold. So we can look out for that possible setting up tomorrow if tomorrow ends up being a free fall Friday. Nice little double top rejection on the overall market. The bears are for sure waiting for the right moment to enter into the trade, which you should be doing. Is the market sleeping? At the moment, yeah. I mean, it's not doing much. S&P 500 actually making a more drastic move at the moment to the north side than the NASDAQ is. So maybe there's some SPY stocks that you could take a look at. And I don't mean by espionage-based or other stocks. I'm talking about S&P 500-based. So there's some stocks or sector over there that you can look into. What sector in S&P 500 is moving around? We can actually go take a look at that right now on FinViz. So where is my FinViz? Is that FinViz? No, that's not FinViz. Is that FinViz? No, that's FinViz. There we go. If you go to the heat map, refresh it. What sector is actually holding up? These are the inverse sectors, so ignore that one. Inverse sectors, volatility ETF. Everything's red, so what the heck is actually going up?
MSFT, baby.
Microsoft.
Yeah, everything is red today.
Hey, payday.
Yeah, people saying that Biden is talking right now. Hopefully that doesn't do anything to the market. Well, I mean, hopefully it spikes the market up, but him talking usually doesn't, I would say. So we'll see what happens here. Market is still going up, so still very slowly trying to make new highs here, or not new highs, but new kind of local afternoon highs, let's say. NQ going up. I want to kind of see Meta here dip into that 293 price so I can add a little bit more size here. Been kind of just adding slowly into this. I want to see it dip here into 293, maybe do a little fail break action, and then I can add to it really, and then see if we can get that explosive move up. Yeah, it's kind of just doing nothing here around this price. It looks like it's kind of rounding out, but I'm looking for maybe a little trigger to kind of get people in short and then blast right back off to the high side. We'll see if we do indeed get that move. And that
Max, we got a super chat for you.
Oh yeah?
Max, could you give your thoughts for a long-term entry of Shopify? I'm looking at 50 to fill the gap. Also, do you like Meta to retest the all-time long-term high? And then another super chat. No stocks over here, so don't worry about it. $4.99. Love you fellas. Had to stop listening to the show while I'm in a trade. Too much talking, listening to spa music instead. Whatever floats your boat. Instead, unless Max and Obi are on. Looks like someone wants Max and Obi midday show.
Wow.
3-hour session, Max and Obi. Anyone who wants that, hit the like right now. If this show gets 2,000 likes, we'll get Max and Obi all day, actually, from 8:30 to close.
Brad's trying to.
I'm trying to offload. Bro. I'm trying to offload any duties I can, so I don't have to. So I can live an easy life. Okay. I don't like working hard. I'm trying to offload anything I can. Yeah. All right. So the question is Meta, Shopify, at all-time high, level 50 something.
Yeah, Shopify. I actually let's start with Meta because I would like to actually buy this dip right now. So let's take a look at Meta just right this second, dipping into this 293 price. If we can get a little dip below 293, I would like to purchase the move back through 293. So let's watch this right now. Can we get through 293 on the bid, or are we just going to buy right back up? Waiting. Looks like they don't want to break it for now. Come on, just get through that size. And, oh yeah. So I've added to it there. Now 292 is the ultimate stop here on Meta. All right, so long term, do I like Meta going through the long-term all-time high? What was the all-time high, like 450 or something? All-time high 385, that's it? Really? I thought Meta was like 400 and something.
Maybe think about Tesla?
Maybe. Anyway, yeah, I think we could probably test the all-time high long term. Maybe not this year, but NASDAQ goes back to highs from before COVID. I think, yeah, why not Meta seeing that 289 or 385, 384 price that it was at previously? I don't see why not. I mean, I think we could probably see like 320 next week on Meta, 325. So, yeah, I mean, it all depends on the adoption of their newer technologies, the new platform. Did you make an account on that new platform, the new Twitter competitor?
I'm making an account on that trash platform.
I made one. I haven't. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but I made one so that I'm not left out.
Bro, I want to be left out. I want to be out of the circle. I'm tired of like getting messages from people all the time. My Twitter gets. I'm not hating that chat does this, but I get like random messages, people asking me like, "Hey, I have this stock. What should I do? I have that stock. What should I do?" I'm not a financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do, and I just leave them on red. And I don't like leaving people on red.
Yeah, but you can't really do anything about it.
Can't really do anything, and then that's just like the YouTube personality side, right? Then there's the other side where it's like, randomly you just get blown up with all these notifications about friends that you don't even care about. It's like, bro, I don't care about half of these people. The people I care about, I talk to them every day.
Yeah.
I don't care about everyone else there. So I'm tired of social media. I actually got off of social media for a good moment of time, and then this job made me bring it all back, right? So it's like, I'll do it for the job, but I'm not doing it for me.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. So you don't want a Trader Prad one?
It's once again, it's like it's for the brand, it's for the job or whatever. But it's
I feel like you got to do it, man. They got like 30 million users already, no?
Me?
No.
Oh, the platform.
What's it called?
Thread.
Thread. Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to thread the needle here with that software or something. I'm not sure what the plan is.
Anyway, back to Shopify.
Yeah, back to Shopify. That level 50 is what the viewer was interested in.
50
for some gap fill.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like a lot of the headwinds on Shopify are kind of coming to an end here, and it looks like we're in like a very long term, or not very long term, but we are in quite the uptrend on Shopify. We have kind of topped out at the 65 level. If you're thinking like swing trade, I do like 61.50. It's been a pretty great kind of over-under level for the past month or so. Microsoft is at day's high, says Sharif. And then I also have like 58 as a decent level here of support, 57.50 maybe. That's kind of where, if I'm trying to swing this for like a shorter term swing, that's where I'd be interested in maybe getting involved with it. But like, I don't know, if you're talking about long-term like investment, I don't really know how to structure that one. You know, if it's a good company and you like it, you just kind of buy it. I mean,
yeah, that's the best way to put it.
You know, I think trying to trade it, if you're talking about like a 5-year outlook or something, you know, you're probably just going to miss it if you're trying to get the best price. So if you like the company, I think just buy the company. I mean, it's down like crazy from its all-time high. Shopify all-time high being like $180, I think, split adjusted. So you still got a times 3 to get there. Yeah, I don't know, but like swing trade, the 61.50, if the market's going to bounce, could be kind of nice. I've been watching that level for a bit, but there just hasn't been that much volume on Shopify recently to get involved. And then you've obviously got like the 50 period here at that even $60 level, which also a decent over/under kind of price. Back to trading, AI is through that 39.50, but nothing's happening. So. I don't know. I don't know if I need another long today. I got 3 longs on board right now. Meta, which is going nowhere. Rivian, which is going nowhere. And Tesla, which is just hanging out.
Market's going nowhere, bro.
Yeah, nothing's really happening at the moment.
Can't really do much when we're not getting too much of a pump here across the board. I mean, obviously, we are looking at the large cap stocks, which track the market for the most part, or they move the market for the most part. I see someone in the chat talking about LUV, so let's take a look at Southwest Airlines. Southwest Jet, Southwest Airlines, LUV today. Down, I guess the travel sector as a whole is down today. CCL, AAL, JetBlue, all of them getting hurt. But yeah, LUV part of that same sector. Right now we're seeing a double top around 36 coming into play and a nice little pullback off of that 36 giving you a short opportunity. S&P 500 successfully reclaiming or at least tickling the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart and giving NASDAQ the ability to maybe trade slightly above the 100-period EMA here on the 5-minute chart. But if I'm expecting some selling to come into the market, it would be somewhere around these areas. 4450 on the S&P 500 area or so, and the NASDAQ, maybe we see some rejection coming in very soon, but if that doesn't happen, I probably will get stopped out on my Apple short here. There's about $5 million, notional value $5 million at 191.25 on the ask. So I'm looking to see if this level can keep acting as a wall on this position and keep stuffing Apple down, even though the market wants to keep going higher. So that way, when the market comes back down, that level that I'm leaning on, which is my stop, I'm in at 191.09. I'm leaning on 191.25. So the risk is pretty tight for the reward, which could be whoo-wee. Very, very sweet, baby. So let's see the market pull back here. Let's see that risk reward setup play out. If we get stopped out, that's fine. No complaints. Moving on to the next one and finding the next trade. But right now, we're just playing with this setup, waiting for the market to show us the weakness, which it has been all day today, except for off the open. Right? Except for off the open. So maybe the off the open trend is strong. So you might want to be looking for those longs as Max is in. Multiple longs over there, as you guys can see on the position board right under his face.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got long AI
right
as well.
direction.
I just got long AI.
39 break?
No.
Over a 40? Wow.
Yeah, we're holding above this 39.50. We just did a wick low, so looking for it to take out this high here and then, go into that 40 level. You can add above 40, I think, on AI. Meta kind of doing nothing, but it's still holding 293, so nothing to look at there, I guess. And, Tesla, we just have the swing piece on looking for that 280, and then if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. Rivian is interestingly holding below 21 right now. Strange reserve, I guess, on the offer here. Doesn't want to break. I think that breaks, and then we start to go. So I'll be watching that. But yeah, nothing to do with these positions. Just managing them. AI, the latest one, looking for that to kind of break out here. AI, I think this one does have the juice to get moving through the highs and then through that 40 and 40.50 price. We have the ability to short squeeze on this name. We've seen it time and time again. If we keep basing out at higher spots, like if I look at the daily, I guess I can pull it up here. We look at the daily, so we base out at 20 off the initial move, do a little liquidity grab below. Then we make the next move up. Then we're basing out at like 25. Then we're basing out at 30, and then 32. So what's the next base out spot? If this happened off the last base, $30 to 49, 32 to 52, or does it get more explosive than that? Do we find a base somewhere in the middle and then blast off from there? I don't know. I mean, AI is the short float continues to show its hand. It keeps getting bigger. Keeps getting squeezed out, and then it gets bigger again on the way back down. So I don't know. I'm just gonna keep playing this short squeeze every time until something crazy happens, or it finally does give up and go back into the teens. But I mean, I don't think the AI narrative is dead yet. We're just kind of getting started on that AI narrative as we are starting to trend up on this position, looking for that 40 level. See what happens on this one.
Brief thing, there's a bubble in AI actually.
Yeah, but bubbles get really big before they pop, Brad.
I like big bubbles, and I cannot lie.
You like big bubbles, eh?
Cannot lie.
There are connotations there.
Sharif over there singing the whole song right now. I love it. Apple's still waiting. Oh, was it Fabian? Was it? Was it Fabian? Oh, okay. Oh, damn. Okay. Young man over there singing his head off. I love it. Fabian getting his groove on with that track. Okay, Apple not doing anything, but come on, let's see that sell-off incoming on the market. At least if I'm sure I want to see the sell-off, but I also want to see the longs play out for my homie Max over here. So it's just like that mixed basket. This is why I always have my headphones on, so I don't know what anybody else's positions are during the morning.
Yeah.
That way I cheer for my own positions, and I don't care what other positions are. You gotta be.
That's the only way to be.
You gotta be selfish in the market, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you gotta win on your trades. That's the only way to make money. Long Meta 293.45. Sell/stops your own, says Paul. Paul throwing in the call out over there to get long on. Why did I type in Paul? Meta, M-E-T-A, calling out. Can't type in right now. Paul talking about the long on Meta from 293.45. That was basically where we were long originally. 293.60 was our long. Not that far away from 293.45s or so where you're getting into. And I'm guessing your stop should be basically around the lower days. I mean, my stop would basically be around the lower day. It's around $1. Maybe I'm not going to give it that far out. Probably around 293.80, 292.80, 292.70s or so is probably where the stop would be if I'm getting in long. But here is the trend that you probably should not be ignoring, right? Because trend is your friend. Look at this EMA. I'm guessing that's a 50-period EMA, that red line that we've been... Wait, is that VWAP on the 1 minute? No, yeah, the red line is the 50-period EMA. There we go. We got that right. The 50-period EMA has been rejecting for quite some time now, and even previously in the day, even though we broke out of that EMA, we've been rejecting that EMA for quite some time. So if market keeps on going higher the way it is, look at what NASDAQ is doing. Look at what SPYs are doing. Market keeps going higher, but Meta's clearly showing you programmed buying off the 50-period EMA on the 1 minute. That's pretty obvious for you to maybe be careful on that one. Just my idea. I'm gonna stay away from the Meta longs here. I'm gonna keep gambling though, for a lack of a better word, because I don't know if this is a real good setup or not. That's why I didn't put too much size on it. There's not a lot of size here on Apple. I'm not trying to give away any money that I already made off of my Meta longs, TQQ longs, and so on. But we do have some trades on the board here. That's going to be the Apple short, waiting for the market to die back to the downside.
Here we go, AI.
But we're not seeing that.
All
Let's go to
right.
Max.
AI through 40. I added below
Nice.
40, just like right below as it was holding there, like 39.98 kind of area. I added to it expecting the 40 break. Now we break 40, go up to 40.20. Looking for that 40.20 now to break, and then blast off towards that 40.50 price. Currently long 39.84, so like this could go against me pretty fast and pretty easily. But I mean, you know, the trend is definitely my friend on this one. As you know, we just keep ramping up on AI here. I'll stop out back below this 39.75 kind of price. Not going to hold it any further than that. I don't think we need to get all the way down to the teal to show that this 40 breakout wasn't good. So yeah, looking for 40 to hold here and then continue up, make a new high all the way above that 40.50 price, and then start taking more profit up there, as this one is working for now. Rivian's still holding below 21, and Meta just still chilling right around my price, chopping me back and forth. So yeah, let's see. I think, you know, maybe we do give this one to the teal. I'll give it to the teal, 39.60, and see how it acts around there. Maybe give it a spot to add and kind of get the price a little better for the potential move through. If that is the wick high on the day, you know, I don't want to be averaging all the way down on AI. You know, when the selling does come in, sometimes it comes in hot, so can't be too greedy or stubborn with a stock like this that does like to move around quite a bit. What's the market doing? Market's just chilling at highs, eh? All right, so here's some bid stacking on AI. 70, 71. See if that can shoot it back up. See if we can test 40 again. No, looking like it doesn't want to hold, so I'm going to have to stop out of this AI. If we crack 58, I guess. If we hold the teal here and make a new high above 75, I think I could add to that, actually. But yeah, if we make a new low again, below like 58, 57, I think that's how you got to stop out of this one. don't want to be hanging on for any kind of flush down on C3 AI, as the market does kind of, I mean, NASDAQ's rolling over a little bit, but not so much. I mean, still kind of holding within, 7 handles of that recent high there. All right, so got a punch out of that AI position. Took the L on that one. Too bad. So sad. That probably holds 39.50 and then shoots right back up. But you got to give it a stop eventually. Speaking of which, now Tesla's good. Yeah, that Meta has to gonna have to stop out on that one. If are we holding that 50?
Wow, how do we trade Peaches futures, Neo?
Peach futures?
Yeah. Yo, someone in the chat said they're long Peaches futures. I'm down with them. How do I trade Peach futures? This commodity is busted. This commodity is busting. Look at Peaches futures. Chat's not joking around over here. Whoever mentioned that, chat mentioned it. I looked at it. Now I'm Googling into it. Now I want to trade it. It looks like a very illiquid market, but.
Whoa.
What happened?
Whoa, they just put Neil beside you.
Yeah, you can do the fade. The fade.
Whoa.
Come on, guys. That's not that hard. That's fade.
Cool. That was scary. That was scary.
They're loving it over there. Sharif's losing it. But I'm losing over these peach prices, man. Look at these peach prices. How do we trade peach trains? Come on. Put me the ticker in there. I'm long peaches, says chat. I know what peach you're talking about, you little. Yeah, but look, market is curling back down. What's that? Cobbler prices?
Yeah. Peach cobbler.
Oh, peach cobbler prices. Oh, yeah. Peach cobbler. I thought he's talking about like a cobbler, like a shoe cobbler, bro. I don't know. Maybe he's talking about shoe cobbler futures. I don't know. Oh, Meta's actually breaking those lows, and look what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I was feared about. If Meta's showing you constant grinding on that EMA and failing to get past it when the market's ripping up, why would I expect it to keep doing that when the market's going back down? So here comes the market. Here comes the shorts. I'm doing the Rihanna gun dance at the moment. Let's see that drop coming in. Let's see the shorts fill our orders and pay us profits. Finally, some moves coming back into the market. Lunchtime is now over, looks like. They are coming back from their private jets from Japan and getting ready to push some size over here on Wall Street. I'm guessing they had some good sushi. Let's see some size being pushed to the downside now. Come on.
Yeah, that Meta's going to stop out for me below 292. I did get back into AI because it's holding that 39.50 price. So we're back in 59s. I'll add over 75 and see if we can get back through that 40 again. But going to stop out below 39.40. So 292 breaking. We'll see how this break acts on Meta. If we instantly get back up, then we can stay in it, but now this is looking like it may actually want to break here. So yeah, bailing on Meta there. That one's going to be an L. Did not hold that 293 price, as the market does indeed decide to dip. All the longs looking not so great anymore, although this Rivian is still holding up. So Rivian should still be fine. Tesla, again, most of that position has been taken out. So that's still just the swing portion, which is getting trailed back down to 275.69 below that wick down there. So yeah, we will see how that one goes. Where's Rivian at? Yeah, Rivian's fine. So yeah, we're just chilling on the 3 longs that we do have. We will see if those do get stopped out. If the market wants to go all the way back down, then yeah, it's not going to look very good. But I mean, if you look at this, little candle on the 15 on NASDAQ, I mean, this isn't much relative to this big move up. So not going to overreact on the longs that are looking decent. That Meta, though, obviously a little bit of sell the news action, I guess, on Meta. We make the big move up yesterday and then sell, a lot of it, most of it back down today. I guess people not that excited about the thread. Maybe
for sure I'm not.
You were right about that one, Brad.
For sure I'm not. I mean, people in the back were talking about, oh, it's a Twitter killer. And the guy was just next to you, actually. Oh, it's a Twitter killer. It's going to kill Twitter. You got to remember, Twitter's gonna kill itself. Twitter's gonna become the WeChat of everything but China. Twitter's trying to kill themselves. So like Threads not doing something fancy over here. Yeah, you can plug in Instagram and Facebook together, but like who's using Facebook anymore except for your grandpa? Like what are we talking about here, ladies and gentlemen? And are we not worried about like Zuckerberg still stealing all our information and selling to Cambridge again? Like what are we still talking about? I hate social media so much. I could rant about social media all day, and I still use it. I don't know why. It's such a cancerous product made to mankind. I wish it would not existed. I wish I could self-control myself. You know, Twitter's actually doing a very good thing. I saw an article where Elon's going to limit you on how many tweets you can see in a day.
Yeah, but that's for something else. That's just so the AI can't take their information like fast enough. So
I
they
thought it
can
was
learn
so
off
like
Twitter.
you don't get sucked into the Twitter sphere or something.
No, that ain't for you.
Okay,
that's
okay.
That's for
Ain't
Elon
for you,
himself.
Chief.
Yeah, that's not. He's not trying to do anything nice to you. He's trying to protect his information exactly.
Fight the bots.
He's trying to fight the bots. We
Yeah.
know all too well that you're never going to succeed doing that. But
I mean, yeah, it could be a great product, no doubt about it, but I'll see when time comes. For me, it's all about timing, not time in. So I'll timing the market. I won't time the market by being in that Threads software just yet. I'll let it play out. I'm okay being the last person on Threads if it's worth for me to be on there. If it's not worth for me to be on there, I don't care about being first. I don't care about having that number 1 next to me. Oh, I'm the first account on Threads. Who cares, bro? Have fun. Take your first account and go tweet about it. But I don't care about that. I don't know either what the niche is, but right now with the niche is the market pulling to the downside. The longs are breaking. The longs were good earlier. I wish I actually took some SQQQ positions. I think I said one too much Q over there. But SQs right now popping back up as the markets are going down. This is your 3 times leverage ETF for the NASDAQ market. So if NASDAQ's going up, this ETF goes down. And if NASDAQ's going down, this ETF goes up. Neil actually told me to bring up the UVXY chart today. I mean, look at this chart, 11% up, Neil. Are we loving volatility or what, ladies and gentlemen? The market looked like volatility died off the open, but here we go. Finally giving you a little bit more range, not stuck in that 5-point range, 10-point range all day, giving you some momentum, some trades to put on the table, some risk to put on the table, and we have some on there right now on AAPL. I can never spell Apple properly again, man. Even today I was talking to Apple with Wayner, and he's like, what stock? What stock? I was like, Apple. I spelled the AAPLE. I can never spell Apple right anymore. Thank you, Stonk Marky. But yeah, we're 12 cents in the money right now on that very same stonk. It is pulling down to the south side, getting below, can't even type Apple right now, man. Getting below the 50-period EMA, and I think that was the ad. So let's add. So let's add. I think that was the ad. Let's add. Finally giving you the confirmation of the break of the EMA over here. Breaking under 191. My stop is if the stock gets back above 191, which would exactly be an absolute flat trade on this position for me. If we get back above 191, I'm walking out of this trade. I'm walking over here. Yeah, I'm walking out of this trade, not over here. And I'm throwing up the deuces. But market also making a nice little pump back up right now from the VWAP area, slightly above VWAP for the NASDAQ market, and the S&P 500 trying to dump down to VWAP at the moment.
Yeah, speaking of adding, I added to that Tesla long below or just above 276. It looked like it wanted to do a bit of a wick bottom there below 276 and then shoot back above VWAP. So I added to my long, which allows me to stop out at 275.49 without really losing anything. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes. If we get back above VWAP, maybe that gives you the chance to add again. But I think this position is decent if we're going to bounce off of VWAP in these markets. You can see right here, NQ basically just goes right to VWAP and then does a little bit of a bounce. So we'll see if Tesla can hold this price. It's been decently strong today off those 273 bottoms. If it doesn't hold, it doesn't hold. Maybe we can try again at 275 or that 274.50 price that was holding before. I don't really want to hold this whole position all the way back down to there though. So we'll stop out and then we'll try again a little bit lower. Rivian is still hanging out. I got the stop on Rivian below that wick from previous. So below here, we'll get out of Rivian. If the market bounces again, I think, we'll get that bounce back up. But that 21 price is quite the pain for this stock for whatever reason. So I don't know. I don't know what happens on that one. But, stops in. We just manage it. We wait for the trade to play out. And that AI stopped me out one more time. So AI, that 40 price, decided to be very big resistance there. And nice wick high allows you to, take that short back down. Gives you $1 almost on that short. So, yeah, I guess AI resisting the next leg up for now. We'll see where it gaps to tomorrow. If we're gapping above 40.50 tomorrow, I think, you got to take a few shots at that long. I think that short float definitely gets involved, as the NASDAQ is actually soaking up this dip for now. So we'll see if it can do. We'll see if he can do the whole way and get right back to these 15.220s. If not, maybe the next 15-minute candle breaks that low and we head back to low of day. But, some volume did just try to come in. If they failed to push it down, there's only one way it can go. I guess there's two ways. I guess we could end exactly flat where we are right now.
Yeah.
That is a possibility. We don't see that very often, but, it could happen. It could happen.
Yeah. Just letting the market do its thing right now. That's it.
Let it do its thing, exactly.
Tonight, Max,
Yeah.
after the 4 o'clock stream,
Yeah.
I am going to go see your buddy Journey today.
Oh,
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Class 1.
really?
Yes.
He's going to have some fun, beating the you-know-what out of you.
Beating the crap out of me?
Yeah.
I'm excited, actually. I'm pretty excited. I'm a big fan of MMA, a big fan of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in general.
Yeah.
I can't wait to, get deeper into that world. But obviously, I am scared of getting dominated by another man. So that is something, a fear of mine. So maybe, training not to get dominated by another man, by a man, will help me to not get dominated by a man in the future.
Yeah, it's. I think it's good. I think it's good to do that. I've never done it.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yeah, Journey's asked me to do it.
You're not into MMA either, so it makes
No.
sense, right? Makes
Yeah.
sense. Speaking
And
of
like
MMA,
rolling around on the ground with other guys. It's not really my
nothing
thing.
wrong with it, but I get it. I get it.
He keeps inviting me, and I never agree to go. But good for you for actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be first class. Who knows? Maybe I'll drop out in a week after the first free week of trial ends and I actually have to start paying out of my pocket for this one. Hopefully Journey doesn't see that part of the clip over here. But no, I'm excited. I'm excited to go learn more about that sport. I did do it back when I was really young, and India stopped doing it because obviously we were moving around from one house to another and so on, even country eventually. So I'm very excited to get back into it. Talking about MMA, I mean, this weekend there's a pretty big MMA fight. I know you don't really care about MMA too much, so maybe I'll just take a second to quickly run through that roster of fights that are going on with our viewers for anyone who's interested, because I did see a question earlier on in the chat about who do I think is going to win this weekend between Volkanovski and Yair Rodriguez. Look, I am Volkanovski camp all day, which is the same camp as Israel Adesanya. I forget what the team's name is right now. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Maybe someone. City Kickboxing, I think that's the one, right? Maybe Chad can help me out. City Kickboxing camp over here. So I'm a pretty big fan of that camp. Alexander most likely taking this dub. He almost beat Islam, and I think he actually got robbed off that belt against Islam Makhachev. I mean, a lot of fighters and a lot of fans have said the same thing about Volkanovski versus Islam. So I'm gonna say Volkanovski wins this. Yair is a pretty good fighter, but Volkanovski a whole different beast. Like, Volkanovski used to be 300 pounds playing rugby, tackling people, and now he's a way lighter weight, but he's still got the big body frame. So watch out for this guy. He's nasty. Brendan Moreno versus Pantoja. I think Moreno should win this. He's been getting much better, but so has Pantoja. So we'll see who wins this. Brendan recently beat the previous champion, lost to him, and then beat him again. So congratulations on getting his belt back. This fight over here I'm very interested in. Whitaker versus Duplessis, because this is the same class as Israel Adesanya. Robert Whitaker has lost to Israel Adesanya multiple times, and Duplessis is on the come up. If Duplessis beats Robert Whitaker, then that means Duplessis most likely fighting Adesanya next. And Adesanya recently beat Alex Pereira, which was an insane fight too. So I'm interested very much on this weekend. Bo Nichols' fight was supposed to happen with a decent fighter, but that one got canceled, so that's sad. Can't wait to see who this fighter is and if they're even good or not. But Bo Nichols should easily take that fight. Dan Hooker's fighting too. Cool, same camp as Izzy and Alexander, but not sure who's gonna win this one. Dan's been getting beat up recently quite a bit. So we'll watch those fights. You guys know how much I love UFC. We're going to put some money on the table, see where that one goes. Is MMA the one where the guys kiss at the weigh-in? What? What are you talking about? Market's making a nice move back up to the 100-period EMA right now. We got the NASDAQ market moving right back up to the 100-period EMA, even slightly above the 100-period EMA, honestly, but giving us a lower high, as you guys can see right there, giving us a lower high. Let's see if we go back down to VWAP and then give us a lower low around VWAP, or does it show us support again around these levels over here? So let's just throw a horizontal line somewhere around there, showing us support around 15,200 at the moment on the NASDAQ market and on the S&P 500 right around here somewhere. Let's just throw that line there, around 44.40.
Yeah, that Tesla reload worked out pretty well for me. So now we're about $1 in the money on the reload, looking for us to get back into the 277.5 price and then see if we can crack 278. I did take, 15% profit on just in front of 277. And now looking for it to break the 50 period and see if we can hold above there for the next leg up. Rivian doing nothing still. AI goes down to that 39 price, and now, you know what, I think AI is probably just a fade from here, actually. Where's AI? Just a fade off of this 39.50 looks like the way to go on AI right now. I'm not going to do that, but yeah, I mean, it looks like this move for today is dead. We'll see what happens in Power Hour. I mean, it's only, what time is it? 1:45, so we got some time to go in this market, and you know, AI does not like to stop. So maybe we get like a fail breakdown of that 39 level, and then it blasts right through, and you know, we see the next move up. But yeah, I think that's enough AI trading for me. I was like wanting to see that kind of short squeeze action volume to come in, but as you can see, the highest volume was on that kind of red candle, that red spike through. So usually when that happens, you know, that's kind of the top of the move. And, you know, we wait for tomorrow, see where we gap to tomorrow on that name. I don't know what to do with this Rivian. It's doing nothing. It's not printing. It's not hurting. It's just kind of sitting in the middle, doing nada. I think maybe I could add through 21 again, or like through high of day maybe, if it wants to be strong. NASDAQ looking really strong right now, trying to take out these local highs at like, what is that, 15,230? Yeah, I mean, we're moving up here. ES has already made a new high on that 15-minute chart, so they just bounce off VWAP and then continue the move up as this Rivian position does actually start to move to the upside slowly. And Tesla maybe can get back to that. Oh, New York NASDAQ. Get back to that 278 price. So I think I'll probably get something out ahead of 277.5. But I mean, if we just blast through there and get to 278, I think I'll wait for how this is going to act around 278. If we get some size chasing it up, if the market's like really going to go, there's no use taking profit just above VWAP on Tesla if the market's going to do a V-shaped recovery, right? You want it breaking new highs to start taking profit. So maybe above 278 is the next stop for profit taking there. Oh, and Meta did the full bamboozlement. Liquidity grab below the 270.250 or 290.250 price that everybody was watching, stays down there for all of 7 minutes, and then right back above. This is something that I would usually punch right back into. I already did have like 3 other longs on board, so wasn't too keen after taking the L to get right back into Meta. But that was obviously the right way to execute there, as Meta right back into that 293 price. It's trending up. It looks like Meta may want to do that whole big move back up to that 298 this afternoon. I think we crack 294, it's game on. So I might be actually looking for the next long here.
Does Meta break 300 tomorrow?
That would be
by the
something.
end of the week.
If that 300 break comes tomorrow morning off the open, everybody's going to have that, Neil just said. And if you don't have that, somebody might have to fire you because that's such an obvious level. That's such an easy level. I think everybody on the floor except for one person missed the Meta 290 that was yesterday. And that's like the best breakout that we've seen in ages. That 290 trended all the way to 298.30 without looking back at all. I mean, 295 was a little bit of bamboozlement. Are you still trying to get
bubbles covering all the
I feel like
text.
you're just trying to get the answer that you
Brother,
want.
the bubbles are covering the text. How can I read this?
Oh. That one's that's a little
like
broken.
I can't read anything. I'm struggling over here. And not that I'm illiterate or anything, but like I actually can't see it properly. Maybe we'll ask it one more time later on. But honestly, you guys know what I'm expecting. It's going to be a triple F Fridays. Free fall floral Friday, baby. I guess, yeah, FFF, triple F Fridays. Free fall floral Friday coming in. And your boys over here, Obi, Max, me, Sean, and Neo, you guys joining Floral Fridays? They're not joining Floral Fridays. You got a nice pineapple shirt. That's Floral Friday. All right, Neo, look, we're trying to invite you. You're trying to not be in the party
I think
fine.
Anything kind of Hawaiian is enough to be a floral shirt.
Yeah, anything Hawaiian is floral.
Yeah. Where is Platinum Prad?
Yeah, where's Platinum Prad, bro?
God.
Yeah, where's Platinum Prad, man? Come on, they're asking you. Look, here's the deal with Platinum Prad. My parents are flying out to India. I've been busy, with getting things ready. No, them just getting things ready. They're flying out to India tomorrow, actually. So after they're gone, I'm gonna have a little bit more free time. That's capped because I have to take care of my dog, so I'm gonna have to run home earlier on every single day after that. But hey, after Friday, I have some free time, so we'll probably be getting it done next week. For those of you wondering, thank you for making sure that I'm minus $300 out of my account, and all for your entertainment. I love it. I love that the chat always cares about me going broke. Chat, trust me, I don't need your help on that. The market does well enough.
I mean, summertime, that Platinum Prad's gonna look pretty good, man. I think you're gonna do well in the bar with the platinum haircut. So, would you pay $300 for your future wife, man?
Whoa.
I think so.
I think. I'll shut up.
Not mail order or anything, but.
Yeah, I don't know where we're going over here. Pay $300 for a wife? What?
For the opportunity to meet your future wife, all right, let's say.
I should be able to do it naturally, okay? And if I can't, then it's sad. That's just how it is. Sad. All
They
right.
say it's hard out there. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you're living the good life, mate. You're living the good life. Jacob and I know how the struggle life is. Is he there? No, he's probably gone to a bar right now. That's probably why he's struggling, and it's probably why I'm struggling too. We end up at the bar way too much. Apple, man, come on, do something, move around. That size on Apple still there at 191.25 area, and they're not leaving. They're not leaving this the order. And look, SPY made a new high on this pop over here too. So that's why I'm a little trippy. And whenever I start tripping out, my legs start really moving. Anxiously, really fast, so you see my whole body moving, so I'm sorry about that. I'm just waiting to see what happens over here, because SPY made a new high, but NASDAQ didn't really do that. So is SPY just going to make a wick high and then go back down, or is it going to help NASDAQ make a new high, keep climbing to the north side, burn me on this trade over here? I've added more times now, so I have way too much size than I actually want to hold on this trade. The 14 cents that I'm out of money, I don't want to be losing that much money even though I'll still be up on the day by taking this loss, I just don't want to be giving back that much money. So now I'm over leveraged on this position. So part of me is really watching this tape like a hawk, waiting to see what that 270 lots on 190, 125 does. Does the market pull back here? Are we going to actually lose on a trade here finally on the show? Ever since we've been on the show, we actually haven't lost a single trade. So are we finally going to lose a trade here on the show now, going into the end of the show in the last 10 minutes, compared to, you know, being for the last 3 hours having caught a no? What a way to end the show for myself.
Yeah, I don't know what this market wants to do. We've been kind of topping out, like, I mean, I like that wick down to VWAP on NASDAQ and ES to kind of make the next move up, but I don't know, like, are we going to do a full V-shaped recovery today, get back to like 15.3 and 44.70? I don't. I could see it, I guess. I could see that. But I could also see the volume coming in after 2 o'clock and just slamming us right back to the downside.
You shall not pass.
It's all about being in the right names, right? You know, get in weak names if you think it's going to go down and just hold those into whatever happens and, you know, have the stops, manage risk. And if you think it's going to go up, you know, you get into the strong names and hold good prices and see what happens there. I think I'm in the right one for the upside right now with this Tesla long. That Meta one is still looking pretty good. Just needs to break that 294. Wish I still had that one on board, but yeah, I don't know. I think just, you know, you manage your positions right now. See what happens. See what happens.
Am I managing the position or is the position managing me? That's the question right now that I'm asking. I mean, look, that 270 lots are now 250 lots. So we are seeing that size getting attacked a little bit on Apple. That's around 5 million USD, US dinars, being put on the ask over here. And they clearly want to take it. Look at the market trying to march back to the north side. Yeah, here comes my stop. Let's see it. Oh, is that an iceberg? Because they just took some size on the 25s, but we didn't really take any size out. Iceberg identified. Titanic is walking into an iceberg, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who's about to be the winner. Oh, yeah, Titanic won here. Iceberg lost. Market didn't take out the high, though, so, hey, there we go. Oh, hey, Titanic thought it won, but the iceberg came back in with more power, and it's starting to put some dents in my portfolio, actually, because it's not working. It's not working.
Where's our friend Microsoft at right now? Is that
there we go, some selling.
Is that taking out highs? Microsoft has not taken out the high yet. So that one being the strong one on the day, we probably want that to be taking out highs for the market to continue up today. I think I'll take another little piece out of Tesla here if I can get that fill. Come on, fill me. Come on. Cancel that one, just punch it.
Gimme never gets, buddy.
Yeah, all right, so we take a little more profit there on Tesla. We still have most of the trade left, or we still have most of the reload back on. Still have some of the original trade back on. Looking for that next leg up.
Who's Catherine?
Who's what?
Who's Catherine? I don't know. Chat's saying get Prad with Catherine. I don't know who's Catherine. Market pulling back here. Come on, Apple. Apple back below that level 190, 125. But look, this trade is scary a little bit for sure. Sweating. I'm sweating. I mean, not really, but yeah, I'm sweating in quotes. Watching this trade move around. Market might just want to keep going higher here, Maxi, because look, the higher high still being put into play. No higher high on the NASDAQ, but higher high on S&P 500, and a higher low most likely coming in right now on the swing down being put into Cathie Wood. Oh man, back in the day, Cathie Wood, I'm for sure down. But now Cathie Wood might be a little old for me, I'm sorry. But back in the day, Cathie Wood was, what's that? Yeah, I might be too rich for her, bro. My mindset too rich for her. Let's be real. She might be monetarily rich, but I'm mindset rich, way too rich for her. Fail. He puts a fail bar on that one. He said Cathie Wood was too rich for me. That's what Sean said. For anyone wondering, Cathie Wood. Dan says Cathie Wood. WOULD, not WOOD.
Hit her up, he says. Yo, who's got her number? Slide in my DMs. All right, guys, enough jokes. We got about 5 minutes left here. Max, you looking at anything that you want to wrap this show off with some banger Lambo trade?
A Lambo trade? I don't know about any Lambos going off here. Nice Lambo there. Yeah, I actually just got short AMD, kind of failing 113 here. It hasn't really failed yet. I got filled 112.99s. I'm looking for it to hold this kind of area here. I think AMD's been relatively short recently, and we kind of just trended all the way up. So if I want to be short something into any potential market move down, I think AMD is the one, but I will just stop out right over this 113.30 high. As Rivian also, it looks like I'm about to get stopped out on that actually. Rivian going for that $21, so let's see what Rivian can do at this price. It's wicked off there a bunch of times now. Do we finally break out here on Rivian? I'd be looking to add over 21.15 on this Rivian position to see if we can trend up to that $21.50, $22 kind of area. And then, that Tesla trade, just hanging on to it. Stop pretty much break even at this point on Tesla. Don't really want to lose on it. I think, if we crack this 277.5 and then 278 price, then, we're good to go for a potential move up through 279. But, yeah, not going to lose on Tesla anymore, so 276 is going to be the trail stop on this position. What about your Apple short there, Brad?
Oh, Mr. Stop Huntington out here at full force, trying to find my level, trying to see where my stops are, but does he know I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi. I don't use stops. So find me, buddy. Find my stops, Buggy. I don't use stops. Find me. Where am I at? Not going to find me. And I'm using a mental time stop over here. Obviously very stressed on this position. The market does not want to go down. Putting all jokes aside, I have a timed mental stop. My hands are on the Alt F4 button. It's not actually Alt F4, but for those of you who know what computers Alt F4 means, it means close application. So my hands are on the Alt F4 button, which are about to get clicked right now, actually, because the market's taking out the highs. Yeah, let's click it. Alt F4, we out of the trade. Still up on the day, but thank you for Apple taking away 30% of my net right here on the position. So goodbye to 30%, and we'll look for another trade later on. Don't tell me that I've created the high when the market just wants to come back in. I'm going to start crying if that's the case. No, don't do that, market. Just go. Just go. Make me happy by just running now. Come on, make me happy so I can live through Max's longs and not get upset about my short being the high of day. Please, keep going. Keep going. Market, go up, rip. You got this. There we go. A little bit more pump coming on Apple. I guess when that iceberg got taken out, I should have seen that not coming. That was my original stop, and I tried to get fancy with it because market wasn't taking out the high. And this is what happens when you don't stick to your game plan. The game plan, if you don't stick to it, burns you. So a little bit of a P&L loss. A loss from top is what we call it on software, LFT. A little bit of LFT, but still green over here. Microsoft, Apple's trying to turn green on the day. Now absolutely flat on the day, but trying to turn green. Let's look at MSFT, 1.26%, 342 in the money now. 342 on the stock price. Someone said 350 incoming today. I mean, the way the market's going, maybe?
I don't know, maybe. If the market gets back to
tomorrow,
flat,
though, for options expiry, maybe?
Maybe. That would be something. That would definitely be something. I don't know. But yeah, we're at some pretty, that 343 is a nice level on Microsoft for the breakout. If this market decides to do a full V-shaped recovery, I mean, maybe Microsoft goes crazy and just trends into the close like that. I don't know that I've seen. I mean, I don't watch Microsoft that often, so I can't say that I've necessarily seen it do that, but I'm sure it's done that $10 move into the close before. Pretty much all the large caps have.
Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong about that.
Like a Meta, a Tesla. Yeah. I mean, Microsoft is $350. I'm sure it can do that. Yeah. It's probably a little thicker, a little slower than those two, but
people still have stocks and stocks of Microsoft on a shelf somewhere with dust covered all over it. They need to dust off those shelves first to get those stocks to share them, right?
Yeah.
Or to trade them. So there's still shelves and shelves sitting there. In my ear, I just got a message that Max, we got to wrap it up. So I'll let you do it because you are the demon. Go for it.
All right, thanks everybody for watching. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, as Mr. Sharif says, and we'll go back to him on the big desk. See ya.
Shout out to the Madmen. Welcome to the close, guys, here as we are red on the day, but looking to bounce back, no question about it. Let's see how the markets are faring. The S&P is down 0.83. The Dow really taking it on the chin, down 1.11%.